justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passions. The arrows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on three perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Everybody's fighting for truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions here. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions here. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's strike.
What a beautiful evening it is, ladies and gentlemen, because obviously, welcome back to the Northeast Underdogs Tournament 2.0, presented by one and only your beloved WarDrum Games. And we're going to be diving straight into a very eventful tonight. It's Sunday, but we are not going to take any leaves, of course. We're going to be jumping straight into 5 consecutive best of 3 series, and most of them are going to be elimination rounds. And we're going to be kicking things off straight away with the first match. Of course, it's going to be I will let my co-caster introduce them. Of course, myself is Ray, your host and your caster, and joining me is, of course, as you can see on your screen, it's Wands. Wands, nice to have you here after quite a while. And of course, why don't you introduce our teams?
Well, definitely, Ray. It's been quite a while since I've casted due to some issues here and there. But then again, keeping that aside, tonight we have 2 teams which are going to face off against one another, and those teams are Phoenix Esport and Moxed Gang. So these teams are going to be facing off against each other tonight in the first game, and it is going to be as a best of 3, as you've already mentioned. And Ray, not to mention, before we forget to mention that, there are still slots left for the underdog team. So how many slots was it again?
Of course, we have a total of 32 slots for the underdogs. Of course, that's the whole basis of the tournament. We want to make sure the underdogs fight in their own brackets and do not fight with any strong teams, making sure that their elimination doesn't get unfair, because you think, how can I fight a team like Zohan or Tartarus, right?
Yeah.
But in the underdogs, you don't have to worry about it. And of course, we made 32 slots, and right now already 27 of them are full. So if you're an underdog team and you're contemplating, it might be a little bit too late, because the time you still have it, but it might be too late until tomorrow, because tomorrow the registrations will close for the underdog. So if you haven't registered already, of course, register on www.wardrumgames.com/nerd2. So make sure, if you have a team, do not contemplate anymore. Tomorrow is the last day, 5 slots left only, and register quick. But of course, let's not forget the first match of the evening is going to be Phoenix versus Moxed Gang. And let's see what their Moxed is going to be. It's obviously to win this series out, or they're going to be facing elimination. So let's just see how it plays out. We're already kicked off with the draft phase, and of course, loving the production work as always from WarDrum Games. But yeah, let's just see. Both of the sides looking quite usual, nothing much out of the ordinary just yet.
Yeah, the bans are pretty antediluvian, nothing new, and it's just gonna be those meta heroes being picked up. And yeah, and talking about these teams, we have Phoenix and Moxed, and I feel like most of the players, they've already seen Moxed Gang play, because they were the first team that I casted in the Nerd 2.0, and they were pretty dominant. They were totally bloodthirsty on the battlefield against that team TK High. So yeah, will they bring the same energy here tonight against Phoenix? That is something we might have to look out for. But then again, here looking at the picks here, we're already done with the ban, so they have the first pick. What do you think Phoenix might come up with?
Of course, the moment you were about to ask me the question, immediately the Granger gets picked, and the answer is obviously obvious, because this guy is a criminal. He's not getting nerfed until the new patch drops, which is going to be a while, maybe even mid-season. So yeah, because of that, it makes sense. Granger is still the top pick. Skypiercer, the snowball is there. So it is a good response. But of course, just like you mentioned, you cast it for Moxed Gang and it was with Hikebai. Dominate because of course they are also, but ladies and gentlemen, the top dogs are considered not just Tartars at Zohan. I mean, I named them a lot because they were the 2 finalists for the top dogs. Of course, that's the whole reason we mentioned them. They're basically already into the Hall of Fame for the season 1 of Nerd. But this time around, of course, we have a lot more teams into the brackets and a few have already been eliminated out. Let's see which other team gets eliminated. Of course, this is a best of 3 elimination out. Let's not forget. And just like Wan's mentioned, Moxed Gang did show their power is over, but looks like they're really going with the frontliners, and I think that's a good decision for a simple reason, because Granger dishes out damage. He's a skill shot. He cannot target the backline, right? So if you have strong frontline, it makes sense, but at the same time though, there's a Lucas and Sicilian, 2 ranged and 1 very strong hyper carry, or I think it should be hyper carry for Phoenix.
Oh yeah, definitely, because talking about a Phoenix, they have a Lucas, so they have to rely on that early game snowball on him. And for the mid and late phases of the game, we have the 2 singeing type of heroes, Granger and Sicilian, So yeah, these heroes will be stacking up gradually and will be farming up that damage and items. And yeah, with that we see, as you were saying, range heroes, here comes the queen of range, Fasa with the Fed airstrike, so we'll be providing a lot of zoning from a really safe distance. And boy, the Phoveus Pigman is just really solid in the EXP there. So I feel like the picks coming up from the Moxed Gang here so far, it's pretty decent, looking good on their side.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's Farsa, and she stays far away. That's the whole reason I feel like they named her that, because she has a very massive range, of course, and I think that is going to be one of the main crucial factors. Farsa is not just for the burst, it's also for the zoning out, because of course once the area is up, you are in a big trouble. You cannot really enter without getting bursted out. But at the same time, considering the fact that they also have the Gatot Kacha for themselves, that just means that things are much more comfortable for them than the other side expects it to be. Because of course, considering the fact that there's basically no even they also picked up the Moscow, so they have a lot of global presence with the Farsa's ultimate, with Gatot Kacha's AOG, and also the SOD. Everything's gonna be at least on the textbook so far, it's looking really good for them.
I mean, yeah, the picks here so far, it's looking really good, because the Moscow, despite having a little trouble in the early phases of the game against Granger, he does pretty well in the late game. And oh boy, look at that, we are seeing a Carmilla pick here, a couple combo, definitely, man. That I did not expect a Carmilla pick coming up right off from Phoenix there. So I feel like it can really synergize well, with Sicilian. When Carmilla is basically in danger, you can just call her and save her up, even if she's in a really crucial spot there. So I feel like it might work here. But then again, Carmilla being one of those tanks that can't really do much of a setup except her ultimate Curse of Blood, because she does not have that, the Fifi chain potential that other tanks bring on the table. So picking her here, it's a little bit risky, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, she's a tank who can't tank, actually. That's the issue, because she's semi-support, so most of her durability is not there. Most of her thing comes from her utility, and obviously, just like you mentioned, the ultimate. But at the same time, they don't really have a lot of heroes that they can chain with. The only possible is, of course, just the Sicilian itself, and even then it's bad. But yeah, I feel like Lucas and Carmilla combo would work in a good setup. But yeah, that is a lot of theory, if they do it, a lot of ifs. But we'll have to see if the execution is there. On the other hand, Moxed Gang has a much more less of a complicated kind of a draft. Of course, the inclusion of Nolan also, because I feel like Nolan he's not basically a lens slot, but he does have a little bit of error margin, because if you miss out your rift, if you do not land it, it's much more dodgeable. It's one of the reasons why he kind of fell off the meta after his cooldowns and everything was nerfed out. Also, of course, his immunity is no longer there, so need to watch out. One of the things that a lot of reasons Nolan is just not picked anymore. And I also do not really like the fact that Lucas is going for the EXP be because
Yeah.
I love him on jungle. But at the same time, though, I understand why they decided to go. I feel like the Nolan was very last minute because they saw the Farsa, they saw the Moscow, and they realized Lucas will not be able to reach the back line. They need someone, and I feel like Nolan was just their last minute decision.
Oh yeah, definitely, because still can't really do much against Moscow as well, because the Spear of Misery, when he's getting engaged, he can just use it to push Nolan back
Yep.
without his CC immunity. So getting hands on that Moscow with a Nolan will be a little tricky as well. So yeah.
Absolutely. And as we're going to be heading straight into the game, we're going to be looking at this draft being executed or not. But but until then, well, I mean, I feel like both of the drafts are solid, but of course, Carmilla and Nolan definitely caught us off guard. And
Yeah.
I feel like if it goes into a late game, though, it will be a very 50-50 match because you have one Moscow, which is very extremely strong. I mean, this guy is capable of basically like soloing a whole region. But anyways, I think we're going to be heading straight into the Lands of God, and we'll be seeing some action already into the map.
Yeah, definitely. We see that these teams are just basically gonna focus on the early farm of the game here. But then again, I'm not really sure what is going on. There's a little technical issue here from my side, and we'll be
Don't worry
working
about
into
it.
that as soon as possible. Yeah.
Of course, we're going to be
And
making sure it gets fixed soon, and we're going to be able to get back to it as soon as possible. Of course, our production, if there's any hiccups, they always make sure to fix up everything. But yeah, I think we'll have to wait until then, until we can see the action. Hopefully, it's good on the other hand, though, because of course, let's just patiently wait. But anyways, how you been once? let's talk about that.
yeah, I mean, I've been a little busy, but then again, yeah. Keeping that aside, here we are back into the Land of Dawn, and we are already seeing a lot of clash here. Look at that.
Oh my god, looks like we missed out on a little bit of an action, but we are back again as AOG misses out completely. But this is what I was mentioning. Nolan's just utility into the early game. Look at Farsa is the one chasing him. You don't want your assassin to be chased by a mage. That is really humiliating, but already, Moxed Gang, you were talking about a domination, and I can clearly see it. Only been 3 minutes, and we're seeing 5 kills already into the board, and the first hurdle also gone.
Oh my god, just look at Moxed, with the complete dominance coming up right off the first 3 minutes of the game. 5 kills already on their side, and oh boy, they are snowballing with that Julian. That guy, man, he is just so good even after the recent adjustment that he received, not being able to make full use of the rose gold, but still he is so great, has a lot of utility skills. His kit is just way too good, man. And that's like one of the reasons I can say he gets a lot of beautiful skins, a lot of, oh, look at the clash on the mid though, Ray.
I feel like Nolan... Okay, there's the Lucas going in as well. But at the same time, I feel like that might be... the Carmilla also engages with the Curse of Blood. But I feel like that was a bad timing as well. A little bit of miscommunication, perhaps, into the hands of Phoenix. That was just not... something that they were not accounting for. So far, the Moxed Gang, of course, with their dominance and oh my god, I just remember that Lakh, this guy, he's one of the underrated, like, this guy plays jungle as well, but yeah, one of the underrated gold lanes of, I would say, NorthEast. Like, I have seen him in multiple tournaments at this point on, and but yeah, let's just see how this game goes. So far, the snowball is there, but how is Phoenix is able to bounce back?
Oh my god.
Oh, into the top lane as well. The Granger trying to sidestep. It's not going to be enough because the damage from Kai is just on point. The Carmilla is just not working out so far.
I mean, yeah, definitely, because, as a tank, you need something that can pin down the enemies. And that is what a Phoenix are lacking. They do not have that skills, that can provide enough time for their teammate to shine with the chain CC. And oh boy, look at the Sicilian struggling there in the mid lane, uses his piece of bad piece just to get that sustain and heal up a bit, but then again not enough. And yeah, talking about Moxed here, man, they're just, oh my god, really look at that.
So much damage coming in, but there's a Curse of Blood connecting into 3 people. Is it going to be enough? Ryu does secure a kill, but AOG also pops in onto no one there. But I feel like that was straight, maybe something that they were not expecting. But yeah, a -1 for the hands of Team Moxed Gang, but they're still in a comfortable position. Don't have the jungler though. Maybe they will commit once he's back.
Oh yeah, definitely. And talking about that though, look at the bot side, you know, they're just like securing the objective despite them, you know, losing all the fights, all the gangs. They're just looking for trades, and that trade is going to be a third on the bot side. And here we go. Here might be another skirmish on the mid though, but no, not looking. Just hope.
I mean, Sicilian is, and as well as for, you know, Sicilian and Farsa, both of them are excelling at poking, and this is what you should be doing into the early phase, but your game is already progressing into that 7-minute mark. And let's just see how everything works out for both of the sides, because I'm really, I mean, it's not that I'm biased, but I'm really looking forward to how Phoenix Gang might be able to bounce back. But looking at their composition, it might not be until 12 minutes, because they do need, their main hope is the Sicilian right now.
Yeah, I mean, even the Sicilian, you know, at this point, he just can't do much because they're behind. And boy, look at the turtle fight there, the Farsa man with the feather edge. I just,
Nolan really went in for the sneaky steal, but it wasn't enough. AOG into the backline as well. A lot of damage being dished out left and right, but yeah, Ryu will be the first one to be falling. Lucan dishing out the damage as well. The Carmilla will not be surviving. The Spear of Misery is the one taking the KL. Obvious also goes in, and Tatakai really saying Tatakai and going all in, but he obviously gets punished. 3 down for the price of 1. Moxed Gang still on the lead.
Man, the Nolan is just like so underfarmed at this point. He is just not getting that early snowball, and boy, his fracture just now, it hit the Moskov and it did little to no damage to a marksman. So that is really looking really bad for Phoenix, man. They really need to get their hands on those items. But man, with the skirmish, with the fights that they're losing here, it's just looking pretty impossible at the moment. And if you take a look at the items, man, just look at the, you know, they're like, so they already have their hands. Oh my god, look at the bot side, Ray.
That was close. Oh, Lucan, don't commit to it, of course. But yeah, that was close, and I don't understand why. Maybe, okay. No vision. Nolan was hesitant, and he was right. Sai was just there, waving. I wonder if it's the Sai is a, you know, that reference. I mean, of course, a Pokemon reference. Maybe it's a different character reference, because when I see the SCY, I just think of Scyther, you know, the Pokemon. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you say Psy, you know, I remember the guy, that singer, you know, Psy. Yeah, like, he's really famous for his song, you know, Wappa Gundam style. So yeah, that guy is also known as Psy.
Yeah, I call him PSY because when people say Psy, I think of the other one. But yeah, of course, Oppa Gangnam Style is of course it made. I mean, back those times were obviously different. Yeah. I mean, 2012 and 11, those were the days. But of course, right now we're in 2025, and of course this is an 2.0. Oh, Lucan going ham on top of 3 people. But I feel like you're going a little bit too deep, a little too confident, as he gets taken down by 3 people. And right now, not having to go laner, or what are they going to be deciding on? Oh, Tatakai, it's just really fulfilling his name, but oh, there is the Curse of Blood connecting into the Farsa, and the bullet connects in, and Nolan finally able to do a little bit of a bounce back, getting 3 kills for his name. He's looking for a more. Oh, that might be a bad decision. Cody, you better watch out, a lot of damage, but there's, oh, okay, was that the Rose Gold triggered? Yep, it was, and he was able to dish out and go back. Right now, looking at the Lord Pit, Cody definitely wants going for the steal. Is it going to be enough? AOG comes in, but no, it's not going to be enough. There's Urigor Shafir taking the Lord for himself. Julian buying out some time, but the basic attack can only take you so far. But the Sicilian and Granger putting all the work, especially the Granger trying to do everything much, but Tatake was able to push him back, force out a flicker, but at the same time, look at the back line. Oh, Ryu, that is... his beast forum just expired at the bad of time. Might need to get a new subscription.
Ah, boy, that was really bad trade. They did get the Lord, but in trade of that, they lost 3 members. Oh my god, just look at the burst coming up on the... Damn, man.
This is a character from Bleach, right? Ulikora. Ulikora. Yeah. It's a character from Bleach. I've never watched Bleach, so if there are any Bleach fans, obviously drop spoilers so everyone gets mad. Jokes aside though, so far Nolan doing a really fantastic job. This guy, I mean, he picked up for it. I feel like it was a last-minute decision, but yeah, it's really working out because they're able to shut down the Farsa, and that's exactly what they needed. But oh, Julian, that is kind of a bad decision to go in for 3 people. That was bad. That was bad. I feel like that was really
Man,
unnecessary.
Moxed are like kind of throwing it off right now because if you take a look at the goal here, there's Phoenix, they have totally caught up with Moxed and they've they're getting ahead of them, and oh boy, look at the Carmilla going with the backline engage. Oh,
Really wants to catch the but oh, Tatakai really wants to capture his essence of the name, but you can't be doing that. You're not playing Yin, you're not the Titan tonight. You'll have to do a 1 versus 4, which in most cases it's not gonna be able to do so. Not feasible. And this is insane. Moxed Gang, just like you mentioned, the early game was definitely very dominant, but right now Team Phoenix is just bouncing back heavily because look at the score. It was 3. Right now it's 11. What is the response from Moxed Gang?
man, I feel like when Moxed, they just like I need to take a little bit of a chill pill here because the skirmish, the fights that they're stirring up, it's just non-stop. And due to that, they're losing members, here through and through. And oh boy, look at the top lane, the Moskov just connects the Spear of Misery on the Nolan on that wall, pins him down, but then again, just not gonna commit to that kill because the backup from the side of, Phoenix, it's always there. Wow.
His SOD connected, but obviously he saw through it. There were 4 people, but damn, Lukham really showing his sniping skills. He might be good at Beatrix too then.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, look at Luke Ham. He's just gonna go clear the lane, but the Lucas is just hiding there. They're both waiting for, one of them to show up their faces. So it's gonna be a game of patience here on the top.
I love these kind of games, but oh, Farsa, Kai, are you aware? Maybe. Okay, let's see what's the decision. Ryu, who do you want to commit on? He goes in.
My lord.
He catches him off guard, and of course with the Kamehameha. The kill is there. Oh, Kai was just not aware. I feel like that was a kind of a miscommunication because I feel like Lukham should have let him know, like, oh, there's something fishy going on in that bush.
Yeah, I feel like even Lukham was not, aware of that because the Lucas was already there in the bush before he reached there. So yeah, oh my god, just look at the skirmish cooking up here once again here.
Danger Lord Pit, Tatake going full on Tatake, but is it gonna be enough? Takes down the Carmilla, but it's not gonna be enough because the Lord already goes into the hands of Phoenix right now, dishing out so much damage. Granger buying out so much time, it's not gonna be enough. Tatake does get a double kill, but of course he has to be punished. He does get taken down. Lukham onto the other side of the map, trying to go ham onto the turrets, but it's not gonna be enough. He's unlucky because that's where the Lord is coming in, and he has to retreat. Right now, losing out 3 members, they have to defend it, and I think they will be able to do so. It's not that enhanced after all.
I mean, really, we have already crossed the 12-minute mark. Oh my god, just look at that. The way they used the Fed airstrike, to dish out the damage to save the turret was quite good, and they did manage to save that tier 2, and boy, look at that. They're just invading all the jungle possible from the side of Moxed. They're not leaving anything for them, and boy, they are just constantly looking for those objectives, and boy, look at the Louis. Oh.
Lukham feels like he's gonna be able to do a 1 versus 1 with the Nolan soon, so he needs to watch out for that thing, honestly. Oh, okay, there is Lucas as well, doing a little bit of a poking. They want to go in for Tatakai, but look at the damage coming in from Shin. He's just not stopping, but that AOG really hits the mark, but Aditya barely scraped off and has to go back. Right now, though, looking at the score, there's a 16-16. Of course, Moxed Gang had gotten that early leverage, but right now they lost it. Phoenix bouncing back. They are the ones who are at the lead. 3,000 goal lead in under 15 minutes. But right now, this game is going to progress towards the later phases of the game. Sicilian and Granger matter the most, but so does Lukham. One play from either of them can change the pace of the game at any second.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, Phoenix, now that they're progressing into the late phases of the game, we might as well go ahead and, take a look at their stacks, especially that Capriccio, because boy, the way Shin, he's just dishing damage with that Granger, it's insane. And boy, look at the stacks. I think like that is a pretty decent, despite losing the early game, he still managed to get a 510 stacks there, so that's pretty solid. And even the Sky Piercer with 50 stacks, so he will be doing a lot of damage. But then again, Ray, look at that, another fight.
Okay, there's a really good connection coming in from the hands of Carmilla, but there's AOG using defensively, and they go back. That was good. That is a good defensive engage coming in from Moxed Gang. Really making all of the ultimates basically useless there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they did get, all the ultimates baited out, but, by the moment they look for another Lord, because the Lord is already spawning in about 12 seconds here. So yeah, with that, they can take advantage of that, because the resources from the side of Phoenix have already been spent, and they don't have the Curse of Blood, neither the Beast of Light form as of now. So that's like two main key components of the. Oh, it seems like the Lucas is almost up with the Beast of Light form. He's stacking his energy there, but then again, look at that way. Look at Tatakaye.
Oh, Tatakae fighting here on the other side. Cody gets poked in, but Lucas is just not going to be stopping. On to the other hand, though, Moscow going in for the backdoor play. Nolan detects it out and has to go back. Tatakae buying so much time. This guy, but obviously the Sky Piercer is going to be able to... Oh, Luke, you got caught into the bats of time. And of course, Ulikora is going to be making sure you get the taunting. I feel like he doesn't have the Wind of Nature. I feel like he should have been able to do that 1 versus 1. If he did, the game would have changed completely. Yep, he had it, but I feel like he could not anticipate it right now. And into the mid lane, so much pressure coming in from the hands of Phoenix. I feel like Moxed Gang is just not prepared for it. The Lord's marching from the bot lane as well. The mid lane is going to be falling, because look at that. Lucas already pushing in. Oh, lot of damage. But oh, Granger, you better watch out your HP. Ryu Genji pays up for it. Granger's damage is a little bit too much. He's looking for the triple. Is it going to be enough though? It's not. Tatakae is finally back, and so will Lukham in a few seconds. And I think this is going to be a successful defense despite the setbacks.
Man, the damage coming up from the side of Phoenix is just insane. And the way, the Carmilla, he's connecting those Curse of Blood, is just doing everything for them. And boy, look at that.
A lot of damage coming in, and looks like the base is not going to be staying healthy despite the fact that they had the members. The Lord was full HP. They had lost our inhibitors, and Team Phoenix Gang, they were just confident, knowing they could end it, and they take game number 1 so swiftly. Like, you would not think this was a game where Moxed Gang was dominating at any second.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because if we, take a look at the game, in the early phase of the game, they were losing so hard against Moxed. Moxed were on the complete dominance. But somehow, in the mid phase of the game, they managed to, turn the tables around. I don't know how that happened, and I feel like there was like a little bit of overextension coming up from the side of Moxed, because despite having those early leads, they did not really look for those objectives. Even they lost a lot in that fight against Phoenix. They lost so many objectives there, and I feel like these objectives were the key factors that led to their defeat, because they were not they were not pushing the turrets enough, and they were not looking for those early lots, because those early lots could put a lot of pressure when you already snowball. You can use that lot, to pressure one side of the lane, and maybe look for a split push, especially with heroes like Moskov, where you can just push one lane with a SOD, connect it, and then teleport to the other side of the map and provide assistance for your team. So I feel like a little bit of gap was there, considering those mid phases of the game.
Definitely. I feel like after the mid phases, there were a few blunders on their end, and that really gave them the opportunities, hands of Phoenix, to completely turn the game around 180. There were a few efforts made from Tatakae and of course Lukham. Especially Tatakae, this guy is really like capturing the essence of his name to the brim. Like, he's making sure he's Tatakae every second, but
Yeah.
of course, so much damage, he can only do so much. He was engaging onto 4 people, buying out so much time, but it was just not enough, unfortunately. But let's see what happens into the game number 2, of course, because I feel like game number 1, they fell in a little bit short. I feel like
Yeah.
Julian is just a little bit too much for the early game.
Yeah.
Once you have it, you need to maintain it, or once you lose it, you're basically kind of pushed into a point where you're not able to do
Yeah.
anything much. But on
Yeah.
the other hand, let's just see
Yeah.
how it works
So
out for game number 2, though.
yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna wait up for game number 2, because this is definitely a best of 3. It was just a trailer of what's to cook, because both teams are like, this is like a warm-up game for them. So now that we're heading into the game 2, we're going to see both sides of the teams get more serious, and Maqsad here, they are just going to give their best, because if not, then it might be a clean sweep, because they already lost game number 1. So they have to get back their momentum, they have to, get on track, and boy, they have to race for the win here. And talking about Maqsad though, I feel like they can still, pull this off against Phoenix, because I've seen their synergy and it is quite good. And they might as well, just learn from the previous game that they played, because there were few blunders, as you've mentioned, that they made in the mid phases of the game. So they have to learn from that, and make sure they don't make the same kind of mistakes.
Of course, and that's why best of 3 series are BO1 is where you cannot afford to make any mistakes. I'm not saying you should make mistakes, but in a best of 3, you do have the chance of redemption. The reverse sweeps are always possible. So maybe Team Moxed Gang blunder caused a few blunders here and there into the first game, but maybe they can change things here and push into game number 3. But who can say? Phoenix was looking extremely strong into the first game, especially after they got the power spike. Let's just see if that's going to be affecting their draft or not.
I mean, talking about the draft, we were like kind of skeptical, right, with the Carmilla and the Nolan pick. But boy, did Phoenix prove us wrong. Heck yeah, they did. They managed, to pull this off beautifully against Moxed. And that Nolan, though, he was just, getting a lot of pressure in the early phases of the game. But being an assassin, he shined on the mid and late game more than the early game. So that kind of caught me off guard. And that 1v1 on the bot lane, boy, what happened to the Moscow? The Wind of Nature was right up, but no.
I feel like he was definitely caught off guard, definitely. And also I feel like that was their main crucial return point. I feel like that was where they were almost able to come back, but it was just not there because of it. So maybe I feel like it was the micro decisions that really came into play, not exactly the macro. I feel like the draft was good, of course. That's the whole reason they were able to get that early snowball. But I feel like on some points they came on short, and of course giving out the Granger was also kind of a bad decision. But obviously this time around, Phoenix is the one who's on their second pick, so maybe they will pick up the Granger for themselves and change the pace of the game, because this Granger guy is just at this point, oh, okay, they go in for the Suyo. Understandable, because of course Julian came in short at the end as well, so maybe getting the best jungler is your best response.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, in this meta, we kind of see that one of the heroes that shined the most is falling off a bit. And that hero is right behind you, Ray, because even in the previous draft, we see that Zhuzhen was open. And none of the team, they even bothered to pick her. So I feel like she's kind of, slowly falling off with that mana consumption nerf that she recently received. So that kind of, cut her slack off there.
Good.
Yeah.
Nobody will play her except for me. Yeah. I will remain the only Zhuzhen main, of course. Yep, that's my plan. I told the developers to do that.
I mean, you want to keep her for yourself, but as a matter of fact, I like to play Zhuzhen as well, so you might have a little competition here with me. Yeah, but keeping that aside, look at the draft though. We see that Phoenix are coming up with the same picks. They have, secured the Sicilian and the Granger once again on their side.
I'm a little, I just don't get it. I understand that Phoebus was a trouble, but I don't get it. Like giving out Granger as well as a Sicilian again. You just lost to it. I mean, the whole reason was that you were able to dominate the early phases, but once the Granger and the Sicilian came online, you did not have any response. That was the whole reason. This time though, you do have the Earthel, but how much effective it's gonna be, we're gonna be looking at it a little bit later, of course. Earthel takes a little bit more time to come online than the Granger, at least in my opinion, because of course she's more item reliant. Granger is more stack reliant, which obviously you can build up the more you lane. But let's just see out. They do have the CC, so that means that Hylos is going to be facing a little bit trouble. But at the same time, if again if the Granger and the Sicilian get online, I am really a little bit I feel like their lineup is going to be susceptible to there's so much burst that could be coming in potentially. They have already banned out two of the good frontliners, which is of course the Phobius as well as the Batang. So that means they don't have someone to tank it either.
Yeah, I mean, Ray, just as you've already mentioned, these two heroes will be stacking up. And boy, it is not just like one hero, with the stack system on the side of Phoenix. It's like two. And we have already seen the consequence of, Moxed giving these two heroes to Phoenix. In the mid and the late phases, it was the absolute dominance coming up from Granja and Sicilian, that led to the pressure which built up and totally led to the loss of Team Moxed. So giving away these two heroes, it's way too risky, and that too together. So they have to, look up for heroes that can easily pick these heroes off. But Suyo, man, I'm not really sure, because Suyo, yeah, he can use his he has quite a good kit, but then again, sometimes even he just can't reach these heroes because they are heroes with such a long range, and they're just gonna be sniping up right from the back. So catching these heroes with Suyo alone might be a little difficult for them.
Of course, I mean, Suyo is part assassin because he can reach them, but he's also part fighter because he cannot reach them the best. Why? Because once Suyo goes in, he only has 2 dashes. It's a little difficult for him to come out, right? That's why not every Suyo commits to all the dashes. They keep 1 dash vacant, so just in case something goes wrong, they can come back, right? So the question is, does Suyo want to commit? Oh, okay. This is the first time I'm seeing a Zushin being picked up into later phases. Do not disrespect her like that, Moxed Gang, please. But yeah, jokes aside though, Zushin is still a good pick in this match because of course there's 2 frontliners that she can easily pick up and throw. But at the same time, there's weakness, range, right?
Yeah.
Either Zushin plays a full-on aggressive composition, which I feel like something not every Zushin main, as well as it's not advice, obviously you're a mage, but it is, okay, a little surprise here tonight. On to Nerd 2.0, Moxed Gang versus Phoenix, best of 3, and on to game number 2, Moxed Gang pull up with a Grok roam. What was the last time I saw a Grok roam? It's like so many seasons ago.
Yeah. I mean, the only, scenes where we get to see Grok picks are like the big scenes, right? Like the MPL and stuff. And, to see a Grok, in a tournament especially, it's a little surprising. So it did caught us off guard with the Grok pick. And I'm not really sure how it's going to work. Because Grok, man, what do you have? The wild charge. You have the wall. But that's all. You can't really do much with that, right? As a roamer, you need that setting skills. You need that
oh my god,
oh my god, just look at the picks, man. They even pulled out a Link. This is just a really fun night, man. We are seeing all the heroes that have been, been thrown in the bag, and there's like randomly picking them out and just, putting an absolute cinema for us to watch.
Absolutely, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you have to invite your friends and families over because, come on, we're seeing 2 teams which are basically not many people know them, yes, but a lot of know them as well. These 2 teams are facing off against each other in the best of 3 elimination rounds into the Swiss stages, and look at them, they're basically pulling out every possible card in game number 2. This is not even game number 3 where you're supposed to go all out because there's no second chances, but they're pulling up into this game already, and it's going to be really interesting. We have so many interesting picks, and of course the Ling and the Grok are the main crucial factor here because of course the Grok is something that a lot of people feel like it's very extremely situational. That's why I do not play it anymore. And Ling is basically someone who faces the same fate because he can get invaded, he can face the issue of energy, he can face the issue of getting targeted a lot. Let's just see out, and I'm just so happy to see Zushin. Man, I love her so much.
Yeah, I mean, the Zushin is one heck of a mage, but with the recent nerf, she's more vulnerable, because she is one of those mages that is always in the front, does not have that enough range to, poke the enemies from a safe distance. So with that mana, being more consuming, it's gonna hurt her more because she just have to extend in the fights more. And boy, look at that, both side of the teams here are in the line of dawn, and they're just gonna, oh my god, what is going on, Ray?
Wait a minute, a little bit I think both of the teams were kind of off guard by that, but yeah, the first blood is Ryu. Okay, Ryu switched up roles. He was the EXP lane into the previous game, but this time around, looks like he's gonna be. Oh, okay, he is a DXP. My bad, my bad. For a second, I thought it was a Hylos, but yeah. Jokes aside, though. Okay, Jawhead into the roaming position will have the lock on, and Sai already getting pushed back. And let's see how everything works out, though. So far, Cody becomes a level 4, and so does both of them. Both of them have gotten level 4. Let's see how it works out into middle lane, though. Aditya suffering a little bit because, of course, Zushin does have the early lead.
Oh yeah, they have the early lead here, and I was really caught off guard how the CC managed to pull up as such an early first blood. And boy, look at the zoning up coming up from the side of Moxed here. They're just denying the link of his farm there, and they're just gonna pressure his jungle because he is a vulnerable assassin in the early phases of the game. And the Jawhead being the roamer here won't be able to do much, and the turtle is already upway. Oh my god, just look at the invasion coming up from the side of Moxed.
Of course, this is the main weakness point of Ling, is to be prone to be invasions, but right now a lot of effort being put in. Okay, Sai has to get back with the flicker play, but Ling is looking for it, but Aditya will be the one to bite the dust because Tatakai goes in and takes him down. And that kill was there, but Ling was just not able to do so. But yep, I feel like this is a deja vu of the first game where, of course, Phoenix is just not able to do much into the early game. They will have to wait. They'll have to be patient.
Yeah, they really need to be patient because even the Ling, he's like a little item relying in the early phase of the game. He does need to get that Berserker's Fury, to dish out damage. And boy, look at the top lane there. Oh my lord, the ejector.
The ejector play was there, and Luke Ham, the bullet will hit him, and he's gonna get taken down, but Sai, he does have the wild charge. Yep, he does it, but he's not a damage grog, he's a roam grog, but at the same time, I feel like he was a little bit too distant to go in for it. But yeah, score is 2 for 1. 1 kill into the hands of Phoenix so far. But yep, it's still the early game.
Yeah, it's still the early game, but I really like the fact that, Phoenix, they're focusing on the goal lane more because they do not want the Grandeur, to suffer against an Irritel. And we do find that both of the roamers, as of now, they're like a little providing that baby sit on the goal lane there. And even look at the grog there. Oh my god.
Into the goal lane we go. Zushin with the Lantern Flare, and Granger is just trying to do as much as he can, and looks like it's gonna be possible because Cody gets taken down. There's a knockup coming in from the Tempest of Blades. Granger, he's very low HP as well. Dished out left and right, but Ling will be able to get another kill. And look at that. Immediately, Phoenix coming up, clapping back with their already. It's just been, look at that. Ryu as well, going in for Zushin. Okay, survived. Kai barely scraped it off, but just like we said, deja vu of the previous game. Moxed Gang looked strong into the first 4 or 5 minutes, but Phoenix already coming back. And let's just see into Turtle. Hylos, better watch out because the CC, Tatakai is looking for him. Doesn't have the ultimate, does have the revitalize, needs to be popped off. And I feel like Tatakai needs to go back. But yep, and they do.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna be those skirmishes here for now. A lot of folk coming up from their mage especially, and it seems like this turtle is definitely going in the hands of Team Moxed. They have, built the pressure. Oh my god, just look at the Zhuzhen going in with the Lantern Flare.
Nothing much is going to be happening until the next turtle phase, because I feel like they're really trying to commit only into the turtle, and that's what we saw. But at the same time, the gold lane is going to be the main contention for both of the factors. Especially, I feel like the Airtel really needs to be shut it down, and that's what Phoenix has been trying to do so, because Granger needs the space to farm. But look at that, so much damage coming in. There's a flicker, wild charge coming in, and Jawhead will be getting taken down here, and Granger is going to be next into list as Shin gets taken down. And right now, Phoenix, they're trying to defend the top lane. The goal lane is in jeopardy, but of course, Ling doing the Ling business, going into the far lane, trying to push it off.
Yeah, and also just look at the top pressure that they're building, man. They're just like totally, focused, prioritized on the goal lane. And look at that, look at Ling. Oh my god, barely escapes it with his Tempest of Blade and that dash on the wall.
Score is 4-4 though. Goal lead is still in the hands of Moxed Gang, so they need to do a little bit more to make sure they derive the goal towards themselves instead. Granger building towards the Sky Piercer, so of course he's looking for this snowball. But let's see how it works out. So far though, like the gold lead has been the main target. Let's just see.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the fact that, they're providing that a space for the Grandeur to shine, especially in the early phase where they're like totally prioritized on him, protecting him against that Ebtel. And look at that, another invasion coming up from the side of Moxed. Oh, they even managed to steal that, man. They're just like bullying Phoenix, When there's a hero like Ling, you are way to, rely on a buff, and, to deny him of that buff is like to make him sitting back.
Absolutely, and that's what the risk of playing the Ling really has, like, consists of. And that's the main reason a lot of people do not play Ling anymore. But, into the top lane, Sai. Panic got taken down, but at the same time, Sai almost got taken down himself. Lukham trying to go ham with the damage. Shin, you better watch out. There's a Zushin coming in from the back end as well. Aditya, you're not gonna be surviving this time around. Phoenix, their bounce back might be delayed a little bit. Their shipment has to wait.
Yeah, it definitely has been stripped away. We see that it was, Phoenix there that were like on the lead here, but then again, Maxada turned it back around on their side, on their scale, and with that, they're just looking for those turrets. Now they are like more objective focused. They're like looking for those objectives. They are securing the turtles, they are securing those buffs, they are invading, and they are taking down the turrets. So overall, it's looking really solid on the side of Moxed. And the team coordination as well. Look at the bot side, another fight is already stirring up, and the Ling will just be, running around chasing the...
Okay. Nothing much just yet, but they are really looking for a target, and Zushin is their main priority. And you know, if Moxed Gang wins this out, this just means that Zushin is still the best main. But yeah, jokes aside though, the Lord is going to be coming up in 50 seconds, and looking at the map control and everything, Moxed Gang seems to have it in much better grasp. But look at the damage, looks like it's coming online. So much. CC also going into the back line, but that might have been a bad decision. Dashes out of the trouble and goes back. They are still in the clear.
Oh yeah, just look at how objective focused Moxed are at the moment. They know that they can't get those kills that easily. So what they're doing is they're forcing Phoenix back. They're forcing them back, and they are, getting their hands on any kind of objective that they're getting. And boy, the fact that this Grok, is always on their faces with his tankiness, with his thick armor there. He's just always on the front, providing that vision, providing that zone for his team, providing that information. But boy, is he... Oh my god, he almost got taken down there. Forces out the flicker to get into the safety. And even the wild charge was spent there. So that is like one resource spent from the side of Moxed for this slot fight. But as of now, it seems like this slot will be going into the hands of Phoenix, Moxed as well.
Absolutely right, because okay, Hylos, you better watch out. Does pop off the revitalize, and so does the but the yo-yo blitz as well as the curtain call just came at a kick of that. Oh, look at the ears unleashing out so much damage, and this is what they were trying to avoid, but it's not going to be enough. Double kill, looks for the triple because Ling is there. Is it going to be free kill or not? Patake goes in, Irtel looking for it, but Cody is like, nah, let me take it for you, as a full wiped out comes in. Moxed Gang with those recalls this time around, knowing that they have the game in their grasp. 13-4 score. Phoenix is just not able to bounce back at all.
Yeah, I mean, the taunting is a bit necessary, because we did see Phoenix also, in the previous game come up with those recall taunts. So this is like a payback to them. And boy, did Moxed build up the lead here. They are definitely building up the lead. And boy, look at the goal difference. It's just 10k goal difference, which is insane. And to cover up that goal difference, it is going to be a little tricky for Phoenix. And boy, even the turret shields are all down. So now they have to wait for another minion wave to possibly look for a turret push. And boy, look at the Lord, just marching down his way on the top, on the bot lane there.
The Lord walks in from the bot lane, but look at that. There's so much pressure that's coming in from that. Zushin alone forces out okay, she goes in with the lantern flare. Oh, that arrow, the Cody with the basically Dhanush, he went in like the Arjun, and right now forces out the ultimate from Tempest of Blades, and He also gets taken down. Too much damage. The 10k goalie is just speaking volumes right now as they're really leading on. 2 members left. They also get caught in with the curtain call.
Oh.
5-man wipeout again. Moxed Gang claps back with an aggressive response, and they're able to show that they're here for business, and they force a game number 3 with a complete domination. You'd not think that Phoenix is the one who won the first game. You think this was a clean sweep because the way Moxed Gang just completely dominated. It is insane. And of course, picking up the 2 same picks, they were confident, but it did not work out. Lakh this time around getting that Earthal definitely becoming a major factor.
Yeah. I mean, if we talk about the draft, they did secure the Grandeur as well as the Sicilian. But boy, the Jawhead, couldn't do much because he's not a setter tank. He's like a fighter. And he can, just, throw the enemies toward your team with an ejector. And that's all he has. Not much. And talking about the EXP, even Hylas kind of fell off against a CC because his CC, is just way too good at bursting down these tanky heroes bit by bit with that War Axe and the Curtain Bliss, So picking Hylas against a CC was kind of off, as well as the link did not work out as they planned, to work. And yeah, ultimately that is what happened. And boy, the Irithel, especially in the mid phases and the early phases when she came online, she obliterated Team Phoenix.
Definitely. And I feel like they were trying to pay attention to the Earthal, but no matter how much they tried, it's that they had Zohan. Okay, Zohan is of course the most strongest. She's the best. But yeah, the Zohan glazing aside, which I'll be doing for 24 hours. The real thing is that I feel like obviously giving out the Zohan neglected their EXP lane a lot. Also considering the fact they picked up the Hylos after there was a CC. I feel like that was a kind of a bad decision. They could have went in for the Gatot because Gatot has more armor. He's not HP based. Hylos is 100% HP based. He's the most HP based hero in the game you have, and because of it, CC just had so much advantage laning against him and also into your team fights. When your frontliner is losing HP so much, so fast, so rapid that he has to pop up the revitalize and use the ramp each time to just retreat, you're not going to have a proper basically flank. You're not going to be able to go back. Ling was getting invaded because the front line was basically getting melted each second. And I feel like even if they were focusing on to Earthal, even if Lakh, let's say he was not able to do much, they already kind of lost it when their frontliner was a bit too weak. I know they had the Jawhead, but Jawhead is more of like an engager, kind of an initiator kind of roam, not exactly someone who takes hits to his face. So yeah, I feel like that was the bad decision to be making. Horse is good, but not every time. Make sure that horse's legs are not tied up because the yo-yo will make sure it happens.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the horse against, against a string, it's just not gonna work. The strings are just gonna tie your legs and you won't be able to do much. And that's what we see. Right off the early phase, it was actually the CC who picked the first blood against a Hylas. And boy, did we see, Team Moxed dominate Team Phoenix, because Team Phoenix couldn't do much with the Ling despite having that, the utility skills with the Ling, with the Tempest of Blade immunity. They just, couldn't contest for the objectives as well because the composition that Phoenix had was just not in. And it was, a game of draft, and that's what we see. It was the better draft that won, and it was definitely Team Moxed. So now we have here Team Moxed and Team Phoenix, both teams with 1 point, and a best of 3 definitely. So it is gonna be a game number 3, tiebreaker, and we'll see which team is gonna take the win.
Absolutely right. And I feel like, of course, the draft is a main macro thing, isn't it? And because of it, I feel like it did come on short, especially with that frontliner pick. But at the same time, that Ling was a little bit too confident too, I would say. I understand there were not too many lockdown heroes, but when you did not have the front line, you should not be committing to a hero that is very vulnerable to invades, which is basically what you mentioned, right? So I feel like that was also a little bit too confident coming in from their hands. So maybe they can change a little bit, and maybe Phoenix can bounce back and get the basically this is the last game. This is the game where they can make the promise. But okay, Phoenix this time they pick up the phobias for themselves, and Moxed Gang is like, okay, if you're not gonna pick up the Granger this time around though, it's ours.
Yeah, it's definitely because if you're the tables have totally turned. It was Phoenix coming up with the Grandeur Sicilian composition, but here this time around, it is gonna be Moxed for game number 3 to take the strategy of the Grandeur as well as the Sicilian. So we're gonna see who's gonna, pull this better. Is it gonna be like Phoenix or Moxed with the Grandeur and that Sicilian?
It is interesting. The sides have been kind of switched, isn't it? This time around, it's Moxed Gang going in for the basically they're playing a full-on Uno reverse. Like, oh, you take this, I take yours.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little hilarious, but yeah. Let's just see how good. Oh, okay, they get the Gatot Kacha as well, and this time around, other side has the CC. This is gonna be a really spicy game. We can already tell, right?
Oh,
Aditya is this time, of course, he will have to pick up a different mage, no longer Sicilian. And on the other hand, the goal laner for the hands of Phoenix. Who was it again? My bad. It was
the Irithel.
Shin will be the one who's not playing the Granger anymore. He's going to be playing the counter of it. So let's see how good he works out on it, because he's going to be the main damage source at this point of the game. Because of course, sides of switch mean that you have more of the responsibility. Of course, you have two really strong frontliners as well. The Gatot Kacha and the Phobius is going to be providing you that, but at the same time, let's just see how good it works out.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the Irithel, you just need to have a continuous flow, where you can easily farm up for those items. And if that flow is disturbed and it's not maintained, you can fall off against a Grandeur as well. But that's what we saw, in the previous game. Despite the early baby set that Phoenix were providing the Grandeur, that's what the same thing that even Moxed said they did. And they managed to, get the Irithel, provide that babysit, that protection that the Irithel needed as well. And ultimately in the late game, it was definitely the Irithel after she got online, definitely the Berserker Fury, the Malefic Gun, Haskell and whatnot. Absolutely, obliterated the Grandeur. The Grandeur just couldn't do much because even the stacks were pretty low on the Grandeur. Even in the late phases of the game, he couldn't stack much. It was like, what, around 500 something. So yeah, he did need more than that, so to dish out damage against.
Looks like Moxed Gang. They have a Moxed, and I can see it. It's gonna be interesting. They debut the Florian tonight, and it's got okay. Both of these teams, they are very, very into like debuting heroes. They are like, we're gonna make sure we're gonna be showing you. Oh my god, what is this? What in the Raren is this? Where is this Baksha coming in from? There's only one guy that plays Baksha in India region right now, and that's Raren, and that's from Lakshmi Chitfan. But Moxed Gang, looks like you're taking some notes from them because you're picking up the Baksha. How is it gonna work? I don't really get it, but maybe it will work, okay? But yeah, this basically means that they have two really good frontliners. It kind of makes sense. They have good heal. They have two strong winning conditions, which is the Granger and the Sicilian. It makes sense on paper. Let's see how good it works in the execution.
I mean, yeah, they have good frontline, right? The Baksha basically go in front. They, float in from the back, provide the heal. And, providing that protection for the Sicilian and the Grandeur. So the Baksha might work out here. But taking a look at the composition that Team Phoenix they have here, they have Irithel. Even if you manage to stun her, with the Baksha, she has the crossbow of Tang, will be able to get into the safety. So catching her with a Baksha is gonna be really tricky. And boy, they even have a Nolan. So the Nolan will be a little troublesome for the Florin as well, because the burst that will be coming up from the Florin, will bait out all the possible skills that she has, the ultimate skills, everything.
Absolutely, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Just like, in Nerd, we're going to be going the whole series. It's game number 3 between Moxed Gang and Phoenix. The score is 1-1. Both of the teams bouncing back from basically domination. And let's just see how this game works around. It's a very 50-50. Both of these teams are capable of getting the win. I cannot really predict it, so let's see. Onto the casting desk is myself, Ray, and of course I'm joined by Wands.
Yeah, and now, boy, just look at that. They're already farming really fast, already hitting that level 4 mark. And boy, look at the CC on the EXP, just bullying the Phobias, And boy, look at the early rotation coming up from Baksha on the EXP. Will they get an early first blood here, Ray? What do you think?
I think, consider the fact that they do have an early frontliner, the Nolan has theoretically high chances because look at that, they're already eyeing Lucam like he's a delicious
On the
dish.
top,
But
though, oh my god.
okay. Both of the sides they're going in for the ham, but okay. Xavier, better watch out. Looks like that
Oh
was
my.
close. The Florian getting a first blood by the healing skill. Xavier, I feel like that flicker should have been a little bit earlier. He stuck around for a little bit too long, unnecessary in my opinion.
Yeah, that was definitely unnecessary. And boy, the healing skill, the way it's stretched up all the way to him. Oh, just look at that. Another. The Nolan.
Ulikora getting a kill. 2 for 1. They are really... This game is so 50-50. It's so neck to neck, but let's just say into a turtle. Theoretically, the tank jungle does have stronger retribution. Lucam dishing out so much damage. You'd not think Airtel is supposed to be countering the Granger the way he's really playing. But into turtle pit we go. 2 for 1 score. Not much goal lead into either of the hands, but level 4 is going to be coming up. Level 6 for Nolan. He is ahead. Cody, better watch out. Turtle already there. Let's see whose retribution is stronger. Ulikora is the one who wins it out. There's the Dawning Light. AOG as well. Killing spree. Ulikora completely this time around. Having that assassin working really well. But going in for the invasion. He's like, I'm taking a little bit of a revenge. Lucam wants to come in for the backup. But of course, he doesn't have enough damage. For now, they do push them back. The blue buff is still safe for the Baksha.
Wow. I mean, the fact that, they have a Sicilian and the way, Phoenix, they picked the Xavier, I feel like it can really work out well against a Sicilian. Because the Xavier, he is, like a mage that can hit like a truck. And oh boy, look at the top lane though, a lot of, the CC providing a lot of disturbance for the Fulvius, just bullying him with that yo-yo bliss, not allowing him to even move from his lane for a single second, just constantly freezing him at one place. And that's what you get when you're dealing against the CC, because the CC is she has a pretty decent range for a fighter, a really safe distance where she can bully most fighters off. Oh my god, 4-man gang coming up, a beautiful sandwich, boy. Oh my god.
Was that a sandwich or a Subway? Because there was too many ingredients there. Because 4 people just ganking on Tatakai, they realize he's the main threat and they need to eliminate him as much as possible. But at the same time, 4 men gathering on top, that just means that the bot lane is going to go down as they also push a tower for a tower trade, both teams making it 50-50, but the score, of course, still in the hands of Phoenix.
Yeah, the score is definitely in the hands of Phoenix. They have maintained like a 1k goal here. And boy, another fight.
Another fight breaks out into the mid lane. There's Nolan. Ulikora is looking for the targets. Florian, you better watch out your positioning, man, because I feel like Florian, I mean, she's a support, so you better watch out your positioning.
Yeah.
Because you're squishier than a mage. And of course, the collector skin is definitely beautiful. But Lucam, let's see. I think they're trying to cook something, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like in this game they have to be, more reliant on the win condition, which is the Granger and the Sicilian. And look at the damage they'll be dishing out. Luke hammered that Rhapsody, and that is, oh my god, even.
So much damage comes in, but is it gonna be enough or not? There's an AOG used to zone them out, but the Dawning Light, as well as so many resources being used up left and right, it does give a little bit of green light to Nolan, and look at him, he's looking for it. That is a bad decision, Florian. You're not a tank. That was so unnecessary. I think that was unnecessary. Giving kills to Nolan right now, 5-0, 5 kills on the board and 5 all into the hands of Nolan. You're just inviting the snowball.
Yeah, you're inviting destruction, man. You're like, just giving him the snowball. All that's what he needs. And boy, the way he's gonna get those damage items, he's just gonna burst the hell out of you, even despite having so much heal. that he won't be able to sustain you. And boy, look at him. He's just using everything on that minion wave to kind of clear it out and, maybe look for a possible push. But then again, the backup comes from the side of Team Moxed Gang. And it will be defense for now. And boy, if you take a look at Granger, his stacks, he has like what 000 KDA. But boy, if you take a look at the stacks, it's looking pretty solid for a almost a 7-minute mark. He has like 234 stacks, despite the downfall that they're facing at the moment.
Absolutely, and I feel like Florin better needs to watch out the positioning because she's getting zoned out each time around, and you don't want that, especially because Florin, you have the global presence. You can just heal from anywhere, so there's no need for you to go in so front. You need the vision of Olikora because look at that. Come on, Florin, do not make the same mistake because oh my God, Sai. Very awful positioning this time around, but into the mid lane as well. They don't have the Florin, but they are still engaging in because they do see a target. Shin gets taken down by Kai, but Uligora is just going full on ham. 7 kills on the board, 7 kills in his hands. He is just doing full on business. But yeah, Sai, you better watch out your positioning. You're a Florin, not a tank, boy.
Yeah, I mean, Sai, man, he just, needs to hide behind that backshot because the backshot is the only front line that they have at the moment that can, take hits. But even that won't be enough because he's just not tanky enough at this point. And boy, look at that, another fight, great.
When the fight breaks out, and Panic is the first one to be falling. And let's see though. Okay, 124 stacks into the Sicilian. The bounce back might be here. Oh, look at it. Almost, Nolan almost caught the Granger. But of course, Lucam was able to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of resource, being forced out from the side of Maksud. The Granger no longer, has the flicker. So if he gets into the same kind of a situation next time, I'm not sure how he's gonna survive it with a snowballed Nolan because boy, this guy 7 kills on the team, 7 kills on his hands, on his oh my lord, just look at that boy. The Xavier, man, with the constant dawning light and with the Mystic Field providing a lot of damage as well as annoyance for them, immobilizing them each and every second they're around him.
But at the same time though, the response from Moxed Gang is just not here yet. So I'm looking to what's gonna happen.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Florin. I think he's just too into the tank mentality.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when usually tank players, they play support. They feel like I'm the tank, I should be in front. But no, boy, you're a support. Be in the bag, man. Just be in the bag. Just heal. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we understand you. You want to provide the vision. That's so noble. But oh, Tatakai also. They need to pay respect to Likora. This guy can burst anyone. The only one who can check the bush, it's Baksha. And they need to make sure he's the only one going into the bushes because if they keep doing this, they're gonna lose out members left and right because that was a CC and he was just almost able to burst out and the Lord also goes into the hands of Phoenix. And so far, it really looks like a full-on steady incline for the hands of Phoenix. They might just be able to get this game and just call it a sweep for them, 2 for 1. But let's see if the response back is gonna come in. If they lose, this basically means the Granger and the Sicilian is cursed from game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if Phoenix they can maintain this momentum that they've built, they can look for a early game end. Oh, a pause coming up from the back here. So yeah, we're just gonna be talking about the game so far because Ray, if you talk about Phoenix, the early snowball that they've managed to build up, it's just insane. Nolan, if you take a look at Nolan, man, he has like what 7 to 8 kills right now, and if a Nolan is that fed, you can burst anyone because we've seen the way he was dealing damage on that CC with the fracture and the riff, just almost enough to burst down. If not for that brute force on the CC, she might have as well been deleted from that. So yeah, they really need to watch out. And boy, the Florin, just as we've mentioned before, needs to stay in the bag. Do not have to overcommit to check the bushes. Just stay in the bag. Let the front line do their work.
I mean, look at it. Florin only has the Flask of Oasis, and that's not a tank item. That's basically a
Yeah,
mage item. You're basically a very squishy mage because you
yeah.
don't have the farm, right? Because since you're a roam, you have less farm, less XP, you're more vulnerable, and you also don't have items. And because of it,
Mm-hmm.
you're just an easy food for this Ulikora who has been just taking you down each time he can see you. Because how many times she's been taken down? 3 times, I feel like. Yep. And each kill is going to the hands of Ulikora, who has basically gotten a snowball right now. And having
Yeah.
the 3 items, all penetration, he will be able to burst you even if you get the defense items because he's just so ahead. Look at that,
Yeah.
8,000 gold lead compared to 3,000. Okay, let's be humble. Let's be generous. 4,000, but still 4K gold lead. That's twice of you. And I love that the pause came in exactly 10 minutes. That is some great, great timing.
Yeah, and that was like a perfect jackpot. If it was considered a jackpot, that would definitely be it. And yeah, with that, we are just gonna continue right into the game. Here we are continuing, resuming back into the game, and the players are online, and they are definitely looking for another. Oh my lord, Ray! Look at the Nolan.
Nolan really wants to dish out a lot of damage. Let's just see. Okay, AOG comes in, but the dash is also on point. But Hody trying to dish out so much sustain, but it's not going to be there because the damage from Shin is just too much. Oh, man. Look. Oh, the damage from Cillian is on point as well. Aditya almost got one-shotted. Maybe they do have hope. Maybe they do have hope, honestly.
Yeah, they might have a little hope because the win conditions, Sicilian, Granger, they are getting the stacks slowly, gradually. And if this, if they stretch the game too much, then the damage might come online on Sicilian because not only, the stacks, even the items are really important. And as of now, the Sicilian does not even have like a complete, oh my god, look at another fight. Oh my.
Oh, okay. That was the opening. That was the opening they needed. Lucam gets a double kill, but there's an AOG comes in, connecting to 2 people. But, oh, no response. Aditya and Ulikora are a little bit too far away. But, oh, Ulikora is just not able to commit. They take down 2 members, and one of them was the crucial one. That was, Lucam. He
Oh my
dodged
god.
it. He dodged the dawning light, but yep. They are able to bounce back a little bit. The goal lead is still into the
Yeah.
hands of Phoenix, though. So, the game isn't entirely lost, but it is a beginning of their incline has stopped and it's gonna go into a steady pace.
Yeah. And if you talk about the goal though, they are catching up. They're like what 4K goal behind. So that's something they can catch up with. It's not that huge. And if you talk about the lines that they have there, oh my god, just look at the damage that both of these backline are dealing together. The Baron Pack, the Rhapsody combined together, even melting the tankiest tanks. The Gathod, man, he was just getting bullied with those backline pokes coming up from the Granger and the Sicilian. And oh boy, look at the Sanguine Claw, catches the Nolan, gives another set of stacks to the Sicilian.
I really want to see the stacks as well because I feel like Sicilian is gonna be the main key maker here because we're already going into 12 minutes. I just find it kind of hilarious whenever the tire just stops because, oh, he has 187, but oh, look at it. Let's put our attention. Baksha wants to go in, wants to find some target, but there's the Dawning Light. A lot of damage dished out. The Florin with the heals as well. Lucam wants to dish out the damage. Aditya doing the same thing over the behind, but Gathod with the defensive AOG. Oh, Red Hell was so close for the triple kill, but that's done. That's done immediately. Nullified. Ulikora still sitting at that KDA though. Has the kills, but is not able to find the angle anymore. The Lord is up.
Wow. Man, Ray, I feel like Moxed Gang are actually catching up. The previous fight that they had, they got a good trade. And even this recent fight that they had just now, they got 3 members in exchange of 0. So, the fight that they're having now is totally tilting on their side. The marksman is coming online, the mage is coming online. And oh boy, look at that.
Already into the Lord pit, so much damage being dished out, and this time around Cody gets the Lord. It looks like the bounce back is here because the Sicilian and Granger. Oh, that is close. Look at it. Look at that one pedal following, but sadly Sicilian doesn't have the Sky Piercer. If he did, he would be taken down in the most like hilarious way possible because imagine being taken down after you use the AOG. But yeah. The score sits at 9-8. There's the bounce back from Team Moxed Gang. They're just coming back right now. Let's just see what happens.
I feel like this is the green light for them, you know, to
Yeah,
make use
absolutely.
of
Yeah.
this slot, to look for a push and not to overextend here. I feel like they've learned from their mistakes that they've done in the game so far. And now they're like sticking
Absolutely.
together. They are, you know, synergizing with one another really well. And Florin though, not going into the front anymore, just being on the back, providing the heal, and let the CC and the backshot take the damage. And boy, they are, you know, taking full use of the law. They're trying to get their hands on the turrets as much as possible.
Absolutely, and this is basically the epic comeback that they were cooking up. The domination for Phoenix might be ending because Moxed Gang is really trying to bounce back from this game. A little bit of reminiscent, a little bit deja vu that Phoenix is basically facing right now. Can they rise up from the dead, just like the name mentioned? But look at the
Oh, look at
damage
this
and
CC.
the aggression from Tatakai. Oh, but at the same time, Kenji wants to go in, but that might have been a bad position to find yourself, and he does use up the Winter Crown, but it's not going to be enough. You're caught in the midst of a 5 people, and he gets taken down. There's the OG coming in as well. Airtel dishes out the damage, but right now, Cody is quite tanky right now, and he's able to sustain out the damage. There's the heal, and they're able to take the turret left and right. The score sits at 9-9. They're basically able to make the comeback right now and have the momentum into the game. Can Phoenix respond back again?
I feel like it is gonna be really, really tough for Phoenix to clap back because at this point around the stacks have already built up. And look at that, man, the amount of damage the Sicilian is dealing.
Absolutely, and you know, we'll just have to wait. So far though, goal lead is basically the same. The kills are basically the same. The score is basically the same. It's 1-1. It's game number 3. Let's see what happens.
And yeah, talking about the score, it is a 1-1. So these teams, they really need to play it. They have to give their best because if not, then they're either, you know, Phoenix are just gonna lose it up to the win conditions, which is definitely the Sicilian and the Granger. They gave away those 2 heroes, and they will, you know, regretting that decision because these 2 heroes are now coming online. They have the items, they have the stacks, and they are dishing a lot of damage. And oh boy, that beautiful connection of the Dawning Light and that butterfly from the Wishing Lantern, it was just satisfying to look at.
Definitely right. And okay, let's look at the itemization. What do you think of it once?
I feel like yeah, the items are like on point. There's like no mistakes or whatsoever. Even the Sicilian, you know, with the oh my god.
Okay, Phobius going in so aggressive. I feel like that was unwarranted because he got taken down immediately. They don't have one frontliner. This is the green light for Moxed Gang, but they're kind of hesitant. Are they looking for an angle? Oh. Better watch out. Panic. You might be next into the chopping block, but look at the damage. But the heals are there to save the day. But there's the Dawning Light as well. Both of the teams trading blows. But CC goes in. Might have been a bad decision or not. Tatakai falls in for the prize, but at the same time, looks like it's gonna be worth it. Shin also falls. You're looking in for the Nolan. And okay,
the Florin.
up here and near. Florin, you better watch out. Florin, you better watch out. And this time around, the flicker play was there. 1 HP. And okay. Revenge.
Oh my
Revenge
god.
kill.
Revenge. That
Revenge
is.
kill.
Oh, you're looking for me? Nah, I'm looking for you. I'm getting the kill. I've got my revenge kill, and it seems like the Sicilian will be going back to the base because the minions. Oh my god, look at. Oh, the Phobius.
I feel like their Phobius is just going in a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah,
It is.
I mean the teams are not even up yet. They're like still, you know, waiting for the respawn timer to, you know, hit
Yeah.
and respawn back. And boy, he's just not even waiting for his team to spawn back up, and he's just going all alone, and he can't do much. And boy, look at the stacks on the Grandeur. Despite the early game loss, the early game pressure that he faced, he has managed to build up 822 stacks at the moment, 60 stacks on a Sky Piercer with a complete build.
Looking at the game pace of the game, you know, this is where Sicilian and Granger is supposed to be shining, but they just haven't found the angle just yet. They are trying to do as much as possible, but I mean, yeah, they have the game in their hands, but I feel like this Lord might get defended here. Maybe not. because the Lord's gonna walk in. It has 30,000 HP. We'll just have to wait out, right? Let's see what happens. The Lord walks down from the bottom lane, and there's a minion waves coming in as well. The lane sync is not there. Okay. AOG comes in, into connecting to two people. Is it going to be enough though? There's a winter count popped in as well. The Lord's still looking healthy, dishing out a lot of damage. The Sicilian wants to go in. Skypiercer kicks in. Luke Ham going full on ham right now. And Weird Hell with the Wind of Nature as well. They're trying to retaliate. They're trying to bounce back. It's going to be enough though. Luke Ham double kill, wants to make it a triple, looking for the target. Lord finally gets taken down, but Cody will be the first one to be falling. And right now, they have to go back. This is what I was talking about. They have so much damage. They have the late game, but they're essentially not able to end the game just yet, because of course the Irthel and the Sicilian the Xavier is also responding back as much as possible. But Irthel wants to go in for the aggression. Will they be able to find it? Tatake looking for the angle. There's the curtain call. So much damage, Irthel, you better watch out, but has to go back. And the mid turret barely surviving, but yep, Kai takes it.
I feel like, the main factor here that played really well for Team Moxed is the Sicilian and Granger. They are dishing so much damage non-stop. They're just chunking down everyone's HP. And boy, I really love the Wishing Lantern on Sicilian. He is just, constantly dishing out so much damage with a bad impact. On top of that, the HP based damage that is coming up from those butterflies is just a cherry on top of the cake, and it beautifully synergizes with him as well, because he deals a ton of damage, and with each 800 damage you trigger one butterfly. So the Sicilian can really make use of it as well. And to chunk down HPs of Phobius, the thought, it's really good to have a Wishing Lantern
on. Like, this game is a little bit confusing, because I feel like it is extending a little bit unnecessarily so far. But like, you'd think that Moxed Gang would have it completely in their grasp, but they exactly don't have it, because Nolan right now, he's still able to look for the angle, but looks like I might have jinxed it, because look at that, there looks like they're going in, but Luke Ham better watch out the positioning. But look at the heal is there, and Ulikora will get taken down immediately. And looks like it's gonna be an easy end. They're gonna commit to the Lord though, not taking any rash decisions. They're well aware that there could not be any mistake. There could be any mistake if they just commit to the base. But yeah, it doesn't have any minions. Sorry, it doesn't have any inhibitors, and they might just be able to go in immediately.
I feel like if they might have looked for the push, it would have been unsuccessful, because let's not forget, they have a Xavier, they have a Erythel, and they can clear the lanes really well. Xavier, will constantly spam his skills, the Dawning Light, the Mystic Field, as well as, the Erythel with the kiting skills. The Heavy Crossbow will clear out the lane. So going for the Lord was the better decision here, and let's see what happens, because they are looking for the final push here.
Absolutely. There's a Lord walking down. There's a Winter Crown being up 10 well, but the Irthel is not going to be able to survive, and Moxed Gang immediately, once the Lord was into the base, they get the game, and they secure a 2-4-1 against Phoenix. Despite what that early game said, it looks like they have the victory in their hands.
Whoa, I feel like the cheese of the game was stretched way too much, which gave the green light for the Sicilian, for the Granger to shine, because man, the way Luke Ham was playing the Granger, despite having his team had 2 kills, and Phoenix had 7 or 8 kills on their side in the early phase of the game. He maintained that composure. He maintained himself really well in the lane. He had 0-0 KDA in that point of the game, and he was just gradually stacking the stacks without getting any attention towards him, and that's what led to the clap back, I'd say, from their side, because he was just constantly focused on stacking those stacks. Let's not forget, even the Sicilian, Kai did really well on that Sicilian. He managed to farm those stacks and clap back together, combined with Luke Ham, and boy, the Florin though, despite being so squishy in the early phase of the game, mid as well, in the late game did quite well once she had the item healed with the heal as well. So yeah, that provided a lot of sustain for them.
Absolutely. And this game was definitely exciting, but this is just the first match of the evening, and we're gonna be seeing so many more matches, right? There's so many matches still left, and we're gonna be progressing towards them very soon, as soon as possible, of course. Thanks for everybody who's tuned in. It's Sunday, of course. A lot of people are on holidays, and there are other tournaments as well. But to all our audiences who tuned in on WarDrum tonight to witness their teams engaging with each other, thank you, and thanks for everybody who came in. Of course, there were a lot of things to say about this match, but of course, we need to make space for other teams as well because our schedule is still packed. It's Sunday, but we have 5 best of 3 series. This is just one, so we'll make space for the next one to begin as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for the next match because, of course, do you want to mention it? Which are the next team?
I feel like the next team are actually Zohan, right? It is gonna be Zohan and it's gonna be Zohan and actually Team in Heaven that will be
Yep,
facing against each other. So it is like a really spicy lineup that we have put here.
definitely.
Zohan, one of the favorite teams of the fans, as well as In Heaven. We have not heard of them much, but they are one of the top dogs as well, and they will be,
Yep, they're
getting
winners
their
of another
spotlight
tournament.
as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. And for everybody who's curious, of course, our lineup for today is going to be Zohan. I mean, you'll be seeing it, but of course, we're mentioning it. Next is Zohan versus In Heaven. It's also a best of 3 series. After that, we have Experimental 5 versus Peak to Plummet, one of the rising stars of the previous season of Nerd. And after that, we have Fusion Prime versus Venom Esports. And of course, to wrap things all up, we saved the best for the rest. I mean, for the last. It's gonna be Dads and Sons versus Armageddon, and that's the last match. So if you're excited for it, stay tuned in. We'll be right back with the next proceeding matches. Thanks for everybody who's tuned in. Of course, Wanz and me will be signing off for now, but we'll be back with a short break.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our past actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous the lines between the bad and good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. We're calling for justice, all we battle ground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome back to the Northeast Underdog Tournament 2.0. And of course, I mentioned it was going to be a short break. And of course, it was a short one because we're immediately going to be diving back straight into the matches of tonight. We have a full stack schedule, and it was 5 best of 3 series. First one already been done. Of course, the winner is going to be Moxed Gang. But into the second match, let's see who's going to be the one. Because of course, a lot of people are going to be looking up. It's going to be Zohan versus In Heaven in this best of 3 series elimination rounds. So let's see how it works out. Zohan is, of course, one of the fan favorites. They have won various tournaments in LAN tournaments in Mizoram. So, of course, they have the reputation of being that experienced team. But at the same time, there's a challenger into the top dog brackets right now. That is In Heaven. They're also champions of a various tournaments. So let's see how it works out. Of course, enter casting test. Myself, I'm Ray, and joining me is, of course, Wands. Again, Wands. We're just gonna strictly dive into the draft phase of Zohan versus In Heaven best of 3 first game.
Yeah, we're just gonna be straight up diving into the draft here because we do not, want to keep you guys waiting for too long, right? Even you guys are like tired after the break, yeah, you don't want to extend and make it more delayed. So yeah, we're just gonna be diving straight into the draft. And here on the blue side, we have In Heaven. They have the first pick as well as the first ban. So, they might as well come up with those bans against Zohan because we know that Zohan, they have that reputation that they've built. So they are one of the well-known teams. So In Heaven, they might as well have done a little homework on them, so they might target their hero pool here. So what do you think, Ray, is going to be the prior ban that might come up from the side of In Heaven?
It's going to be interesting. Of course, we have the line of Team Zohan. Maybe we'll see a few new faces, but yeah. There is Prime, right? If I'm not wrong, or is it today we're going to be seeing different lineup?
I feel like it's a different lineup because I do not see Prime tonight. So yeah, it is definitely a new lineup from the side of Zohan.
It's going to be interesting. A different lineup from the hands of Zohan. That does make them a little bit unpredictable for the hands of Team In Heaven. But at the same time, that also raises the question, how good is their synergy going to be? How well they're going to be acquainted to take down In Heaven? Because In Heaven, if I'm not wrong, they have their main lineup tonight. So let's see how good it's going to go out. So far, though, do you have any predictions for the bans so far?
I feel like with the bans, right, especially in the current meta, it's not going to be that different. Like they're just gonna be targeting those heroes that we usually see. So that's just like my opinion. So what do you think about what do you think about the bans, Ray? What do you expect?
Considering both of them are basically kind of be a little bit strangers to us, it's a little hard to predict. But going with the meta, of course, the Lucas and Fovis came in and Zushin came in as well. Maybe we'll see a Granger, maybe we'll see a Mathilda, maybe we'll see a Kalia. And I think, yep, I was right about the Kalia. So next is probably going to be the Mathilda, and we'll probably also see. I feel like a Granger is warranted, but at the same time, there's Suyo, and there's also some teams also kind of like to ban out the Katot or Badang into the first phases.
Yeah, there's just like so many, heroes on the table that needs to be banned out. And, it's going to be one heck of a decision to make which heroes should we leave open, which one should we ban out. So they have to really, take those things into consideration and, think properly because what their lineup might be and what might counter them. So they have to take their time, think more deeply and take, this draft more seriously because it all comes down to the draft, right? If the draft goes well, you have a good draft, a good lineup, and you can, easily win the game. But then again, the execution must also be there. So you have to, get a good draft as well as execute the game properly.
Definitely. And oh, my bad. I almost forgot about the Harith as well. Of course, the Harith is going to be coming in. So considering the fact there's no Harith, Granger does look like the spicy pick to be going immediately. So maybe in Heaven might just pick up the Granger right now and just call it a day. But they do have the Badang, they do have the Katot. So maybe going in from the front line is not going to be a bad decision either. So let's just see.
Yeah, I mean, the Granger is still open. So they might go for the Granger here in Heaven because Granger is like basically one of those win condition heroes, that you can rely on in the late phases of the game, and that's what we've seen even in the previous game against Moxed and Phoenix. And oh boy, it is gonna be the Badang. They are leaning towards the Badang instead.
Yeah, I feel like I just mentioned, right? They either might go for a front lining, or maybe they might go for the Granger. So it looks like the front line is what they're really interested to go for. But let's just see how it works out, because Zohan does have the advantage of getting 2 picks for themselves, so they can pick up the Katot Kacha and just call it Hail Mary right now, or they can pick up something else as well. Let's see. Okay, they pick up the Hylos and they pick up the Granger. They have 1 mobility and they also have the range. So, but the Farsa is still on the table. So they can pick that up, and the Suyo's still open as well. So let's see if they're going to be contending for that. But in Heaven, they might just lock in the Irithal right now, making sure that Zohan doesn't get a chance to ban her out.
Yeah, I feel like they can pick up the Irithal at the moment, as well as, might take the Sicilian because the Sicilian is still up on the table. And, you don't want to give up 2 stacking heroes on one team. So, to prevent that, either you pick it or you ban it. And if they do not pick it now, Zohan might as well go ahead and secure the Sicilian as well. And I really love the fact that, both of these teams are, taking their sweet time in the draft. They're like not rushing in the banning, in the picking, and they're just like really analyzing the draft. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna do this, we're doing that. And here comes the Sicilian pick from the side of In Heaven. And oh boy, this Hayabusa, it literally caught me off guard. I was not expecting to see a Hayabusa here.
I almost forgot about this. Oh, okay. I was not expecting to see a Fredrin. I feel like Hayabusa is a little bit more common than a Fredrin. We're seeing a lot of debut of tanky jungles tonight. One did work out, but that just means Zohan, you need a healer right now. So maybe In Heaven is just gonna make sure they ban out the Florine right now, because that is something that's basically crucial to make this lineup really work.
I feel like you pointed out really well, because the Florine synergizes with a Hylos, with a Fredrin really well, and to deny them of a healer like Florine especially is gonna be really good. So In Heaven just might as well go ahead and ban out the Florine, because if not, it is gonna be a little troublesome. Because if we talk about the junglers, we have a tank jungler versus assassin, and the tank jungler in the early phases of the game does overwhelm an assassin. So, it's gonna be a little tricky for the Hayabusa as well to engage in the turtle contest as well.
And okay, the bans are coming in. Selena, okay, I understand the ideology, but but okay, I get it. But I feel like they do need the Florin ban. If it's not gonna happen from the hands of In Heaven, it's definitely gonna be coming into the hands of Zohan, because that's perfectly what they need. They don't need a tank anymore. They can just go in with the Hylos CXP, considering the fact that CC is banned out, so Hylos is not going to be facing any trouble whatsoever. Pick up the Florin, get the heals, and your Granger is just going to be fine and going to be stacking up and dishing out the damage. He has two chunky boys right in front.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the stacks, both sides are gonna be stacking. But then again, when it comes to like the stacking, I feel like Granja does it better when compared to Sicilian, because the Rhapsody, the Dead Sonata, he can just spam it like anything, in the late phases of the game. Give him like 800 stacks, and he is ready to go. He's ready to look for bloodshed and just absolutely mutter around the battlefield.
Absolutely right. And not having the Florin, it's going to be a crucial decision. They can go in with Ube strat completely, just commit with an Estes and just say screw it. But at the same time, going for Estes is going to be a little bit of a difficult situation, because
I had that in mind actually.
Yeah, they have some AoE CCs. Of course, the fast is going to come in. That was definitely predictable. But there is a Badang. There's also the Sicilian Sanguine Claws. So maybe going for a healer that forces you to stick together might be a little bit of a bad decision. So maybe they can go in for the Rafaela instead. The Rafaela does provide movement speed, so she's not global like Florin, nor is her heal the best, but she does provide a lot of mobility, and you can also go in for the ambush play with the the stun that she has on her ultimate.
Yep, definitely. I feel like even the Rafaela can synergize really well, because she has the slow, as you mentioned, provides some mobility, and the Holy Baptism though with the stun, can like do a little bit of a setup here and there. But then again, it's a Hayabusa, so catching a Florin, a Hayabusa with a Rafaela, it'll be a little hard as well. And the Rafaela, to mention, she is squishy as well. So, in the early phase of the game, she might face a little difficulty against a Hayabusa, because a Hayabusa can easily burst her down, because she does not have the strongest heal, neither the best.
They're going in for the carry, understandable though, because of course, just like you mentioned, she has the peel, she has the melting, and that's obviously very, very required, but they pick up the Hilda. So that basically means that this Badang is possibly going into the roaming position, because I feel like it's much better to go for the Badang, because Badang has much more CC compared to the Hilda, and they can just stall, Hilda versus Hylos. Hilda will just not lose, she will just heal in the bush. So because of that, I feel like the Hilda EXP makes... Okay, of course. I almost forgot about this. I almost forgot about this little robot girl, the Angela. Also, it's really going to be handy, especially because if you don't have Florin, which has global presence, you can pick up another one. It's single target, but hey, it works. Angela can ult anytime. If Redrin is stuck in a jiffy, there comes the Angela shield. And of course, getting it as the last pick will give them a little bit of an advantage. But of course, at the same time, the picking up the healer against an assassin always has one issue, is that you're going to be vulnerable. But of course, if the healer watches out, if the healer is always around a really strong frontliner, especially after the nerf that Hayabusa received, it's going to be really hard to take down the Angela all by herself.
Yeah, I feel like the Angela might work out, because, man, personally, I hate going against an Angela. I'm like this close to kill an enemy, and oh boy, Angela pops up, right? Like literally, she comes up with this much amount of shield, and boy, it annoys the hell out of me. The combined with that shield, man, you do not want to mess with an Angela. So you should not underestimate an Angela, and I feel like the Angela will synergize really well with a Fredrin or a Hylas as well. And as you've mentioned, the global presence will be providing that protection for the Granja as well.
Definitely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number. This is the match number 2 of evening. It's Zohan versus In Heaven. Into your screen, as you can clearly see, right away Faden almost getting taken down, but yep, let's address it. It's a best of 3 series. It's an elimination round, so of course Zohan needs to fight for their pride, needs to fight for all they have against In Heaven, the challenges tonight. But yep, Into casting desk, myself Ray, and joining me is Wands. And let's just see how this match progresses out. Both of the drafts are looking strong, but of course, the main keymaker is gonna be the gold laners. But the Angela might just change that criteria.
Yeah, so as of now, like we're already seeing a lot of pokes through and fro, nothing much going on, just basic farming. And yeah, look at the goal though. And like the Granger, he's bullying the carry with that Rhapsody, overwhelming her in the early phases of the game. I feel like the carry here might not work quite good because she is a marksman with a really small range, so
Exactly.
she will be vulnerable. She has to go in front, and oh boy, look at that. They're like bullying the carry on the top lane, the Granger, using the bush strategy just to zone her out of the minions. And boy, look at that, another rotation coming up from the side of the down.
Of course, the main weakness of the carry is that her range. Her range is a little bit too short-sighted, and because of the fact that she needs to play into the face, it really puts her in a bad position. And that's something that Granger makes best use of it, because he's the marksman with the most range right now. And because of it, of course, we're already seeing the dominance into the gold lane, but already into a turtle pit as well. The Sanguine Cross comes in. Fredrin, Dusty Mizo might just get taken down here, but the Hilda right away from that slash. The bong just doesn't land it. The Angela finally becomes a level 4, but at the same time, Faden here might just become the first blood. What? No! Oh my god, that was a trade. GRG also gets taken down 1-for-1 right now. Win is trying to buy out some time. The Angela is on top of him, and they have to get back, but that was close. Faden he almost survived, and so did Hayabusa, but both were like, nah, we're both taking each other down. But Dasimizo, that might have been a bad decision because you're really low HP. I did not know why you committed to it, but yeah, it's gonna be a negative trade for your side. 2 kills into the hands up in heaven.
Wow, I feel like Zohan as of now, they're like really indecisive with their decisions. They're like making really hasty decisions, and that's what is causing them this early game. They should be like on the lead. Oh, look at the Fed airstrike.
The faster. I mean, of course, it's Faden. Mizo, how does he get a solo kill onto the carry? That's impressive, but of course, getting pushed into the lane. But GRG takes down. There is no way. There's no way, of course. If the Angel won out there, that would have been insane. But yeah, Faden, on the other hand, gets taken down. But the score so far in heaven, really making good use of the Hayabusa, making that early game snowball really successful.
Yeah, they are definitely making good use of the Hayabusa with the early snowball, and he has already got 2 kills on his hands, so that's looking pretty good for him. And on the other hand, we have Zohan. So Zohan really needs to maintain their composure as of now. They should not overextend too much. That's what Dusty did with his Fredrin. He's like the MOBA Fred of our community. So yeah, his hero pool is a little tight, so he will be leaning towards heroes like mostly Fredrin and Alpha. So if he's taking those kind of heroes, he really needs to maintain his composure as well, not to overextend with these kind of heroes, because once you are in, you have to fully commit to it. And boy, if you are not farmed enough, not fed, committing to it is basically giving a free kill to your enemies.
Absolutely. After his wrath has been used, he needs to watch how he's positioning, because you basically do not have damage, nor do you have the regen to survive yourself. So it's going to be really crucial how he positions himself out. But I feel like marking the Hilda is also kind of a bad decision. Unless the Hilda is charging onto you, it's going to be really hard. But onto the top lane, time there comes in, but 4 people committing. There's just no way you're going to be surviving. It is going to be 1 word, 2 stone deal. No, 2 word. 2 word, 1 stone deal. But a hands in heaven, because the Angela also ultimate.
She did have the ultimate, but it wasn't in a right position to be used, so he's like, nah, I'm not gonna use it. And here comes a turtle fight. I feel like he shouldn't have committed to this.
Okay, on the top lane, the carry takes 1, but oh my god, despite using it, Dusty Mizo was still not able to secure the turtle. The Fredrin is just not working out in their early favor. Win, it's just getting bonked after bonk, but there comes the damage. Faden as well. Faden does retreat, go back, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at the Sanguine Claws, the damage, it's insane already. Already 5 minutes, 6 minutes in? And they're doing great. Zohan, they look like they're really having trouble. Perhaps because it's the fact that they don't have family problem tonight. The roamer switch up is really making them suffer.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Dusty, he really needs to pull up some kind of a play here with that Fredrin, because the Fredrin is just not doing it. It's just like absolutely not doing it for them, because they're losing really hard, and even the Angel is not, you know, synergizing really well as of now, because does not have the items, does not have the flask. Even, you know, Dusty does not have the items completed just yet. Even look at his item, he has not even completed the first helmet. But then again, Ray, look at that, just take over. Oh my lord.
Oh my god, the damage means Zohan also gets taken down. They don't have the sustain anymore, despite the aggression that they're showing. They don't have anything in their assets to go for. Dusty Mizo really kind of stuck in a bad spot right now. Oh, okay, Hayabusa. Of course, that's a tank. He's not going to commit to it. He doesn't have the farm just yet. But yeah, if he did, that's a bad news. That's a bad news.
I feel like the thing, you know, with the Zohan is that they do not have the damage. Yes, they have the front line. Yes, they can, you know, tank the damage, but boy, they do not have the damage. The only source of damage that the Fredrin has is the Appraiser's Wrath, and that's like once in a blue moon, so relying on that alone. Ooh.
Okay, look at that. Finally, they get a kill, but it was just the roamer. It doesn't really matter to them that much that they lost out the roamer, but not having the front line doesn't matter, because they're going to be able to get the last hurdle of the game. So Turtle Soup for them, maybe a possible chance of redemption, maybe a bounce back.
I feel like it could be possible, you know, if like they manage, you know, to overwhelm the Hayabusa, because as of now the Hayabusa is shining. He is doing what he needs to do, an assassin. He is looking for those squishy targets. He is going with the quad shadow in, getting the kill and getting out, and that's what he's doing. It's right off the early game as well. And talking about, you know, the game here against Zohan, we have Prime. Oh wait, Prime is actually there. I missed out on the draft, man. What is wrong with me? Prime is actually there. I did not notice. So yeah, Prime, man, he is gonna be shining in the late game. So they have to wait for that. And oh boy, look at the Hilda just being an absolute menace on that high loss.
Okay, Angela with the over-aggression, but I feel like the melting is going to be there. Obviously, the win gets taken down, but from the backline comes Dusty Mizo looking for a target. Nino Kumar going to get taken down here, and the Granger is looking for another target to go for, but it's going to be enough or not. Maybe it is. Prime getting the double kill. Finally, the tankiness is there. They're slowly building up the itemization and getting chunkier enough to go in with the aggression as well. 10 for 7. Zohan is slowly bouncing back.
Oh, they definitely are bouncing back. Despite that loss that they have, they managed to, you know, somehow turn the tables and the tide as well. And now they're just like looking for all the possible push that they can do. And just look at Prime, man. He's like constantly trying to chunk down the HP of that turret bits by bits. And here comes the backup from the side of In Heaven as well.
You know, Kumar absolutely got shredded, and this is what they should have been afraid of. Maybe they were a little bit too confident. Maybe they were thinking, maybe we already have the game under our hands, but it's not the case, because look at that. Right now, Prime has come online. This guy is 4-1-2, and he also has a Sky Piercer. That means he's going to be stacking up even more as the game progresses by, and if he gets the kills, he's the main damage dealer, he's the main carry, and he's doing a really fantastic job, but Prime also needs to watch out from those Sanguine Claws. Don't get scratched, don't get caught, or you're going to get stuck.
I feel like the only, you know, thing that can catch Prime is the Sanguine Claw as of now. So yeah, if he can dodge that, he can pretty much do a lot of damage from the back. But then again, look at the Farsa being forced out.
The Farsa getting forced out, but at the same time, the carry is Bin. Oh, looking for the kill, and there's a snipe. Prime gets a kill on to Spit. And on the other hand, the same thing happens to Frost. Also gets taken down himself. So far, oh my god, Prime is just on a full rampage. Zohan, we're just waiting for Prime to be coming online, and they're just doing a fantastic job. You would not think that In Heaven was dominating this game at all, because it looks like they're the ones who has the game in their grasp. Hayabusa though wants to hide in, but there's Faden with the zoning out. Oh, he's looking for the target. There comes the Oogie Shadow kill, but I feel like that was a bad decision. He went in without stacks, and he's not going to be able to steal the Lord either. The Lord goes into the hands of Team Zohan.
I really like the fact that, you know, the Farsa just took the Yogi kill, used the bird, took the, you know, the Hayabusa to the teammates to disperse the damage, and oh boy, look at that invasion.
invasion comes in, because of course there's just no response that could be coming in from the hands of Team in Heaven right now.
Yeah, man, just look at Zohan. They managed, to clap back at In Heaven, and now they are even on the goal lead. They have managed to build up a solid 1.2k goal lead here against In Heaven. And objective-wise, they are, still behind in turrets, but then again, they are, just looking for pushes to and fro on the map. Look at the Harsa, on the bot lane as well, just using her skills to try to clear out the minions, but then again on the bush there.
What is Faden doing? Is he trying to... Yep, he's definitely taunting GRG right now. He's like,
oh my god.
Oop, you can't catch me, and he goes back, and right now, there's a glorious pathway coming in, but there comes the fist crack as well, a lot of punches, but the Angela Hill does come in clutch, saves him just enough time. He goes back, but the Hayabusa is here for the cleanup. He's looking for it, and maybe this is a chance for Team in Heaven to clap back, because there's a double kill, there's a shutdown, triple for GRG as he changes the pace of the game. Faden, that taunting was perhaps unnecessary.
Oh my gosh, man, the fact that, they managed to get almost a complete wipeout was just crazy. But then again, Faden with the feather airstrike will be able to defend a single minion quite easily. So as of now, Zohan still have a chance. They still have, hope to win this game. And they have the Grandeur, they have Prime, they will be stacking the stacks. But then again, in the counterpart, they have Sicilian. And take a look at the stacks of Sicilian. 212 stacks in almost 13 minutes, so that's pretty solid. Has the glowing one as well as the the wishing lantern, so we'll be melting down even that Hylos and the Fredon as well with the bad impact.
Definitely, and this is where the Sicilian is, of course, where he shines the most. And as the game progresses even more, the Sicilian will be able to have a little bit more coverage, but at the same time they are really targeting him heavily. And that's the main keymaker here. Let's just see how it works out so far. They've been doing a really good job, though, in Heaven. Despite losing that a little bit of a grasp of the game, they immediately, of course, like the Sanguine Claws that they have, they snatched it back. It's looking good for them, but next round is going to be coming up in 20 seconds, and it's where we will get the decision maker.
And, talking about Zohan here, Zohan, they really need to stick together, because if not, then it is going to be really hard, to dish out damage without the Farsa, without the Granger, because them frontline alone can't do much. And oh my god, just look at the Badang, with the fist break going in for the first win, just stacking those turnaback stacks as much as possible. And with that, we see the Lord is already up. And are we going to see a contest? I'm pretty sure not as of now, since the teams are not ready yet. Even the, Hayabusa, GRG is not making his way to the Lord just yet. He's just waiting out and waiting for information. He's waiting out for the positioning of the enemies.
Absolutely right ones. And the Lord engages already there. Carry is melting the Lord, and right under the noses of Zohan, they get the They get the Lord. GRG secures it right now, and so much damage being dished out. But there comes the Faden with the feather airstrike. The bombing is there, but it's going to be enough or not. Nino Kumar is trying to buy out as much time as possible, but it's not going to be enough. So they have to get back. Both of them, okay, they only lose Frost. On the other hand, they lose to Zohan. Despite that bounce back, looks like they're pushed back into the back pedals again.
Whoa. That was one heck of a trade there. They got the Lord, but they lost 2 members. And Zohan, on the other hand, they just lost 1 member, which is Win, a roamer. So one of a roamer to say, because he's a Hylos, right? So yeah, not a better trade for the side of In Heaven. But now they have the Lord, so they can look for a possible push on the mid lane. They can take down the inhibitor with that passive that the Lord has. He can just use that push. But then again, Ray, look at that.
The Lord's gonna be walking in. Okay, Prime does get the Wind of Nature, so that means it's not gonna get called out by the Hayabusa in any chances. But at the same time, the Lord is looking still handy. But there's 50% HP gone. A lot of damage being dished out. There's Faden with the Feather Strike as well. A lot of damage being dished out. Is it gonna be enough or not? Let's just see the base. The inhibitor is down, but there's the Badang with the fist crack as well. But the damage is there. The carry has to retreat back. Does take down Win in the path, but will be taken down by Prime. And he's looking for a little bit more. Goes in with the flicker and double kill. Hayabusa
my lord.
and the Barang are the only ones stand lefting, but at the same time, they have to retaliate back to what's going to be their option. Hayabusa needs to clear the lanes out.
He definitely needs to clear the lanes out, but then again, even Zohan, they have to clear the lanes because just look at the bot lane. The minions are just marching. Oh my lord, the amount of damage Prime is doing, man, it's absolutely insane.
Definitely, and Hayabusa almost got caught there, but right now the score is 17-16. And looking at the pace of the game, it could be honestly anyone's. The Hayabusa are really doing a great job, but at the same time, their main threat has been Prime, and he is obviously into their Prime game. Let's just see how it works out so far, though. Looking at the 16-minute mark, 16 kills on the hands of Zohan, 17 on the other hand of In Heaven. Both sides taking trades, both sides getting the turret, and obviously there's also the inhibitors falling into the hands of Zohan. In Heaven also losing out, and look at the itemization.
Yeah, look at the items, man. Hayabusa on a complete build as well as a carry. And yeah, even, Prime on the Granger, he has a complete build, even has the Wind of Nature against the Hayabusa. And to top it off, Angela, with the Oracle and the Fleeting Time as well as the Flask of Oasis will be providing a lot of heal and shield with that build as well. And here comes the Lord of the game again. Here he spawns right up, and it seems like Zohan will be the one who will contest it first.
Yep, but they have to make sure it doesn't get caught out again. But look who's getting caught. It's Finn who's getting finished by the hands of Zohan right now, and they're caught in a dicey position. What is In Heaven responding with? They do have Hayabusa, they do have Speed, but oh, look at Hilda. Oh, some attention getting taken down here, but let's see, the Sicilian dishing out a lot of damage. Hylos is being forced out, but at the same time, Dusty Mizo better watch out the retribution. Hayabusa is looking for the Dusty Mizo. You're a little bit distracted. That was not the play to make. But at the same time, is the Lord gonna be enough? They are losing out members left and right, but okay, 3 members down, 1 gonna be back. I feel like that was bad. Dusty Mizo, you got distracted.
Yeah, he should have, committed to the kill instead of just like turning away from there. Oh my god. Even, the minions are just way too strong now. They have taken down the inhibitor from the side of Zohan, so now the super minions and the Lord will be marching their way down. But then again, the members are not up yet, so it's gonna be a easy defense for Zohan as well. They're just gonna melt the Lord away. And oh my god, Faden just uses the Fed airstrike on the Lord. Does not even care whatsoever.
Of course, need to make sure it doesn't reach the base, and need to make sure they do not lose any more of their inhibitors, because that's where the main goal is. Their base, once it's gone, they lose game number 1, and because of it, they're really playing with the defensive way, and I really love it. I really love it. But let's see how this game really progresses towards, because it's 18 minutes in, 18 kills, 1 kill per minute from both hands. But yeah, 90 minute. But yeah, what was I about to mention is that Sicilian has the stacks, Granger has the stacks. Both of them have late game capacity to dish out the damage. There's Carry also, who's melting as fast as possible, but the Angela is the main obstacle. The Hayabusa is also the main factor in taking down the backline, and he is the last hope for the hands of Team In Heaven to do anything about it. But let's see how it works out, because so far, though, the game is very 50-50, I would say. It can't go into the hands of anyone, especially I feel like Dusty Mizo. He needs to lock in on that retribution.
Yeah, he definitely needs to lock in the retribution, because there's like a lot of rhetoric being missed from his side early on from the game itself. He really needs to time the appraiser rat and the retribution together to secure the objective. He is a tanky front line. He has the HP, he has the skills to taunt the enemies, to soak a lot of damage, because he is the punching bag, and on top of that there's an angel as well. So he should not be afraid to go in the front, to be out there and to guard his team, because if not, then it is going to be really tough for Prime to move around and do what he needs to do as a marksman, to dish out the damage, as well as the Farsa from the back, to use a Fed airstrike and to provide that zoning as well as burst.
Exactly, you mentioned it out perfectly, and that's the main key factor here. Prime needs to dish out the damage, and Dusty Mizo needs to lock in. He needs to not get distracted by what's happening and focus on the objectives, and also focusing on providing that vision, that information, that front lining that the team desperately needs. But Nino Kumar, he did have some plans, but Nino Kumar is going to be stuck in the midst of 5 people. Everyone is chasing, and the one who's going to be taking him down is going to be Fade. And looking at it, the kills, 20 minutes, 20 kills. Zohan scores 1 kill each minute. But yep, there we go. Lord is up, and they're going to be progressing towards it.
Yeah, I mean, with Nino, taken down, it's gonna be a little easy for Zohan to get the Lord, because it's gonna be basically a 4v5 as of now. So, having that roamer taken down is quite good. But then again, it is a Fredrin that we are talking about, and he's a tank. So if he stays too long in front of the Lord, he's gonna get melted away, because the HP based damage from the Lord is just way too much.
Yes, absolutely. That's the whole reason tanks aren't meta anymore. But there's the Angela coming in for that saving. Is it going to be enough though? Hayabusa goes in with the Oogie Shadow Kill. This is auto damage. There's the Fist Crack as well. Pushes it bad, but Hylock able to survive at 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Prime doesn't have the bazookas anymore. He needs to regenerate his energy. But of course, he's not fighting any targets to do so. But look at this damage as Sicilia. Dusty Mizo, that HP bar is just spicy. But let's see, the Lord Dance is still not stopping yet. Reset after reset. Is it going to be enough? Dusty Mizo takes a lot of hits into his face. But oh, Faden also uses up the feathered airstrike. The bombs are there. But let's see what's going to happen. Few recalls being forced out here and back, but Win is going to be back. No casualties on both ends. That is a surprising factor. Both of them are alive, and they are ready to go brawl. They're ready to go in for it. But let's see what's going to happen. Let's see.
Oh,
Okay.
man. I really love the fact that they gave Frost the purple buff, Now he can just constantly spam the bat impact without any worries. He can just chunk down those HPs. As much as Angela is healing, he can just as much as spam that bat impact. And what's really funny to me is that Dusty Mizo, he cannot commit to the Lord at all. Like, he is trying his hardest, his best to try to get the Lord, but the damage from the Lord, it is just way too much. It is just melting him away.
Absolutely, and that's the whole reason tank jungles are just not meta anymore. It's the whole fact that you take so much damage to your face that you can't really be, like, it is anti, but oh, look at that. Dusty Mizo taking so much damage, but the appraisal threat comes in, but the damage from Carry and Sicilian might be a little bit too much for these two frontliners to be taking anymore. And look at that, they're putting in pressure. Zohan, what is going to be a response? 23 minutes in. Oh my god, the damage is there, but there comes the feathered airstrike. Nino Kumar being forced to go back. The Padang looking for an angle as well, but oh, 502 damage. There's the Appraiser's Wrath again with the fist crack. Dusty Mizo will be falling, but so will Prime dishing out the damage as well. GRG gets second down. 3 people down for the hands of Team in Heaven. Double kill secured with only 2 members left. Frost and Carry, they are the only ones standing. Can they defend this? They do have the wave clear. They do have the damage, but they don't have any frontliner to take any hits to the face. Is it going to be enough though? It's not going to be enough. It gets taken down. Fade, and with the accurate feathered airstrike.
I
The
feel like
bombing
this could
just
be
was
the
not
end.
enough. Oh, okay. Sicilian doing his absolute best. One guy against the world. Trying to dish out, but it's not going to be enough. Immortality being popped in. And Prime takes the kill. For 24 minutes in, Zohan finally secures the game. Damn, it was a long one.
Man, it was a long first game, and this is like a best of 3, and we got such a spicy, such a thrilling game as a first game from both teams. It was definitely a game of disciplines, and we did see these teams pull up that disciplines, but then again, in the late phase of the game, it was, just way too overwhelming to deal with so much front lines. They had the Hylas, they had the Fredrin, top it off, and Angela. And boy, Prime with his stacks, he had like 1k stacks on the Grandeur, man. Absolutely insane. And yeah, that's just like way too much, overwhelming, too much damage for In Heaven to soak up, because they do not have that healer, to provide that constant heal so they can absorb damage.
And this game was definitely a ride. You think this would be a game number 3, but damn, it's not. It's game number 1, and we still have 2 games left, basically, if it forces to game number 3, and it's only begun. We have to wait out we have to see what actions that Team Zohan versus In Heaven has. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot take any team like, oh, who is this team? No, they are
Mhm.
deserving. They gave a challenge to Zohan so badly that Zohan was only able to get victory in 24 minutes. Even if you think that, oh, Zohan won it anyways, 24 minutes holding off, that was
Man.
insane. GRG, definitely he was the main key maker, but on the other hand, it was Prime.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like we should, give credit to In Heaven as well. They lasted like what, 24 minutes against the top dogs, Zohan. They are the top dogs as well, but they're not well known. But then again, they showed why they are the top dogs. They hold off against Zohan for 24 minutes, and oh boy, did they completely, they gave Zohan an absolute challenge to win the game as well, because boy, both were like on par. But then again, it all came down to the stacks of that grandeur, which was way too overwhelming in the late game. And to soak up that Dead Sonata, that Rhapsody, to top it off, that heal from Angela, it's just like, nah, it's just too much. And boy, Faden, man, with the feather airstrike, he took down the carry, especially in that last scene that we saw. He like chasing him down with the birdie, and then just goes in, boom, 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 nukes him down, and like totally gone.
Definitely. The Faden play also, I mean, the whole of Zohan played a major key maker here. The early game, though, it was definitely completely lost. They were not able to recuperate anything. But once the clock hit 10 minutes, and that's where team, obviously, Zohan started to force back. And of course, there was some taunting from Faden as well. That was insane. Like trying to solo Hayabusa
So
from
yeah,
the minute one. Faden is just built different. But yeah, definitely this game really showed the powers that Team in Heaven had, and Zohan needs to take them seriously. If not, the game number 2, it's going to be lost because In Heaven, I mean, it's going to be forced into game number 3 if Zohan is not careful. In Heaven is not here to just challenge, they are here to stay, and they made a statement with the first game. They are looking strong.
yeah, they are definitely looking strong, and I really love the fact that they were like holding off for 24 minutes. They were just insane. It's like game number 1, man. Like, calm down. But no, they're like totally focused. They want to win no matter what, and they're like, we're gonna do our best no matter how long it takes, and we're just like gonna give all that we have. And in the like what the final fight that they had, like, I feel like the Angela was the main factor, the most the biggest obstacle that they had to face, because that shield, man, and that heal, because like you're dealing damage, okay, to them. Like, Prime is low. Angela with one first skill combined with the favor, his HP is back to almost full HP. On top of that, the ultimate, the shield, is just like extra 5 to 7,000 worth of health and shield.
Absolutely. Angela definitely. I mean, of course, it's the whole reason I absolutely hate playing against Angela. Once you get into later stages, her ultimate cooldown is just so low. She can spam it from one to another, and the shield value is just something that you cannot really overcome it. It's like an Argus ultimate. Like, the only
Mhm.
thing you can do is just avoid it as much as possible, or maybe overwhelm him, and that's what they were trying to do so. But
Yeah.
of course, Win was able to survive a lot of times. They finally utilized the ultimate only on Win, and it really worked out good for the hands of Team Zohan. And right
Mm.
now, also Prime stacking up, and the really amazing, absolutely amazing Zona that was coming in from Faden, and the burst was of course the major key factor here, but
Yeah.
Team in Heaven is aware of it, and we are going to be seeing something else.
I feel like they can cut off hero pools of Dusty, if like they want Zohan to kind of face trouble, because if we talk about all the teams, all the members from Zohan, I feel like the least flexible player has to be Dusty, because like if you deny him of a Fredrin, of an Alpha, or like a Lucas, he's gonna have a hard time playing with different heroes. So if you like pressure his hero pool, the jungle will be little tilted, and it will create that early game imbalance among Zohan. So that's when in Heaven they can step in and take advantage of.
Absolutely. And okay, we're going to be seeing the draft. played out. And of course, both of them, Team Zohan going in for making sure that they don't get the utilities, making sure that In Heaven doesn't get a chance to do anything, of course. But let's just see how this draft really plays out, because I feel like it's gonna be more crucial. But yeah, but yeah, I feel like the first pick is obviously important, but Zohan, what are they going to commit with? Are they going to go in with the Prime, picking up the Granger again? But In Heaven is aware of it. Maybe they're going to be banning it out. If that happens, what is going to be their choice? Because of course, just like you mentioned, Dusty Mizo is not that flexible. Maybe pick up the hero for Dusty Mizo.
Yeah, and looking at In Heaven, they're not, prioritizing Dusty's hero pool here. They're like more focused on the meta heroes. They're like focusing on Harren because obviously the Phoveus has been picked out. There is a very high chance that the Harren will be picked. So they're like, we do not want to risk it. We do not want to play here, and we're just gonna ban away the Harren, as well as the Zhuzhen, because the Zhuzhen is an annoying mage, and like as you see behind Ray, he's like always sticking with Zhuzhen. So yeah, even players, they really like to stick with a Zhuzhen as well. So they're just like deny Zohan of that Zhuzhen as well. And on the other hand, Zohan, they're banning a lot of utility heroes. They're banning away Phoveus, Clea, on top of that even a Matilda. So the bans are looking pretty solid, pretty reasonable, and yeah. Talking about In Heaven, yeah, what do you think their final ban will be, Ray?
I feel like it's definitely should be the Granger, honestly, because of course Prime previous game, it was a little bit too headache. Yep, Prime can pick up something like a Moskov, maybe like a Bruno, but do you want to take the risk of giving the Granger again, the stack ability? It was just a little bit too much for them to be facing off. They went in for the utility, I understand, but I feel like the Granger ban is going to be the most sensible one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. You do not want to give Prime his Granger once again. So it's just like, play it safe and ban it away. And oh boy, they are just not even gonna ban away the Granger. They're like, they're prioritizing win over Prime. They're like, we're banning away wins here. We're banning high loss.
Zohan also responding not with the Granger. It's interesting. Are they baiting out the Granger? Like, is Prime feeling like, hey, I want to play the Earthal, so you know what? In Heaven, pick up the Granger, because we're going to be picking up the Barang for ourselves. I feel like that's the plan here. And if In Heaven, are you biting into the bait? We will find out soon, because if their Earthal is immediately locked in right now in this phase, it just means that Zohan wanted In Heaven to pick up the Granger so they can counter it out. It's like basically letting them to pick the fire, so they're just going to come with the water.
Yeah, they're like putting, an extinguisher on that fire. So yeah, they're like picking away the Badang here. And boy, look at In Heaven. They have secured the Granger. They have picked the Gator as well. But here comes Zohan with the response. They're like, you're taking one stacking hero. We're just gonna take the other one. We have Sicilian still on the line, so we're gonna take him on our side. And as Ray has already mentioned, like if Prime is not gonna look for a Granger, he's probably gonna opt for Irithel and a Moskov, and that's what we see, a Moskov pick.
Yeah, of course, the global presence is much more important for. And also, I know Granger late game is really strong. Okay, In Heaven does get the GRG is gonna get his hands into the Suyo, of course, but it's gonna be interesting. They have the Sicilian this time around. Sicilian tonight, Sicilian has been like a very weird place. Sometimes he's winning, sometimes he's losing. But yeah, we will get the statistics later on into the playoff stages. But for now, at least, the Moskov and the Sicilian, of course, having that late game power is already showing. But In Heaven is trying to get the early snowball. Let's go.
Looking at the draft of In Heaven so far, I feel like Zohan might as well go ahead and get the CC on their side, because if they secure her, she can be a little bit of a trouble for the Gator as well as the Suyo with the Curtain Coil as well as the Yo-Yo Blitz. So having the CC secured on your side would be really good. But then again, here we have In Heaven still deciding with their ban, so they're like still gonna be banning away, and they're like taking their sweet time to analyze the draft, analyze the picks, and to see what to ban out and what to pick here, because it has to synergize with their composition as well.
definitely. And they went out the Lucas, so they were taking the chance of, perhaps the Shimizu might go in for the Lucas jungle. So it is understandable. But at the same time, let's just see. I mean, it is a little bit unpredictable because I feel like Zohan and In Heaven both are playing mind games, trying to be unpredictable as much as possible. And it's working. Okay, it's working. But at the same time, though, of course, the Farsa I know is going to come. Zohan is not going to be like, okay, our Farsa worked so well. Go ahead, pick up the Farsa as well. Granger is counterable, but of course, this Farsa is one massive headache to be dealt with. Yes, you can deal with her, but do you want to? Most of the time, the answer is no.
It's not even gonna be. It's not even gonna be. The Fed air strike. And they're like, we want diversion. We want the ultimate that can make one heck of a play, and it is gonna be a diversion. A Lu Yi. I feel like Lu Yi against the draft that they have, against Zohan, it might work because the duality combined, with her, light and dark form can deal out a decent amount of damage against the Badang as well. He might come in, with a fist break, surprisingly, but then again, if they can maintain that positioning, that that safe positioning that they need to maintain as a mage and marksman, they can kind of overwhelm the Badang as well, because the amount of bursts that the Lu Yi can deal is no joke. Her combos is just too good.
Absolutely. Diversion. And Fredrin, they pick up again, but this time around, of course, they get their hands under the floor, and just like I mentioned, but this Lu Yi is going to be perhaps the death sentence for the hands of Zohan and force game number 3. We'll figure out soon, but of course, a lot of global presence on both hands. They have the Moscow, so even if there's a 5-man engage coming in, Moscow would be able to reach there. But what are they going to be committing with? They commit with the chip. Sorry, not chip, CC. For a second I thought it was going to be chip, because double teleportation could have been spicy, but no, they go in with the CC, knowing well that she has the HP potential to dish out the damage and make sure that Fredrin doesn't get a chance to do so.
Yeah, I was looking at the second phase of the draft, on the side of Zohan. I was like, they can pick a CC on their side, throw the Badang on the roaming, but no, they're like gonna synergize the Florin and the Fredrin, and this is like what we've seen even in the previous game, right? When it came to Team Moxed, the Baxia and the Florin synergized really well, providing a lot of heal and sustain in the late phases of the game. So, having a healer with a tanky front line like a Fredrin can be really good as well. On top of that, they have a Badang as well, so the set potential is also there.
Absolutely, and we're gonna be diving straight into the game. The lineup is there, the draft is there. Both of the hands have good engages, global presence, damage, win conditions. Everything is done really well. It's really impressive how both of the sides. I mean, of course, Zohan, already well-known team, but oh my god, does the team In Heaven just match a good fair play? But yep, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving straight into the game. It is Zohan versus In Heaven. It's going to be the best of 3 series second game, and Zohan has a chance to make it a clean sweep, but let's see if it's going to happen or not.
Yeah, and as of now, both teams are just going to be farming, and oh my god, it is going to be prime on that gold crab to steal it away from the hands of that Grandeur. Spit will be spitting a lot of Rhapsody on that Moscow for stealing away that gold crab. And yeah,
I feel like we're not going to be seeing any engages until they become to level 4, because it's like, look at Lu Yi. I know she's strong at even level 2 because that's where she unlocks main damage skills, but level 4 is where she obviously literally becomes a different hero. There's also the CC, there's also the Badang, there's also Fredrin, there's also Gatot. They all need the level 4, so until we see the level 4 power spike, we're not going to see anything.
Oh,
close. Warning shots.
and yeah, talking about the game so far, not much going on. Both of the teams are playing really patiently, and just look at that. The turtle is spawning in about 1 second, and it seems like Team In Heaven are already making their formation on the turtle here. And just look at the, the thought, just providing that vision for the team, providing an inclination. But here comes Zohan as well.
Here comes Zohan. Here comes the fist crack. Is it gonna be enough? Dusty Miso secures a kill onto Finn. But of course, the turtle gonna be secured into the hands of Suyo. Yes, of course. But oh, there comes the curtain call as well. Connecting, but really close. Win barely survives it, scrapes it off and goes back. But oh, diversion play. Dusty Miso, are you not aware? It looks like he's not. He's gonna get taken down. And right now, Thaden is just trying to pick up any scrapes. Is it gonna be enough though? Because the blue buff. Oh, he doesn't get it. Suyo gets it with the Queller. But yeah, Dusty Miso, you need to be aware.
I mean, man, the diversion can come anywhere around the map. And, not having a proper, vision from your roamer will be really troublesome when it comes against the Luo Yi. So the roamer needs to be aware of those bushes, needs to constantly check through and fro. And that's what, they lack here, because they have a Florin, and a Florin cannot do that. And if Dusty Miso does that alone, he can possibly get bursted down as well, because the amount of damage that they have from the Luo Yi, from Suyo, the CC as well, is just too much.
Definitely. And right now, the score is 1-1, but not much early lead lost on either of their hands. The turtle does go into the hands of In Heaven, giving them a slight edge. But we'll have to wait out and see. But oh, there's the damage coming in. Is it going to be enough though? Oh, GRG better watch out. But at the same time, the SOD misses out. A lot of damage, but there's the AOG. Dusty Miso doesn't get caught, but does ultimately get taken down. 2 kills for the hands of In Heaven, and CC is looking for a spicy target as well. Faden uses the flicker, but CC wants to go in, pops up the vengeance, and takes the kill. Nino Kumar was hungry, and he got the meal that he wanted. But at the same time, into the bottom lane, Prime stuck in a little bit of an iffy here, and he's not gonna be able to survive, or is it? He survives the flicker play.
Wow, he just pops the flicker for the safe play here, and he just managed to survive that. But then again, talking about the goal lane, there is a lot of pressure on the goal lane, and Prime, he's just having a hard time against Pit, because Pit is spitting out a lot of Rhapsodies and the Death Sonata. And here comes another engage on the goal lane.
Into the gold lane we go. The prime target this time around. And oh my god, this time In Heaven is just looking for blood. And they're getting it. But at the same time, we know that Zohan really shines it. Oh my god, Aiden will not be able to survive. Pit takes the kill. So far, the Granger is working out really heavenly. Perhaps picking up the Irrital was the better option or not, we will find out soon, because it's still early game. It is a deja vu of the previous game after all.
Yeah, it is definitely a deja vu, because that's what we saw in the last game as well. It was In Heaven that came up with the early lead, and yeah, it was Zohan who turned the tables of the tide, just managed to clap back at. Oh, look at the mid side though. Both of the teams are so ready in those bushes to look for any lost lambs, and they're just a diversion.
There's a diversion, but Frost is the only one who followed with it, so nothing much.
Yeah, as of now, though we have a 1-6 of a score. Zohan are falling off in the early phase, and they have they're 4k goal behind against In Heaven, and In Heaven they're maintaining their composure. They are maintaining their dominance, and they are even looking for invasions as much as possible. And here they are looking for another gang on the top lane. 4 people there, but then again on the bot side as well.
Bot lane, there's the GRG getting stuck. Looks like that hunger is not going to be paying off, because he went in a little bit too greedy. I feel like that was a little bit unnecessary. He just saw Prime alone. He was like, oh, I can take him down, but you were a little bit wrong, and he got taken down. And right now, mid lane, we can clearly see In Heaven trying to gain some map control. They don't have their jungler, so they're buying out some time. Dusty Miso is well aware of it though.
Yeah, Dusty is well aware, and he's totally on the front.
Look at the damage.
AOG.
Look at this crack. The AOG comes in as well, but it's not going to be enough because the turtle goes into the hands of Dusty Mizo. There's another wall coming in. Granger just trying to scrape off as much as possible. Finn buying out some time, but yep, he goes back. No casualties on either, but a lot of resources wasted. They do have the spells though for the hands of Zohan, but look at that. All spells being wasted out into that team fight for the hands in heaven.
Oh, that was a lot of resource, you know, from the side of In Heaven being spent. Their spells are like all spent, and another diversion is just gonna be Frost going all alone to teleport into that bush for that fast rotation, and it's just gonna be, you know, fading on that Sicilian slowly and gradually just stacking those stacks, getting that damage, and we'll be leaning towards the mid phase of the game here as we're hitting the 8-minute mark where the Lord will be up against.
Lord, the Lord's the main key maker here, but let's just see how it works out. And so far, you know, Lord's gonna be coming in a few seconds, but I just love the discipline that both of these teams have, because look at that, 8 minutes in, there's just what total of 8 kills into the board, and it's 2 for hands of Zohan and 6 for In Heaven. None of them are going for too aggressive, but they still have the farm. In Heaven with 2k goal lead, and on the other hand, a lot of damage being dished out, but GRG really wants to go in. He's really hungry, but he's not able to find the targets this time around because of course the Suyo is being played very differently than the Hayabusa. You can't take a solo kill. You need to find the angle to do so.
Yeah, he definitely needs a proper angle, but then again, look at that, Ray. Another diversion. They're like all the way there on the top side of the bush on that second tier, looking for a lost member. But then again, look at Win. He's just like, oh, they recall off to the base. They're like not gonna commit to that, and that was a really good decision because Win on that, but he's constantly checking bushes, even Faden with a sanguine claw. So if they had, you know, committed to that, it would have been a really bad decision.
Absolutely. And you know, the game is a little bit stale right now because of course they're really looking for like positions to get into. I do understand that they're really precautious because of the simple fact, oh, but there's a diversion play. When is he aware? Oh, GRG he came out of the bush. Not detected. The diversion failed, and right now Win is trying to go in forward and engage right now. The Sicilian Sangin Claws do not connect, but Nino Kumar dishing out damage. A lot of resources being baited out, but look at the bottom lane. And Prime with the obviously split foot. Nino, could they have to retreat back? There's the SOD connecting into the mid lane as well. Does he want to come in? Oh, yep, he comes in immediately when he sees the CC. But at the same time, they can go in for the Lord. Prime is here, and they can force back GRG to not come in for the Lord at all.
Yeah, they're like totally forcing him out not to go for the Lord. And look at Zohan constantly, you know, maintaining. Oh my god, a diversion.
A diversion play coming in, and is it gonna be enough? Frost might be the first victim here because I feel like he just got left behind. There's the bonk coming in from Fredrin, 2.3k damage, and right now they're gonna be able to get the Lord. They're still going in though. Ooh, Faden really going aggressive.
Yeah, Faden on the Sicilian, man, he's just way too aggressive. He's like, you know, constantly dishing out damage to any members of In Heaven that he finds. He's like constantly attacking with his bad impact, attacking those tags. And oh my god, look at that. Oh, the SOD. Oh my god, wait, what was that?
SOD, that kill. Nino Kumar getting taken down. We gotta clip that, right? But yep. There, there comes the engage from the hands of Zohan. They really want to go in. There is the fist back on the 3 people. 2 people already down. The only one surviving is the dash out GRG. And there we go. 8-6 score. Zohan is able to maintain their pace into the game.
Man, you know, Ray, what's going on?
Tell me.
This is like, what, deja vu? What is going on? It was cool.
Oh, Nino Kumar will not survive. Mizo-san takes the kill. It's San, right? Mizo-san, like the Japanese one. Oh, that nice immunity. But is it going to be paying off? Oh, there's a concealed play. Is it going to be enough or not? Nope, it's not going to be enough. Top inhibitor getting taken down. Bot already in jeopardy. Mid is getting targeted. Team in heaven this time around. not able to respond back. Bit, what can he do? He needs to pull up the prime gameplay, but can he do? Not enough mana for Faden though. There is the AOG coming in, divergent play as well. Okay, that was just for distraction, but yep, so much damage being dished out. Dusty Mizo is inside the turrets. He just does not care, and that not caring is gonna get him shutted down.
Whoa, Dusty Mizo kinda overextended there, and he paid the price for that. And oh boy, we are already in the late phase of the game, and if you take a look at the items, especially on Prime, on that Moskov, he has almost a full build, has the complete set of the Trinity combined with the Malefic gun, and my god, he is going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Even the Sicilian has completed the winter winter, the glowing wand combined with the wishing lantern and the lighting truncheon, so he will be dishing out a lot of damage. And oh my god, we need to take a look at the stacks of Sicilian and Granger, because at this point around, these are the main heroes that will be dishing the most amount of damage. And just take a look at Spit, because Spit here has around 510 stacks on the Granger. A little underwhelming considering it's like a 30-minute mark with that much amount of stacks. And on the other hand, we have Faden, 234 stacks. Pretty decent for a Sicilian. And yeah, that's pretty much it for now. And yeah, with that we see the third Lord of the game is already up, and we see another diversion coming up. Oh my god!
Oh my god, did they send Nino Kumar to his death? He just came into the bush and he was immediately sanguine clawed and a full bonk into his face. Oh man, Nino Kumar. They just sent you to your death.
What was that? That was a complete betrayal. Oh my gosh, they need to clip that. Top 10 betrayals of WarDrum, man. It should be clipped in that kind of a manner or something. Because, oh my god, I feel bad for him. He was sent all alone towards his own demise.
I feel so bad, but yeah, someone clipped that with some sad music or something, because that was so bad. It was 13 minutes, right? Yeah, 13 minutes. Oh my god, that just feels bad. Oh my god, Nino, I feel so bad for you, but okay, he's back. Look at him, he's traumatized. He's like, what just happened with me?
Yeah, so with that we see the Lord is already marching his way onto the top side of and all the lanes are looking like they are in sync. Dusty are already on the front. They're trying to provide some kind of a zoning for his team here. Ray, what is going on?
Oh, there's a lot coming in. Oh my god, Nino Kumar is just not able to survive at all. But there's the UG using up aggressively, but is it gonna pay off or not? There is the Badang coming in as well. Prime takes a kill. Spade also gets taken down. GRG, Frost, everybody falls left and right. Full wipeout as Zohan is able to make a clean sweep against In Heaven into this best of 3 series of the Switch stages, ladies and gentlemen. And gotta give it to In Heaven. They were really persistent into the game number 1, but yeah, the game number 2, they came in a little bit short. There were a few misjudgments, there were a few miscommunications, but still, In Heaven, we hope to see you, of course, in more games. But yep, Zohan still having that experience, despite that limited lineup, limited hero pool for Dusty Mizo. They made it work, and of course, Mizo-san was definitely a welcome addition to the hands of Zohan.
Man, I just, want to point out the beautiful MVP that Prime has, man. He has like what, 77% push on that Moskov, which is just absolutely insane, despite, them constantly losing in the early and mid phases of the game. Prime was fixated on those objectives. He was constantly pushing as much as possible with his spear, was pushing all the way from the top lane, from the bot lane, and just like teleporting with his SOD towards safety, towards his teammate once it connected on the right time. And yeah, to top it off, they had even, Faden on the Sicilian. He did, astonishingly great with that Sicilian. He was just dishing a lot of damage, and oh my god, just take a look at his build. He has the Lighting Truncheon, Glowing Wand, Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive, enough, to melt any tanky heroes, and boy, did he melt even the Gathot, giving him a chocolate as a, as a reward.
But yeah, a consolidating chocolate. But yeah, that was definitely an exciting match and an exciting series. Zohan is able to clean sweep. I almost thought it was going to go into game number 3 because In
Yeah.
Heaven was definitely looking extremely strong into the game number 1. But still Zohan was able to show their prowess with their limited, despite many people saying they have a limited lineup.
Hmm.
They made it work. Dusty Mizo is still in
Yeah.
prime. Prime is still in prime, and we're looking for a lot more from their hands. But yeah, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the second match of the evening. That is between Zohan and In Heaven, and Zohan will be proceeding forward. And the next, there's still 3 more matches because our schedules are stacked. So if you have some late night plans, of course, you can include WarDrum in it because this is the Northeast Underdog Tournament 2.0. Yep, this is the second season, and you are tuned in. And we're going to be coming back with the next match, which is between Experimental 5 versus Peak to Plummet. It is also a best of 3 series. So if you're a fan of it, if you're a fan of Peak to Plummet, or if you're friends with Experimental 5, of course, call up your friends so they can witness this match. But for now, me and Wans will be signing off. This was definitely a great series. The first match was exciting. It went into 3 games, and this was exciting as well. In Heaven showing a different kind of prowess. But of course, we have more in store. There's still 3 more best of 3 series left. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be back with those proceeding matches as well. So thank you for everybody who's tuned in. We appreciate you the most. The community is obviously made by the audience, the ones who witness us together. But of course, it's a great thank you for all, like, of course, the production and WarDrum Games, but of course, stay tuned for more matches. For now, me, Ray, and Wans will be signing off. Bye-bye.
Deadly form!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives, sharing one objective, Justice calls!
Deadly form!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives, sharing one objective. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice all together. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. Gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice all together. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. Gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. Gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, we'll take it on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. Gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on positions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, we'll take it on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. Gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. From different positions, we fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We'll take it all together. We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all once again to the Northeast Underdogs Tournament 2.0, brought to you by WarDrum Games. This is the third match of the night, and taking you through tonight's match will be your caster, Fredo, and alongside me will be Debbie.
Yep, it's going to be interesting, Fredo, because this is a do or die kind of situation for both of these teams, and yeah, it's going to be a very big, to say the least, and the seriousness that both these two teams will be providing is something we have to look forward to, and the dangerous stuff that they will be bringing into the table as well, because like I mentioned, it's a do or die. You either win or there's nothing else. Take it all, because you can't and you do not want to lose it all. So Experiment 5 and Pick to Plummet will be the teams that we are going to be having right now. So let's jump into the drafting phase into this best of 3 series.
Yep, straight away into the draft. Here we go. And of course, Experiment 5 going up against Pick to Plummet. Two of the, of course, Pick to Plummet, the previous season superstar, and right now Experiment 5, another rising star in this season so far. They have, given us some performances to talk about, but right now it's not just about the talk, it's about the walk right now. Let's see if they can walk the talk or not. Whereas we see right now that they have decided to go for the Kalia ban, of course, a really safe ban as per the current meta right now. But do you think there is a game plan that they can have in their mind, considering they do like to play around Sharin?
Yeah, Charin, I think Fredo, Charin, if he gets his comfort picks, they literally try to go play around him, and even if there are a change up to in the way they are playing their play style as well, they could try to make it work, because for Experiment 5, I think they are mostly highly dependent on what their jungle can do, no matter who's into the jungle. Maybe it's Charin, maybe it's a Muta, we'll never know, but most of the time it has to be Charin. So I think they just want him to have a better time. But Pick to Plummet, they do understand this situation as we do, because right now they have to take away the Suyo, but what's happened is that they still have the Fanny, both Yaifaba and Charin can pick it up. So it's gonna be a little bit interesting who they're gonna be trading out with, because right now the Phobias has to be taken away.
Yep, they will definitely take the Phobias away into the ban section. Right now, Experiment 5 will be denying that to Pick to Plummet. But of course, some lineup changes have occurred, and if nobody knows right now, Pick to Plummet, they do have a lot of connections which they are using right now. So they have 2 members from Evil on their side, of course ex-Evil players playing on their side, which is PYZ, and the other one is Blair the Dogman. Blair the Dogman is really famous for his Chow, and PYZ, of course, the mid laner that everyone used to talk about. But right now, coming into this match, Pick to Plummet, of course the players are old, the game is still fresh, the game is still new. Let's see if they still have what it takes to take down Experiment 5, because these guys on the other side of Experiment 5, they're really new, they're really energetic, and of course, they are more familiar with the game.
Yeah, that has to be it. And I think it's also going to be giving Experiment 5 a little bit of an advantage, but we cannot rule Pick to Plummet out again, because Experiment comes in handy when you go for those longer games than the early games. So definitely Pick to Plummet also have an edge. But right now the draft, the Fanny has to be taken away, so it's kind of a deny. But still, a very good choice of ban coming out from Pick to Plummet. So they do really want to shut down onto the jungles for the side of Experiment 5, and it's very understandable as well. But the Matilda being banned, so Experiment 5, they do not want the Matilda for themselves or even give it to Pick to Plummet either.
Yep, they do not want to pick it up, they do not want to give it away. And that is just how strong this pick can be. Matilda, of course, do not want to trade it, and not just the Matilda, Badang as well, right? These two picks in the roam, of course, very, very dangerous. But especially this Badang in the EXP lane, the potential it has to create those setup plays, really amazing. And not just that, it counters out a few heroes, particularly the Fanny. So yeah, they ban out both of these Pick to Plummet right now. On the red side, will be deciding to pick up two heroes up against the Zohan, which has been picked up already. So frontliners, not the best idea, but hero with dashes is the way to go.
Hero with dashes, and I have something in mind in particular. Maybe they can go for the Hayabusa, but still they want to prioritize onto the Lucas. Oh, the tanky. They still want to go for the Hylos when there is a Jason present. I think this is so ballsy of Pick to Plummet to go for this here instead of directly countering to it. I think they just want to showcase themselves onto the front line. And even if I think for the Jason, if he tried to go for this displacement, I think they want to have a turn around in those team fights. But still, it's kind of different to see the sustainers, the damage soakers, the sandbags literally being picked up when there's a Juicing available. So I think Pick to Plummet have something on to their option as well. But right now, Experiment 5, should they go for the Joy against a Lucas, or I don't know, Valentina into the XP? That has to be something great, but very highly unlikely, Fredo.
Oh, we could see the Valentina actually, because they do have a Hylos as well, but instead they'll like to go for the Moskov and Gatot here. Of course, these two picks are also really good, especially when you think about the Moskov, the macro potential that it has, because it always has that SOD available to teleport to the team fights. Coming in, like you mentioned, they might be picking up a Hayabusa, and there you go, you have it. You have it, Debbie. Your prediction was right. We are seeing Pick to Plummet pick up the Hayabusa.
And I think it's definitely also has to do with the comfort for Yaifaba here. He does love to go for those Desi heroes, and definitely Hayabusa is so good against a hero like that. Even the Moskov too, a hero like Moskov and even the Juicing. So the only frontliner available for Experiment 5 as of now has to be the Gatot Kacha, because Pick to Plummet, they have to take away the healer. They want their Hayabusa to farm up, have the early game for himself so as to dish out the required amount of damage and be their condition where they pick it out. They pick it out as well. So very understandable making it passing for their heroes, for their jungle as well. But then again, they have to ban out the CC, because I think they do want to the Lucas to have a greater time, but some teams also does this kind of thing where they completely let go of the CC and keep the Lucas into the XP too. But the rotation wise and team fight wise, the Lucas always comes out on top. But I think Pick to Plummet, they do not want to risk any kind of attack that's going to be coming out from CC here.
Yep, the CC is going to be really good in this. Of course, in the hands of Experiment 5, but Pick to Plummet are also very wise. They will deny the CC pick right now. Coming in as well will be the Harriet, because there are so many marksmen, but they do not cause any problems to Gatot Kacha.
Yeah.
But the only one that does is this Harriet, because this guy, he dishes out true damage. A lot of people think it's magic, but it's more of true damage, because he dishes out the passive and of the Starlium's Kite, and that is the reason why chrono dashes are so important. And Gatot Kacha, in the late game, he gets melted quite easily by the Harriet. Coming in from the side of Pick to Plummet is a hero that can kite very well while dancing away from the lantern flare of the Zohan, which will be the Irithel here. Very good pick coming in from Pick to Plummet, but I've not really seen Skyzen play the Irithel a lot. Do you think it will work tonight?
I think it can definitely work against the Moskov. Definitely because of the range that the Moskov does not really have, and Iritel can always move around with while hitting as well. So he does not need a lot of mechanics on top of that. Meanwhile, for the Moskov, he does need to have a very good positioning here. But look at that, 2 picks already up for the side of Experiment 5. They decide to go for the idiots and a comfort into the jungle. The Joy coming into play is still. Oh. I think I have mixed opinions on Joy, but will they make this work? Because they have a Lucas on the other side.
Definitely, it seems like it might be a bit of a risky pick. But of course, you have to take risk here because both these sides, they cannot afford losing. So might as well try everything that you can and everything that comes to your mind right now, instead of just throwing hands up right in the air. So yeah, let's see if they can make this work or not. But for now, the picks are looking great from both the sides. The only thing that is in my mind though is, I feel like this Joy, it does perform well, but against the Hayabusa, it does have that advantage.
I feel like Pick to Plummet can get the early game just because they have a Hayabusa and a Louis Hylas combination. It's a very underrated, but it's such a combination that's so good into the early part of this game, especially the damage coming through with the dualities. I think for Pick to Plummet, they have the early game get on for them, but then again, Experiment 5, they do have a Zushin, but the Zushin might not be that same old Zushin that we used to see, so they have to play a little bit safer into the early part of this game. But if we talk about the late game or the mid game, I think Experiment 5, they have it, because look at the kill pressure coming out for them. They have edits too, so XP is also going to be dealing a lot of damage on top of that.
Yeah, definitely. There is going to be a lot of damage coming in from the Zushin, but before we get to witness that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the third match of the day. Is between Experiment 5 and Peak to Plummet. Experiment 5 on the blue side and Peak to Plummet on the red side. Of course, it's your caster Fredo. Alongside me is Debbie, and we'll be taking you and sailing you through tonight's match into the goal lane. Look at that, Skyzen and Amocha already blowing trades. But who gets the better is, of course, going to be Skyzen, using that passive to get more damage.
Yeah, that was a perfect maneuverability that the Iritel is going to be having, especially against a hero with a very low range. So definitely Skyzen is going to be having a good time, and that just means that Pick to Plummet, they can try to focus onto the goal side and try to look for the kill pressure that Skyzen can provide to. But if they do want to go into a different path, I think they should just try to go and shut down onto the goal lane as early as possible. But under the early part, Flicker was baited out for the juice in here. Elfie does not have the Flicker just yet, so no aggression coming in from Experiment 5. But look at the bot side, there might be something.
Yeah, they did wanted to look something over the bottom side. Do not get it though. But if you see Peak to Plummet, they also understand, they get the information that there might be someone in that bush they want to go in for. The Edit, and Edit will be first blood. ML for you taken down here as Yaifaba gets that kill. And Peak to Plummet already onto the first neutral objective. Gatot Kacha scouts out the area, does provide the information, but what can they do as they do not have enough resources to take this fight?
Yep, early game rolling for Yaifaba here onto the Hayabusa, so he does get the turtle. That just means that he's gonna be having the farm that he required, especially on a hero like the Hayabusa here, but a lot of poking into the mid side, so definitely we're going to be seeing these kind of matchups when there's a Louis available, there's a Jusin available. So the only thing that's going to be mattering is if they won, what are the choices they are going to be going for, the macro decisions, whose lane they are going to be trying to target. And I feel like for Experiment 5, I think they can just completely left their Moskov alone to try to get all those goals onto this lane. So look at that.
Oh, they're going quite heavily into the mid lane area, still able to get away with the Zushin, able to manage escape somehow. But the Lucas does want to do some pokes before he gets away to his lane. But yeah, that was some good, good idea there coming in from Peak to Plummet, but the execution not the perfect one. Once again, ML for you might be in some trouble here. He was taken down already, might be taken down once again by Yaifaba. Gets the second one in his book. And with that, Peak to Plummet are 2-0 up.
Oh my goodness, this is not good for Experiment 5, and we were talking about the kill pressure into the early part of this game for Picture Plummet, and they are definitely playing around it because they do know that when they are staying together, when they do want to isolate onto the members of Experiment 5, whether it's a tank or not, they will be able to take it down, and 1 kill is already onto the hands of Yaifaba. Meanwhile, Terrin is still sitting in a 0 kill, so definitely if we talk about the pressure coming out from Yaipaba, it's gonna be a little bit more than Terrin's here onto that Joy. So even the mid control, look at that, it's actually not Elfie who's controlling the mid lane bushes, it's onto the hands of Picture Planet time and again, but maybe the bot side we might be seeing something again.
Yep, seems like something is brewing up once again. Sharding is still waiting for the perfect timing, and there it goes! Earth Shatter! Ooh, and with that, Blair the Dogman finally gets taken down. Diversion play coming in! Yin Yang reaction! AOG dropping in as well into the mid of all. And with that, 3 people in the middle of everything. ML4U will get taken down once again by Yaifaba. The Yin Yang reaction will get down super in, but the Crimson Beacon creating those stacks, pulling them up, throwing them down. Sharding weaving his way through. SOD comes in as well, but Sharding will be able to get that kill. Amocha takes down Min Zeiss, but is it enough as Yaifaba is still looking for the Zushin? Does not get enough. The stacks are still building up. Is it enough to throw him down? Does not throw it far enough for the Moskov to catch it, and Amocha will still try to get a push happen. Blair the Dogman waiting in the mid lane bush. Zushin completely unaware, might be getting taken down here, and here it goes. Blair the Dogman, the revenge elimination has been completed here.
Oh my goodness, that was an early fight and a long chaotic team fight on top of that, but still Picture Planet winning out onto this trade as well, because they did lose out on the Terran for the side of Experiment 5, and that just means that the Turtle will be onto the focus by the side of Picker. But look at that, Terran stole it away!
Damn, Sharin coming in heavy with those retribution, but ML4U as well taking a lot of damage. Still not enough to take him down though, as he's very tanky. But right now the game's momentum is definitely in the hands of Big to Plummet. But even the fact that even though they did get 6 kills in their hands, the goal difference is still not enough to, you know, say that it's a considerable lead.
Yeah, it's not really a lead, but it does mean something that Experiment 5 are also not, you know, not behind. They just want to go get a controller. They just want to compensate onto the losses that they have, and the Turtle Steel might eventually be the equalizer on top of that. So definitely something that we can count the goal lead. So yes, Experiment 5, I think they are free to take the, you know, the fight here.
Unbreakable, onward, Earth Shatter, everything being used here, and there it comes. AOG trying to land between 3 members, but it will be the Crimson Beacon holder getting taken down first. Yaifaba into the backline, also going for ML4U. Super Aim getting zoned out as well. Oh! The Kamehama does not get down Super Aim, but Sharin into the far lane trying to push down something, but oh my god, in the top lane, Moskov gets a solo kill onto the Hayabusa, and now Sharin is caught as well by 3 members of Peak to Plummet, and now it's not looking good.
It's not really, because it's a trade out actually, because jungle for jungle, I do not know who's going to be coming out on top, but if we focus on the goal, it's already equalized, but the turret will be taken down onto the bot side by Pick to Plummet, and already Yaifaba with 4 kills, he got the Sky Piercer, and you know, it's not every day they're going to be seeing a Hayabusa second build Sky Piercer, but this just means that Yaifaba is sitting in a position where he can try to go look for the kills, and he knows it well on top of that. So 4 kills means that he's going to be needing the Sky Piercer to have the kill pressure rolling on for him as well. But LB, he does also got the anti-heal. That means that the heal coming on from the side of team Picture Planet White might be a little bit lesser than it was before. But first build for Skyzen is actually the Hash Claws that will help him have the sustainability as well.
Yep, still zoning out though. Yaifaba gets the retribution right. SOD does not connect onto anyone, but the one who will get taken down first will be Super Aim. ML4U still getting chased down. Earth Shatter to try and knock up the Lucas, but the Lucas able to get away. Diversion play into the bottom side coming in from Peak to Plummet. The Moskov in the midst of it all might get taken down. Peak to Plummet with a clever diversion play, catching Amocha off guard and taking him down. And in the mid lane as well, Blair the Dogman able to, bait out 3 members all by himself and waste their time while the Moskov was left all alone.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Charin, taken down Yaifaba with the kill, so it's gonna be stacking up quite a lot. And I think into the previous fights that we are seeing Experiment 5, they were trying to take down the compensation onto Blair, the Dogman, but oh, look at that.
Crimson Beacon being used, try and force away everyone. Flicker being forced out as well, but none other than Yaifaba with that wee shadow kill will take down Elfie once again. And now, Pick to Plummet, they're looking for the push diversion play into another bush, which seems like Experiment 5 is aware of.
They are a little bit aware, but their map sense is kind of also there, because I think at this point with the divergence coming into play time and again, every boost just give you a little bit of fear where you do not even want to walk in or even try to go close to it. And this just means that Pick to Plummet, they have set their record straight. They have made Experiment 5 know that they have the macro conditions going on for them, and that's what divergence will be providing on top of that. And if we look at the position of Experiment 5, they are caught in a position where they are dived in, they are blocked into their own jungle. They cannot walk in, they cannot go outside, and the freeze. For Pick to Plummet, they already freeze out onto this lane, not letting any minions go near the side of Experiment 5, which means that their Moskov Amota will be farming up. So if they deny all this, no goal whatsoever for Experiment 5, and now the Lord is already up, and Pick to Plummet, they can freely take this as well.
Well, they definitely could try and take this easily, because right now the resources that are into the hands of Experiment 5, it's not really possible for them to contest this one. Sharin does pick up the Holy Crystal, but I believe picking up a Holy Crystal at 10 minutes means you have not been able to get the snowball that you want to look for as a Joy player. And coming in though, one good news for their side is they do see that Amocha has picked up the Trinity, but is it enough? Oh, 1v1 happening there. Amocha! Blair the Dogman outplays there, but he still gets taken down by Amocha. Minzais coming on top as well. Gets one there. Skyzen, Sharin gets taken down. The movement speed helping him to kite away. And with that, Yaifaba is looking for Elfie, but the Crimson Beacon comes in, picks up and throws him down. Yaifaba still trying to escape, using the shadows. Super Im gets taken down on the other hand by Skyzen. Now Elfie is still being chased down here, but he walks right up to Yaifaba for him to take it up as we speak. And now Experiment 5 are completely wiped out.
And the Lord is already here for the side of Pick to Plummet instead. And yes, this is gonna be a really good dive, because right now the inhibitors are all completely opened, and Pick to Plummet, oh look at that, that's the dive.
Oh, Yaifaba get taken down here. ML4U wants to go in for more. You got Mocha will get a shutdown as well, but the Lord still marking down that base, dealing a lot of damage, but somehow they still survive to see another day as we speak, because Pick to Plummet have not been able to take down the Nexus.
And the inhibitors only one taken down by Pick to Plummet, but it was a good kill coming on for Charin here, taking down Minzis on top of it all, and 3 already falling down. So that just means that they have a successful defense, and also Immorta will be having the space to farm a little bit more than he did before. So it's going to be a little bit dangerous for Pick to Plummet if they don't play it safe, even though they have the structures all into their hands, even the goal lead. But look at that. Oh, Blair. Okay,
Blair the Dogman.
He's the dog. He's just showing aggression, staying alone, and he just knows that they won't be able to take him down anymore. At least.
Yep, they do understand that they do not want to commit completely onto Blair, because he is he's also, it's his role to at least bait out the skills, and if he's able to do that, then it becomes really easy for the side of Pick to Plummet to go in, because they know that the skills are spent. So right now Experiment 5 as well, They know they have to weather the storm. They cannot, afford to make any mistakes at this point because, of course, a one-game advantage is also a huge one. But there it comes. AOG lands onto Yaifaba, does not cause any problems as he's able to get away. But the whole glorious pathway has been placed as well. Skyzen wants to go in. Yaifaba takes down one. Skyzen wants to go in, but not getting the space. Yaifaba gets two. Skyzen still trying to kite away. Not enough damage from him so far. But yeah, that was still enough. Oh, SOD been placed here by a Mocha. I don't really understand why though, because the mid lane is crashing in. They still have to deal with it. Will they be able to do that? And there it goes. There the Dogman trying to chase down and bring him out, and he does it right as everyone is taken down except Super Aim. But Super Aim cannot do enough to defend the base as Kaizen is marking down the Nexus, and Peak to Plummet take the first victory.
That was a cinematic to say the least, because I think Experiment 5, they had a little bit going on for them, but then Pick to Plummet shut them down instantly. Not many compensations made, not many cutbacks are done by the side of Experiment 5. Wherever they go, they were losing out onto their members, they are losing out on objective, and even if they were trying to farm up a mortar, right, he wasn't able to do so much because he does not have he does not have the spacing that is required. And even ML for you onto the edits, I do not think it's the best choice here because I think he does not have the damage required as well, and he's not the main setter. He's gotten melted very, very easily time and again. So there's no much Pick to Plummet can face because they are so squishy. Whenever they attacked the side of Experiment 5, whoever the member is, whether it's a tank or not, they were able to take him down time and again. Almost always, the gangs are always successful for the side of Pick to Plummet.
Yeah, Big Diplomat, complete domination in the first game, not giving any space here for Team Experiment 5 as they were choked from all sides and taking a sweet victory. The first one, of course, really important to set the tone. But talking about Skyzen, able to make that Irritel work, and of course, the Zohan actually is not able to, get those stacks on a moving Irritel, so it becomes hard for the Zohan to keep up with. And Skyzen definitely deserves a lot of praise, but who else deserves the praise right now is definitely Yaifaba. He did a very good job on this Hayabusa, marking the right targets with the shadows. Ugi Shadow Kill at the right time, picking up 2, 3 every time he could, and providing the assistance that his teammates need. And Min Zais as well. Very good diversions, catching a Mocha off guard as he was trying to push those lanes every single time. But yeah, of course, Moskov does being macro, but who else brings macro is definitely the Luo E, the god of macro. And of course, Luo E coming out on top in this match. Moving forward would be definitely, willing to see if Experiment 5 has potential to make the comeback, or will they be settling for a clean sweep from the side of Big Diplomat? Of course, they do not want it to happen, as we definitely are looking forward to having a more exciting match. But before we get to the second match, Debbie, what do you think should be the changes that right now Experiment 5 can do moving ahead?
I think the only problem that I see for the side of the draft coming out from Experiment 5 was that if they pick out the Juicin, right, they could have tried to make Juicin an opener, a mid lane controller, an enabler on top of that, but they weren't having that. They did not ban out the Hayabusa, and they did not take out any risk for her to be in a vulnerable spot. So Elfie, I do not blame the way he was playing. It was so much for him to handle because the pressure coming out from the Lui, from the Hylos, even especially Faba onto that Hayabusa, and to the later part of this game we can see it was also the Irritel. He could not do anything about it. So I feel like Experiment 5, they should try to regroup, right? To learn how to counter engage or counter pick their draft as well, so as to have a greater time in how they are playing their mid lane as well. Because I think most of the time, if your mid lane have a control, your jungle is going to be having a greater time.
Well, of course, you need a complete game control coming in, right? Of course, you need to have that draft covering all, phases of the game. You cannot be too early. You cannot be too late. Of course, you need to find that balance. And Experiment 5 coming into this draft will definitely be looking forward to do that. But right now, as we're seeing, the ban section, Hylos and Phobia is getting banned out. Two of the strongest EXP laners, I would say, because both of these can create havoc and disrupt the enemy backline actually. So these two getting banned out from each side does show that both the sides are looking forward for getting that EXP domination. But will they? Well, I mean, which side do you think was performing better in the EXP lane in the last match?
Yeah, we all know that, Fredo, because
Yep.
Picture Plummet, oh my goodness. He was a solo guy player. He was all alone. There was always the time where Experiment 5 were looking for compensation onto the XP side, but they always failed to do so. So learning their lessons here, I think they are just trying to ban out the sustain hero. So the highlights has to go the Fanny definitely. And look at that, almost a same ban coming through from side of Picture Plummet again, because they take away the Badang, who's gonna be such a good control hero, and the Flex as well. So Experiment 5, what will they ban here? Is it gonna be the gold lane or another jungle, Suyo?
Could be the gold lane, could be the jungle, but I would definitely like to see the jungle because we all know what happened in the last match. It was Yaifaba who was everywhere in every single gank, while of course Kaizen did try his best. Of course, he did what he was supposed to do, but did not really shine and did not really cause too many issues here, right? But in this match, I feel like the last game, of course, we all know Yaifaba, he was the main problem for Experiment 5. So I feel like they should target Yaifaba in this match.
But okay. The Lucas taken away, so this is kind of a respect ban actually, and I really like the Lucas ban. But still, Picture Plummet that they're gonna be having a lot of choices. So there we go. The Suya was completely ignored. They prioritized. It's just, oh my goodness, it's so. They are Experiment 5. They are such in a dilemma here because if they open up the Lucas, they have to ban out the Suya. If they ban the Lucas, they have to give away the Suya. So that's just, they're choosing their poison actually. So the Suya coming into play, but then again, the Kalea here, Fredo. Where is it gonna go though?
Well, look at that. Last game it was banned out. This game it was opened, and Experiment 5 were the ones who banned it out last match, even though they were on the blue side. But this time, Pick to Plummet leave it open, and Experiment 5 will pick it up. No hesitation, because they understand the potential that this hero brings. A lot of pick-off potential. Combine it with the Granger, though. Very deadly combination. A full dose of Rhapsody and Death Sonata served on the plate with another, what do you call it? Another side dish or something of the Tsunami Slam. A complete package, a complete dish, a complete meal. Yeah.
It's a sushi, man. A sushi on the side with soy sauce. That's gonna be the combination. But Picture Plummet, oh, Hilda. Who's gonna burst down the Hilda? Because I don't think Granger does. So Hilda coming into play. So Experiment 5 have to be careful on what they're gonna be picking out into the jungle. I think it has to be a fighter jungle now. But is Terran comfortable on the fighter jungle? But still, Picture Plummet, they have one more to pick out. Is it gonna be the Irita? Oh, Farsa actually.
Well, Farsa is actually a hero that is, that is always mentioned in this patch right now, definitely by me and Ray, because we love the Farsa. The zone that it provides, the mobility that it has, the damage output, everything, combination, everything. But yeah, one thing that you do have, the weakness is, your lack of mobility. I mean, not basically mobility, I would say rotation. The rotation speed is quite fast because of the wings by wings, but in terms of mobility it's not the best. That you do not have any dash skills, so you are very susceptible to AOG, maybe implosion, plays like that which can catch you off guard while you're using that feather airstrike. So yeah, that's the moment when you're very, very vulnerable. So you need a heavy front line so that the enemy can stay engaged with that heavy front line while you are using that feather airstrike. So yeah, let's see if Pick to Plummet will be taking some heavy front line up front, or will Experiment 5 be banning it out in the second phase?
Oh, they decided to listen and ban away the kill pressure or the macro pressure here, because Experiment 5, they took away the chip here. What is the other ban? I'm not sure. Maybe they are missing it out. But Picture Plummet, they have to ban away another pick-off hero, so they are kind of manifesting that Kalea might be eventually going into the XP side, because I think if they double down to the pick-off, it might actually be so much pressure for the side of Picture Plummet too. So I think they want to have their jungle play around a safer ground. But look at that, Daga has to be banned away. So pick to plummet, they do understand that composition is made for the Gatot to be having a better time if it's into the hands of experiment 5. So they are the one actually banning it away. So I think Farsa might have a greater chance of that safe ultimates unless there's turn onto the Hayabusa who will be diving on into him.
Yep, definitely. The Katot ban was very clever, and of course it was expected as well. Now Experiment 5 going for the first pick in this second phase. I think they should go for the mid lane right now because okay, not the mid lane, but yeah, basically the EXP. Yeah, they go in for the EXP. Of course, the enemy already has their mid laner locked in, but now pick to plummet. They need that front line right now. What do you think could be the front line coming in from their side?
I think there are so limited frontliners, but what are the choices here? I think they do need someone to soak up the damage because they need to protect out onto the far side as well. The studio needs some kind of protection even with the mobility that he have. But so many heroes has been banned away onto the tankier side. So the Hylo's gone, the Gato Kata gone, even the Lucas gone. So definitely it's gonna be a hard choice. Maybe we might see a different something here, Fredo.
Me too. I'm really confused because, you know, I mean, I also play the game, and I mean, when the meta is there, right? Like, you know, only the heroes which are in the meta come to your mind, and right now all those heroes which are in the meta are all banned out. So yeah, I was actually thinking about the Chow, but the thing is, the Chow is not the best frontline, right? It's more of a surprise, more of a pick-off kind of hero. Yeah. So it's basically tanky enough just because it's able to kite away from the damage that you're dishing on him. So yeah, with that, they pick up the Harith as well. Of course, Harith on Skyzen, a really signature pick. Let's see though if he's able to match up to the Granger, which is brought onto the plate by Amocha. In the last game, Amocha did try his best, but you know, just a little bit because his team comp was, you know, the synergy was not the best from Experiment 5. But let's see this game what happens.
We're gonna need to see what the mate is gonna be for Experiment 5. If they go for the Selena, okay, the Selena, they still want to go for the Selena. So a lot of people from pick to plummet and a surprise element because there's always a dive coming in. And so playing the Selena when there are a lot of dives, it's just it's kind of a downgrade, if I could say. It kind of pulled back the team, so definitely not the greatest choice. But if they want to try to poke out or reveal the positions of the opponents, that has to be the best option, the best case scenario for the side of Experiment 5. But then again, a lot of pick-off, and in combination with the Kalia, I think they want to go for the pick-off too on top of that. So it might eventually work, but it's a lot of high mechanics heroes, Fredo. I think it is going to be a competition of who's going to have the better micro sets.
Yep, definitely. Who has the better micro? Because in this match, we're seeing, I mean, definitely is more on the side of Experiment 5 actually. The micro heavy dependent composition. You have the Selena, you need to land those abyssal arrows. You have the Hayabusa, you need to land those quad shadows. You have the Granger as well, you need to land those Death Sonatas. And of course, even from the side of the Kalia and the Khalid. I mean, Kalia, Khalid. Okay, very nice. The names are, yeah, very similar sounding kind of names. But yeah, a lot of you know, micro dependent composition being picked up here by Experiment 5. But yeah, nonetheless, we're here in the second match between Peak to Plummet and Experiment 5, and we'll be finding out soon who will be the one who will be going ahead. Meanwhile, the defeated guy will be, of course, out of the competition. Yaifaba, oh, deep trouble here as 3 members onto it. The pickup and slam by Super M will be able to get down Yaifaba. This time Experiment 5 are bringing something new, and Super M was the initiator there.
Yeah, I think this is something that they need. The Gatot Kata wasn't it for Super Im here. He wants to go for the pickoff. There we go. Now we're going to be seeing an early dead under minutes of the game for Yaifaba here, especially onto the hero like the Studio. So it's not going to be the best case scenario. But back to the farming, there we have to go. But still, Purify for Mindis. Oh, look at the mid side. There was a lot of damage. LFB not having the greatest, clearance against the Farsa is gonna be putting them in a little bit of a bad foot into the early game. But when there's a time where the turtle is out, they might be eventually having a good time. But look at the kick.
Oh, might be coming in anytime. Not enough. As look at that quick sand guard to save the day for ML4U. He was the first blood. I mean, he was the one who got first blooded in the last match. This time, though, he won't be the one. Oh, look at that. Yaifaba able to escape from that Ugi Shadow kill. But is it enough? Blair the Dogman gets taken down by ML4U. He's chasing him down into the backline. So all alone is Lemonair. Gets Elfie still into the bush. Trying to use the passive to survive. But it's not enough as Amocha will be able to snipe him down with that Dead Sonata.
Early rotation coming up from Amota. Maybe he wants to go try to look for the kills, and he's gonna be definitely finding it. So the demand for is being used. Look at that.
Being used here. Amocha really low. One more hit, and here he goes down. Skyzen 1v1. Micros not on point from EXP5 because they did do it well in the early phases, but right now, Kaizen just overpowering Amocha.
Oh, look at that, Fredo.
Feather is strike, and with that MZYZ will fall down still. And Skyzen coming in, he does have, but it's not enough. A shot in gets him down, and now the Way of Dragon has been used as well. Abyssal Arrow misses out. That Sonata snipes coming in. Sharin gets one more down. EXP5, this time they're not joking around. They want to take this game seriously. They want it because they know this is the last chance that they will get. That's why they're giving it all.
In comparison to the previous game, I think Experiment 5 definitely have a greater start, but not the best start nonetheless. But look at that, we might see a kick.
Oh, coming in, Way of Dragon onto Amocha. Once again, Skyzen gets that kill onto him. And this guy, he has been on point with the rotation. Blair the Dogman with that Way of Dragon. So on point today. He has been marking down the right targets, and here he goes once again. Seems like ML4U will be able to get away using the Raging Sandstorm and Quicksand Guard, but for how long? One more engagement might be coming in. Abyssal Arrow is a really big threat for Peak to Plummet actually.
And that's definitely something that for Peak to be after. Look at the kick.
Once again, there comes the kick, but it's not enough. Super aim on the other hand, using the Tsunami Slam. And the Abyssal Arrow is always a threat there. Sharin breaks down one structure up top as everyone from Peak to Plummet was busy. Skyzen trying to kite away from the damage, using the dashes still. Chrono dashing all the way, still not enough as the Abyssal Arrow comes in as well. Still not enough to take him down as it will miss out. But a good play coming in from EXP5. They're showing good, good aggression.
A good aggression coming in. A little bit too brawly for my liking on top of that, but they want to stay into the fight. But look at that, there might be a damage here.
Who gets the turtle here? Not sure about that, but there are a lot of bodies falling down here and there. It will definitely be Yaifama getting the first one because, oh my god, so many kills, so many skills being used. And that's why I'm so confused. Who is the one taking the turtle? Who is the one taking the kills? But yeah, for now though, it's a very, a very good show of confidence here coming in from Experiment 5, but seems like Peak to Plummet are taking the tempo once again into their side. Oh my god, Elfie! What was that? Blair the Dogman gets punished for all those mistakes that he did against Experiment 5. And on the other side, ML4U, Skyzen and Yaifab on the hunt, both the superstars from the super team.
Super team, superstar, very cinematic, but look at that, Lemon there, might be in trouble.
He's in deep trouble here as Sharin comes in with the Oogie Shadow kill, takes him down permanently. Because this guy has not been able to shine. And finally he is getting those wings and able to fly. But oh, guess who's flying now? Is Blair the Dogman was almost getting caught there. But able to get away using the Shunpo. Yaifaba wants to come in and defend the tower. Yes, he does. But right now, X-Men 5 trying to take that tempo once again into their side. But is it going to be enough?
Yep, definitely. Something that Experiment 5 are focusing on is that they just try to force out onto the areas and stay in team fight against the Plummet, because look at that, the damage coming through. Lemonair, I think he's just a healer, so they cannot really engage onto that. Yeah, back to the point though, they just want to stay into this fight. They want to go for the Broly, they want to go for attacks time and again, trying to look for kills here and there, and Peak to Plummet are forced to go for team fight, which is exactly what Experiment 5 wants, and they're falling into the trap. But onto the top right, there might be something.
And the dash strike to zone away Ranger and get a few structures up top, as Sharin also did the same just a few minutes ago. For now though, the last neutral objective is up for grabs. But who is trying to grab something here? Skyzen trying to take some kills. But oh, he might be getting caught here by Super Aim and he goes down. Lemonade will be the one falling. Skyzen still surviving it all. But it's one down on the side of Peak to Plummet. Experiment 5 though. It seems like even though they are one man ahead, they still don't want to go for the turtle. The neutral objective taken for free here by iFoba. My goodness. Even if they lose a member, they still get the neutral objective.
How did they do it? The pressure was actually into the hands of Peak to Plummet with 4 members, so this is gonna be so bad for Experiment 5. The flicker baited. Maybe. I think this is something just, you know, a little bit too micro-centric here, but look at the damage coming through.
Yeah, that's a good amount of heal provided as well by Super Aim, but for now, both the sides, they're in the mid lane area. No one really focused towards the side lanes, but the side lanes also need attention as the minions are pushing in from both the sides. And it will be iFoba taking down one structure while all the members of Experiment 5 in the mid lane, they're forcing it in. They do not have the minions to do so. Purify coming in from Skyzen to save the day. And with that, an unsuccessful gank here from EXP5 as Lemonade wants to go in with the flicker play. Sharin still trying to dash away using those shadows. Able to get away for now. But Abyssal Arrow connects and seems like the Dogman does have the flicker burned out right now as he's trying to escape that Abyssal Arrow. And with that, they still want to go in, it seems. iFoba looking for the angle, does not really find it as Blair the Dogman is recalling. ML4U arrives as well using his surfboard. And with that, the disengage comes in.
Yeah, a lot of engages, but still a lot of discipline coming in on top of that. But look at that damage. Charlie, he wants to go in.
Charlie wants to go in with the ugly shadow kill, finds it on point on iFoba as he was taken down. And now, there it goes, Raging Sands now to try and scare. The Tsunami Slam will get Lemonade finally. Even the tankiest member will fall. But now the arsenal of Peak to Plummet is still there. They still have those green lights on Skyzen. They're using it out. The Zaman Force has been placed, trying to take down one. Super Aim will fall, surely. But it's still not enough as seems like Minzais wants to go in for more, wants to get down. For the airstrike been pulled off as well. Skyzen, it's not a wise idea to force it. Yes, decides to back off at the right time. But Sharin gets caught with the Way of Dragon. Skyzen gets that kill onto Sharin. And now Sharin, not the wise idea, my friend.
What was that prediction coming out from Blair? He was able to predict that Tarin wants to dive in and the kick coming through, cancelling out any damage. Oh my goodness, that's the micro plays that we were talking about, Fredo. And it's coming on to Blair. He's just the Uzi player that we're going to be seeing now. But then again, the pressure is definitely onto the hands of Peak to Plummet. They are showing dominance as of now, and Skyzen is already so farmed up to wherever he tried to go for the Zaman Force. He was able to take out the members that he's attacking. So this is such a weird position for Experiment 5. They cannot go in because there's always going to be a threat for Skyzen, and I don't really think that they have an answer for him. And the only win condition that I'm seeing is that if Tarin is able to land a set of kills onto him and take him down, I think that's the only choice here. But then again, they have a lot to focus on and a lot onto the table as well.
Yeah, iFoba will get taken down here while the Lord is marching down the bottom side. Of course, the win condition here for EXP5 is definitely going to be a Mocha. He's going to play a crucial role here for leading Experiment 5 to victory. For now, though, he's left to deal with the Lord. Meanwhile, the other members of Experiment 5 are trying to zone them away, not letting them push through, as that Lord will be wasted because right now Peak to Plummet not able to get any structures down, but they're looking to force this mid lane. And there it comes for the airstrike. They want to force everything onto this mid lane, but isn't enough. Skyzen dashing in and out. Chrono dashes. Sharin gets one. Sharin wants to go in for more, it seems. Elfie gets a killing spree on Skyzen out of nowhere, and that will definitely put some pressure onto Peak to Plummet because Experiment 5 are showing signs of retaliation.
Yep, and that's the retaliation, and LP able to pick out the best possible member that they could pick out. And Skyzen, Experiment 5, they can dive in because there's no Skyzen.
Yep, they want to dive in surely, but The minions getting cleared out way too soon because Min Zeiss with that feathered airstrike is able to zone them away completely. There is no way X-Men 5 can dive in, and now they want to go for and look for more structures around, but the minions not really in sync. They want to go for the bottom lane. Yaifaba might get caught here. Super Aim just a little bit out of range for Super Aim to catch him with that Tsunami Slam. But surely this bottom side will fall here for Peak to Plummet.
They want to defend it, but I don't think it was really a good idea for Yaifaba to die more because already he's got 4 deaths, so he doesn't want to definitely die more because he's the jungle. He's gonna be needing farming, but look at the stun!
Oh, coming in, Yaifaba takes one down, Skyzen gets one as well, and now Peak to Plummet. Seems like everyone is falling from the side of X-Men 5. Only 2 members, Sharin and Amocha. The jungler and the goal laner are alive right now to defend everything, but yeah, they'll definitely lose a few structures. They do not want to give away the kills because it's really important to defend this base right now, but it seems like they want to force it all. Right now, Peak to Plummet, they want to go in for Sharin, gets taken down, and now the minions spawn at the right time to save the day for X-Men 5, but is it enough? Because there comes Zohan, and with that play, Jit Kundo to save the day for Peak to Plummet as they're locking down the pace and they want to take this victory, but there are no minions! There are no minions! They're getting taken down one by one. The retaliation coming in from X-Men 5 might be able to get a lot, but Yaifaba still gets 1 kill, and Super Aim gets a double here, but is it enough for them to defend this? Yes, it is, as Yaifaba takes 1 and takes down 2, and they crack down the base, and Peak to Plummet get a sweet victory.
That was a clean victory that we are going to be seeing. Peak to Plummet will be moving forward. Experiment 5, this will be the end of their journey. But what a game that we were seeing. A lot of brawls. And actually it was Experiment 5 who were making all the forced team fights. They want to stay into those fights. They want to go initiate time and again without any neutral objective or without any gain. They were brawling it out up until the end. But when the team Peak to Plummet responds to that, the timing was impeccable for them. They responded when Skyzen had the Holy Crystal. He had the damage, and even Minjai's onto that Farsa was having the damage already. They were able to respond to it, and yes, we can see the result was Experiment 5. Even if they were the one taking all the initiations, they weren't able to tank out the damage coming through from the side of Peak to Plummet. They could have considered what are the damage they are dealing with.
Definitely a clean sweep coming in, and that is exactly what Peak to Plummet wanted to go for. But of course, it's not what X-Men 5 wanted. On the other hand, Amocha, though, who performed the best in the last game, not able to perform this time on that grandeur. And on the other side, Skyzen, consistent still on that damage department, because look at that, as a goal laner, you want to dish out the most amount of damage, and Skyzen has been doing consistently for the last 2 matches, and that just speaks for itself, as we see that Yaifaba not able to have the best game this time around, but Skyzen still consistent, able to get that win. A sweet victory here, a clean sweep coming in from Peak to Plummet. X-Men 5 will go home disappointed, but of course, this just shows that they have more work to do, and of course, more room to grow as they are still looking for that victory.
Yeah, perfect one. And that Peak to Plummet will be moving forward, meaning they are going to be facing out the top dogs, the Giants. And you know what? I think they still have it in them to try to be the one that they were the previous, the previous soccer that they were into the previous season. Maybe they can, finally have their footing into their chains in their lineup as well, Fredo.
Definitely, the lineup change also helped them quite a lot. It seems as Blair, the Dogman, the one who was substituted, did play in this match, and it worked out pretty well for them. Of course, 2 of the ex-Evil members in their squad, Minzais, of course, also known as PYZ, and on the other hand, it's Blair, the Dogman, the Chow God, the Chow God, basically. Well, that's what everyone used to call him back in the days. So yeah, these 2 guys also playing a crucial part in Peak to Plummet's victory today. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the next match, which will be between Fusion Prime. So of course, Fusion Prime, the favorite here, coming into the next match. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, as Fredo and Debbie will take a short break. But WarDrum Games will be back with more action.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah! Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah! Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. From different positions, we fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions. From different positions, we fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gallows coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the ground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Perspective, sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all back to the NorthEast Underdogs Tournament 2.0. And it is, of course, brought to you by WarDrum Games. And tonight casting is your boy Fredo alongside me, Zio, and we'll be taking you through tonight's match. Of course, the match is between Team WarDrum Esports and Team Fusion Prime. Due to the delay caused by WarDrum Esports, they will be running on a 1-0 deficit right now. So one more match is all we need for Fusion Prime to get ahead.
Yep, Fredo might be one or might be two matches depending on how Fusion Prime plays, right? So they have already 1 point in their name. They can go for a full sweep or they can decide to go for a little bit of experiment, mess around with Venom, but it will also give them a bit of a disadvantage if Venom takes the point. It would create them a bit of a pressure. So we'll have to see how Fusion Prime plays because they need to put that advantage to their own advantage, right?
Yep. They need to capitalize on the advantage. They already have the pressure on WarDrum Esports right now, as WarDrum Esports have delayed the match a little bit. So yeah, that advantage right now can actually turn into a sweet victory, a clean sweep right now. Fusion Prime can actually pull things off well. But WarDrum Esports as well, they'll try their best to make the comeback happen. Of course, the delay was from their side, and they do not want this delay to, make them lose. Of course, things can happen, things can go wrong, but you want to be on time for these matches. Going into the draft phase already right now, we are seeing Fusion Prime on the blue side and WarDrum Esports onto the red side. And both the sides, of course, they have their own ways of play. When you're on the blue side, you definitely want to pick up one hero, but you're giving away two, so you have to be really careful about your choices.
Yeah, definitely. You should be prioritizing the hero that you want to have on your team, which is going to be the main backbone or the main playmaker in your own team. So you have to be careful as to what trade you want to give out because being a first pick has its own advantage and the second pick being a second pick as well. So you have to be you have to be sure as to what hero you want to pick. It's usually, as we see a first pick is usually the supports, maybe the Mathilda or maybe a top marksman like the Granger or the Harry that is, getting picked up most often.
Yeah, it could be the Harriet, it could be the Granger. Sometimes it could be support like the Kalia or the Mathilda as well. and we might even see the EXP laners getting prioritized, but the junglers very rarely, sometimes the mages as well. The junglers are one of the most rare first picks, but other roles we definitely see them getting prioritized. But one jungler that does stand out among all is the Suyo, which is always, of course, up there for grabs for both the sides. Coming into the ban section though, we're seeing two EXP laners banned coming in from the side of Fusion Prime. On the other side, WarDrum Esports have banned out a gold laner and a jungler.
Different teams, both the teams have the different priorities. One is targeting the EXP laner, one is targeting the basic bans that we usually get, right? So a Fenny and a Harriet ban, it does mean that they might go for maybe a first pick Suyo priority, or maybe the jungler like the Joy. There are a lot of heroes open. They are still considering the last ban from their side though. And once again, Mathilda, even though Fusion Prime has the first pick, they still decide to ban her out. So I guess they are planning to go for maybe a chunky type of tank. Kalea is still open though, but Venom Days do decide to take Kalea away from the hands of Fusion Prime.
They decide to take Kalia away. So now for the first pick, do not have the Kalia and the Matilda open. They do not have the Harriet as well. But one thing which is definitely there is the Granger, and of course the Suyo. But you have to choose one right now, as you're giving away two. So let's see which side decides to take what. Of course, it's going to be. Let's see though what they decide to take here. Of course, it's going to be really interesting to see, because I feel like Fusion Prime, they definitely rely a lot on their jungler. So it will be interesting to see what they might go for here.
Oh, okay. They decide the jungler for later. Pick up the Badang first. You know, picking up a Badang always a great idea. He can be pushed into the EXP. He can be pushed into the roam position. So
yep.
Overall, it is quite a flex pick and quite a win for a first pick.
Yeah, of course. I also feel the same way. You know, you do not want to reveal your plans too soon. So going for a flex pick is also really good. Coming in from the other side, another pick. Look at that. The Suyo has been prioritized for sure, and now they might as well want to take the Granger. But what I do remember from the games that Venom usually plays is they don't really want to go for the Granger quite early on, because Moon Knight on the side of WarDrum Esports does not really find it quite comfortable. He usually prefers to play a Bruno, and I've seen this guy shine a lot. He's one of those guys who likes to play the Bruno or the Inspire, doesn't even use the Flicker or Purify in most cases. So let's see how it works out. Oh, look at the picks for Fusion Prime. Hot picks in their hands.
Yep. Just full on commitment on that Joy and the Granger together. I mean, they didn't even think, even for a second. They just went directly for it. So their jungler going against the Suyo, both of them are quite well matched in my opinion. Two of the top junglers that we have in the current meta facing off against each other, and the Selena pick from Zozo. His picks mostly consist of Selena and Xavier most of the time. So it was we had it coming, we saw it coming. But Shinigami, picking up the Lucas onto the EXP side, Lucas has been quite consistent on the jungle rather than the EXP. But still, it works out given that there is no phobias for him. So he should be having quite a good time.
Yeah, there is no phobias. But of course, the CC might be coming in, because the CC is one of those heroes that can melt down anyone who is tanky enough. Of course, the true damage from the Yo-Yo Blitz enough to melt anyone down, combined with the War Axis passive. Very difficult for any tanky hero to go up against, but like you said, Zozo likes to play the Selena, he likes to play the Xavier as well. Of course, both these heroes, they like to play it from the back and deal the damage. Of course, Abyssal Arrows, Dawning Lights. But yeah, right now into the second ban phase, we've seen from Fusion Prime, they decide to go for the Moskov. Of course, macro potential definitely there. And as you already have the Selena on your side, you don't want to give away the Luo E as well. But Luo E seems to be nowhere in the ban section as of now. But they do ban out the Valentina, which is of course a threat considering you have a Lucas on your team as well.
Yep, especially a Lucas onto the EXP side. So Valentina would possibly definitely be on the ban list and saving up for the last as well. Cecilian denying the late game advantage from the side of team Fusion Prime since they already have the Granger as well. Now, right now, Parsa pick would be quite a game breaker if they go for it because Selena is there. If she has her feathered airstrike, Selena Zozo would be going for Farsa with his abyssal arrow, so it's quite bad news for them. But still, if it's gonna be a mage, then might be a Yif for the zoning potential because Joy is also there. So quite something that we can expect. But the Edith picking up will be under the roam position.
Edith in the roam. We see the Selena in the mid lane. Now Fusion Prime have the opportunity to pick up 2 for themselves. Let's see though what they pick up here. Of course, mid lane is open, and the Badang could be the roam here. Oh, so yeah, Badang is the roam here, as we're going to see the CC picked up here from Fusion Prime. Of course, going to be a difficult task for the Lucas in the laning phase because the CC can keep kiting away with that yo-yo blitz while dealing the damage. And there we go, another pick that can definitely do a lot of trouble here, put a lot of trouble here for Venom Esports because they are a team fight heavy comp, the side of Venom Esports. Aurora with a Frigid Glacier can be really useful here.
Yes, definitely. Frigid Glacier going to be providing the extra crowd control that Team Fusion Prime needs right now. Paired with Badang and his Fist Break would be quite nice for him altogether if both of them get paired up well. And of course, last pick going to Irtel, the standard Granger. The Granger counter coming in from the side of Venom right now. So both the teams have quite their early and late centric draft as well. But I think Fusion Prime, they are kind of into the mid to late draft more onto their side. And for Venom, their early seems quite strong.
Yep, the early game does seem quite strong from Team Venom's side because look at that, they have the Selena, they also have the Suyo, Lucas, all of these really useful in the early phases. And once the Edith gets the level 4 as well, it becomes really useful with the Primal Rat. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if Venom Esports can pull this off or not. Of course, the side of Fusion Prime is not behind either. They have the Badang, they have the Granger, of course CC as well. All these heroes really useful in the early game. Does need a few items and a stacks though, the Granger. But yeah, with that being said, the lineup is stacked from both sides. Fusion Prime do have that 1 point advantage because of the delay caused here by Venom Esports. But that being considered, Venom Esports, their lineup is looking strong as well. They need this victory in order to move forward. Let's see if they'll be able to get that or not. Oh my god! Just entering the game, first blood.
38 seconds first blood in the hands of Fusion Prime, taking out Zozo as the first. I mean, that was quite a quick one, I would say, but look at that, Badang quite up quite early onto the jungle for the side of Venom, just providing the amount of, amount of vision, but oh my god, Zozo just dashing around with the Selena.
Yeah, for now it's looking really skeptical to me if Selena on Zozo will work out or not. Of course, I've seen him play it before. It does do well, but paired up against this, the side of Fusion Prime is going to be really interesting if he can make it work against Fusion Prime or not. Of course, this Fusion Prime is not the Fusion Prime that we know of. They are not the Fusion Prime who is mid. They are really good this time around. They have proved, especially Restless here on this Joy. He has been a key highlight. His Fanny plays have been really good. And now he's on the Joy, trying to make it work once again. Let's see if we can make it happen or not.
Yep, definitely you're gonna be proving why you are here, especially in the top dog bracket, right? But once again, near the turtles, a teamfight might be breaking out, but still a lot of poking game coming around here, and they're just waiting for their own team to have the level 4 advantage so that they can break out a teamfight. But Crank trying to go for Shinigami near his orange buff.
Yep, trying to provide some vision, but it seems like the one who will be caught here might be the Lucas. Lucas able to immune everything that is put on him. Restless gets the turtle. Zozo gets a kill. The punishment for that, and the revenge comes in as well. Oh my god, that abyssal arrow almost catches Flicker, forced out of that batang there. And that just speaks for itself that Zozo on the Selena is nothing to, nothing to be count out.
Yep, definitely. Zozo and Selena really confident. That's why he just picked up the Selena. But yeah, if we see both the teams, okay, Fusion Prime, they are definitely leading with a little bit of a gold in their hands, and map control is completely divided from both for both the sides. But once again, Crank out here, he's doing quite a great job at zoning out and providing the vision for his team as well. But CC, oh my goodness, no item.
Yo, the Yo-Yo Blitz actually doing a lot of damage, and Crank the Tank will get taken down this time because he did not have the flicker, won't be able to, guide away. But that's really good, things happening in the EXP lane as we see, because Fusion Prime is winning it out in the EXP lane. They should have been, they should have considered banning out the CC, considering the fact that they are going to send the Lucas to the EXP lane, but they did not do that. So right now the Lucas is really struggling.
Yep, definitely. Lucas, even though he is quite strong, he does have his own counter. So of course you have to think of the game plan right beforehand rather than go for any sudden movement. But
oh, seems like Crank getting caught once again, does not have the flicker yet, will be caught twice in a row. So things are not looking good here for Fusion Prime, as Crank the Tank getting caught 2 times already in just a matter of 2 minutes. So of course Venom Esports are trying to build up the advantage, and look at that advantage once again, as the marksman Granger will get taken down here as well in the goal lane department. And now it seems like Venom Esports are really taking the control.
yep, Venom is starting to spread their venom throughout the whole map, and our Granger, Yves Saint Laurent on the, quite a bougie name for a marksman, but oh my goodness, look at the amount of damage dishing out from CC, and once again,
Nong Mai Them with the Yo-Yo Blitz is really something to be talked about. Nong Mai Them will get taken down, those snipe coming in from Shinigami. Restless gets the turtle with that, and here it comes, electrifying beats. Zozo will get taken down. They're looking for 2, they're looking for 3, but the flicker has been forced out. They'll be able to escape, but right now Shinigami trying to defend this tower all alone. Will he be able to do so? Yes, he does have the skills to do that, but that was good coming in from Restless.
yep, definitely. So Restless, he has been securing the neutral objectives, 2 of the turtles in his hand. That's why his team is not struggling with the gold at all. His team is his team is leading the gold, right? Fusion Prime. So they are not behind. Rather, just for the score 3-5, it doesn't really matter in a tournament. You just have to have your hands on the objective. But Shinigami trying to go for an invade.
Oh, Shinigami really low right now, trying to kite away, but Restless will still get him with that. And now the Meow Rhythm of Joy is coming to use, as he was able to dash and mark them down. Shinigami, of course, taken down already, and Earth Shatter coming in. Now they have to defend this mid lane. Zozo on the Selena, not the best lane clear, but let's see if they can make it work. Oh my god, 4 people forcing in with the fist crack. ISO speed caught out of everyone else. And now 5 members of FSNP forcing in that mid lane and get that structure.
Yep, definitely. Just take out the main of the turrets, right? So that the rotation and the invade towards the side of Venom is much better. Now, looking at the Venom and their team comp, right? They do not have a solid CC, much rather than the Earth Shatter coming in from ISO speed on that edit. So they they're kind of lacking a setter, and Zozo as well, he's a single target, and if his, oh my goodness.
Oh, seems like there is some trouble brewing here for Fusion Prime. Crank able to get away still, but Nong Mai Them coming in with the Yo-Yo Blitz, able to deal a lot of damage, takes down the enemy goal laner. Shinigami still survives though, and 3 people are alive, but 2 people down on the side of Venom Esports, and it should be an easy neutral objective into the hands of Fusion Prime.
Yep, 2-for-0 trade coming in from the side of Team Fusion Prime. So back to my point, Zozo on that Selena is doing quite fine, but still it is a single target hero, and you kind of need to land your abyssal arrows to be able to land the kill. But then again, you can just mark only one person, and if it does not hit, then it's gonna be game over. But Crank on the backline though.
Oh, might get caught here. 3 members on him. On the other side, look at that. Up IB as well, getting kited down. The yo-yo blitz, dealing a lot of damage. But oh, here it comes. Seems like ISO Speed will get taken down once again by Yves Saint Laurent as he's able to get one. Yves Saint Laurent looking for more here with the Rhapsody. Does not connect. Out of range. Zozo wants to go in with the Abyssal Arrow. Misses out everyone. But they will be missing out on the red buff as well. As, oh my god, the joy, the restless kind of joy. He's restless to get those kills down. Won't be able to get any, but still does a good enough job. But yo-yo blitz once again. No, my team with the yo-yo blitz gets down a Ivy. Might be able to take down one more here, but Lucas flickers out to safety for now. But the Granger does want to go in. Still does not fall. And now they're looking for structures in the mid lane. Oh! Miss crack, there it comes into the back lines. Oh, snipe all the way from mid lane, tier 2. Zozo will fall. And now they're looking for more structures on the map. But the Holy Shield will deny them of that mid lane inhibitor. But still, they'll try to make use of this and get those on the side lanes.
Massive amount of damage, and a great follow-up coming in from the side of Fusion Prime. I mean, no matter what, that CC is dealing a lot of damage, just melting everyone out, even going onto the back line and just taking everyone out that he sees. But we see Zozo trying to go for more and more of the map awareness with his Abyssal Arrow, throwing away here and there. Restless does get back, and it is time for Lord, so Fusion Prime might be just trying to get the Lord advantage onto their side. And Crank going up against ISO Speed right now. The front line is just trying to battling it out, but still, look at that Lord dance already started by Fusion Prime.
Oh my god, Fusion Prime on point here. Macro game, definitely 10 out of 10 from their side. WarDrum Esports really struggling at this point because these guys, they're not able to make, they're not able to match up to the rotation speed and the macro gameplay which is put forward here by Fusion Prime. And that's the reason why they're struggling to, find structures on the map as well, because look at that, only one structure secured, and that's on the top side. Meanwhile, Fusion Prime, everything is cleared.
Yep, definitely. So Fusion Prime, they are having the map control and the objectives rest straight onto their own point, right? And even if they were falling a bit onto the early, oh my goodness, Zozo just managed to escape. Restless.
Look at Restless. This guy into the backlines once again. Wants to take down 2 this time. Will get it. Oh, it will be Crank. Will get that kill there. But of course, Joy, a very, very, Restless on the Joy. Something to be talked about here because this guy has been creating havoc for WarDrum Esports. Crank into the backline. Goes in with the fist crack combo. But gets taken down. But is it enough? Yes, he did his job. And now, right now, Apaibi is the only one standing. Will fall down surely into the hands of Nongmaitem once again as WarDrum Esports get wiped out and a clean sweep from Fusion Prime 2-0.
Yep, 2-0 coming in from Fusion Prime. As Fredo said, they are not the old Fusion Prime anymore. They are the new and evolved Fusion Prime, and we are seeing how they are playing because right from the start, they have been patient while Venom was picking their pace up. But, something happened in between when it hit the 6 or 7 minute mark. Fusion Prime, they started taking control over Venom. They started neutralizing the Venom coming in from their side. And every single time, they have secured the objectives. They have been patient. They have been farming up. And their rotation has been on point as well. Their macro gameplay really coming into the help. And Venom just not being able to resist the pressure that is coming in from the side of Fusion Prime.
And if you look at the amount of damage done by everyone, you can definitely see that Zozo did a significant amount of damage. But on the other side, look at Nongmaitem with the yo-yo blitz. And that is the reason why you want to ban out a CC when you're using a Lucas into the EXP lane. And with that, of course, Fusion Prime getting a sweep over Team Venom Esports, and Venom Esports won't be happy. But of course, this will be a lesson for them as they want to be more careful regarding punctuality, especially in tournaments where the stakes are high like this. So yeah, with that being said, that was everything, I guess. But yeah, there's another match coming up, so we'll be excited to see which team will be winning the next one.
Yep, quite an exciting match coming up because two of the favorite teams, I would say, it would
Yep.
be going up against Team Armageddon Esports. So best of 3 as well. So we're both excited. I think everyone is excited to see the match. But
Definitely.
before we move on to the match, we will still be taking a short break.
Yeah, we'll be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere, as we'll be coming right back with Dads and Sons going up against Armageddon Esports. Both of these teams very good on their micros, but of course the macros will matter today as they're facing against each other. We'll be finding out soon, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives sharing one objective, Justice calls!
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. 3 perspectives sharing one objective, Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on the missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the We're calling for justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passionate actions here. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Justice calls.
Deadly force!
Jump into the showdown.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
Justice
No
is
one
found.
escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good.
Let's go.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all back to the NorthEast UnderDogs Tournament 2.0, brought to you by WarDrum Games. Hosting for the last match of the night between Team Dads and Sons and Armageddon Esports will be your casters, Fredo. Alongside me is Debbie.
Debbie, yeah.
Oh, sorry. sorry. My bad.
My
Zero.
name today is Debbie, yeah.
Oh, everything was so smooth until I said the name.
Everything was so smooth. But yeah, we related. Debbie and DNS, yeah, we definitely related. So speaking of the teams, it is gonna be DNS going off against Armageddon. Both of them are quite related to Debbie, so I definitely get where you are coming from, Fredo. But we are just gonna be heading straight onto the draft, and it seems like Dads and Sons are gonna be on to the first pick, while Armageddon goes for the second pick. So, what kind of picks and bans are you expecting from both the teams?
Well, my expectations are definitely, from the side of Team Dads and Sons. I'll definitely look forward to how their draft is improved. Of course, they are a team with great potential. Of course, the players are really great, but sometimes they do lack in terms of draft. So let's see. And of course, Armageddon on the other side. These guys, they are a team which has actually put in a lot of work. So I feel like they also deserve to, you reap what you sow. So basically, they have sown. Now it's time for them to reap it. But of course, let's see what they have sown here. They worked on their draft as well? We'll be finding out. First ban to start off things going to be Zohan coming in from the side of Dads and Sons.
Lucian, I feel like she has been quite declining in the meta with the rise of Sicilian and Farsa, both of them rising up. I feel like Zushin is getting less picked, but you still have her on to the ban side. So I guess that just counts for one good slot for her. But same with Fanny as well. Of course, the standard ban and the respect ban for the side of Team DNS. But then again, another one, the Hylos, the Chunky Centaur getting banned out from the side of Dads and Sons. Quite a good ban, I would say, because you would be, you would not want to face off against a chunky tank just coming towards you. So yes, quite a good ban coming in as well. So, Joy, two of the most picked heroes by Cap, just getting banned out.
Yep, of course. A lot of respect being paid here towards Dads and Sons, especially Cap, because his heroes have been banned out here. But from the side of Dads and Sons, it's more about the strategy that they are trying to go forward with, because we can see that the Hylos and the Zohan have been banned out. These heroes provide a lot of potential, especially in those team fights. So right now, let's see what the last ban will be, because this will, of course, reveal a lot about the game plan that, Dads and Sons are trying to go with. So let's see what this last ban will be. I do expect it to be a goal lane ban, considering they do, okay, let's look at it. It's going to be the Harriet being banned out here by Dads and Sons.
Yep, there we go, a goal lane ban, as you say, and that would be the Harriet. Gives out the Granger though. to X marks the spot there, but still one more ban coming in from the side of Armageddon. What would it be? Will it be another respect ban? Maybe the Suyo from their side, but they are still kind of considering it up well because there is a lot of heroes that is open. And the question, oh, there we go. The Granger getting banned out leaves two of the good meta marksmen onto the ban list. And the first pick already coming in would be the Lucas. Question is it going to be a jungle or is it going to be in the EXP?
Definitely a question to ask, because we have seen the Lucas played in the EXP lane in the last game. Did not perform quite well because it was, going up against the counter, which was the CC. So if they do want to use this in the EXP lane, they have to understand that they have to ban out the CC. But considering the fact that Armageddon have their Phobius on their side right now, it's not going to be a good thing, it's not going to be a good thing for the side of Armageddon, because right now, of course, it does win out in the lane, but not in the way how a CC would do, not in the dominant fashion. And if you consider the mobility, of course, they do pick up the Matilda to go for the mobility, the lack of mobility that the Phobius has.
Yep. So quite it's the draft is kind of moving on to making up the lack of assets that you have your other heroes or your other pick, just making up for the assets. But once again, X marks the spot, going for the Moskov, quite famous for it, I would say, signature pick. I still remember how it was. So yes, but once again, a Selena pick coming in from the side of DNS in the mage position in the mid lane. As we all know, last game, Selena did not quite work out. But the question is, will it work out right now? It is a best of 3, so both the teams, they do have one chance of experimenting the lineup, but a classic Zuyo and a Matilda combo coming in from the side of Armageddon right here.
Yep, definitely is going to be a Suyo and a Matilda right now coming in from the side of Armageddon Esports. Armageddon Esports are looking good with this lineup so far, but they do need to understand that you might also want to pick up the mid lane. You want to pick up the goal lane early as well, because the Moskov, there are a lot of options that can counter it. But look at that, Claude being banned out, Irithel being banned out, Harith as well. They're trying to make things comfortable here for X marks the spot, setting things up for their goal laner. But do you think it will work here? Are 3 bans enough?
Certainly not, because there are a lot of heroes that can be a trouble for Moscow. I'm kind of leaning towards Brody right now, and the Matilda would work out well with Brody as well, just providing the lack of mobility. But then again, Claude and Irithel, I would say, yeah, Brody, maybe a Beatrix as well. For now, those two are the only ones coming onto my mind as going off against a Moskov. But still, oh, Bruno, there we go, denying the Bruno from the side of Death and Sons would be Charlie Brown. Armageddon just going for the guy with the balls, and well, it is gonna be a Olympic of a goal laner, because one's got the javelin, one's got the balls once again.
Yep, of course. Going to be the javelin up against the guy with the footballs. Sorry about that. But yeah, the guy with the footballs and... oh my god. Okay. Technical issues, biological issues happening. But yeah. Anyways, we continue on. We are going to see the Badang and the Glue. Oh my god, really good frontliners. It seems like everything is set up here for X marks the spot to carry the game today. Yep. Let's see if he will be able to do that or not.
Yep, definitely. X marks the spot. He's very comfortable on that Moskov, so he should be able to capitalize the set that his team is giving on to him. And look at that, Lucas onto the jungle this time rather than the EXP. So it is gonna be quite aggressive of early game, because they have the Selena as well. But for Armageddon as well, they do have a strong front liner, a strong strong initiator would be the Phobias onto their side, but look at that. Ryota will be picking up the Valentina despite Lucas being on the jungle. So if she does get the ult of Lucas, the beast form, she might be able to be one of the frontliners. But the thing is, she's not as tanky as Lucas, so she gets melted out quite fast. So that is quite a problem, and you still need a bit of a magic damage. So you would still be, wanting to position well despite being a Valentina.
Definitely, there's going to be an issue here with the Valentina. Not that tanky enough into the front lines, but considering the fact that you do have good ultimates available, you might be able to make a good use of it. Just have to play around, use your brains a little bit more, of course, to position yourself in the perfect way to dish out the optimal amount of damage, all while, considering the positioning as well. So yeah, coming in, going to be really interesting to see if the Ryota on the Valentina will be able to make it work or not. But yeah, we'll leave that for, of course, for the game itself to decide. For now, though, it's looking really interesting. The lineups from both sides are good meta-oriented, but the glue here does stand out to me because it feels like the glue is going to be really crucial in taking down this Phobias.
Yep, definitely. Glue is gonna be gluing onto Phobias, right? With a split, and would be giving Phobias a bit of a hard time while in the laning phase. But then again, look at that, already an invasion coming in from the side of DNS onto the side of Armageddon, and Charlie Brown is just left quite low.
Trying and trying to delay the farm a little bit from their side, not able to do so. But yeah, that just means that Armageddon is not a side to be taken lightly as well. So yeah, right now though, it seems like someone is in trouble here. Fist crack, fist with combo, and with that, first blood secured here. Charlie Brown on the chopping block. First blood secured here by DNS.
DNS just setting the first blood for their team and successfully taking it as well. Even though Armageddon, they did secure the blue buff, it was onto Ryota, so Charlie Brown would be having a little bit of a delay on his level 4, but still he is on Zuyo, so he does not need it much. But then again, Ito going up against X marks the spot. Just gonna be a game in the Olympics, but still, look at that. Around the bottom lane, Charlie Brown trying to go for maybe X marks the spot, trying to give more and more pressure. Given that the turtle is gonna be on the top lane, they are gonna be a little bit late onto the rotation, but still none of them have level 4. And look at that.
Corey might be in some trouble here, able to walk away still, but Insane might fall here. Oh, it is all it takes. Ryota, the auto attack will fly all the way and hit him still, and he will be able to take it down. Oh my god, the aggression coming in because he knows he does have that beast form still, and with that, beast form unleashed. And now they're rocking all things. SOD is connecting as well, but guess who falls down first is going to be the enemy mid laner. And now the bonk coming in. With that, Ryota gets taken down as well. Bronze Boy secures one. Ito gets it, but Charlie Brown still takes the turtle away. Oh my god, the Abyssal Arrow still lands on him though.
Yep, Abyssal Arrow coming in from quite far and hitting it perfectly. So, early game, as the game started, DNS was having quite the time of their life. But around the turtle, things turn around, and Armageddon is the one having a bit of a lead in their hands now. And if they capitalize it, then it should be easy for them. But they still need to pay attention to X marks the spot. But mid lane, around the mid lane, Ryota gets taken down by people right there. Bronze Boy definitely rotating, followed up by Corey Cutie. So both the EXP laners are rotating quite well, and they have their map awareness as well. This is how XP laners are supposed to rotate, right? Just be there to help your team out in any team fight that would be breaking out possible. But both of them, both of the teams, they are playing it out quite safe. Although bottom lane, something might be brewing up.
Yep, seems like the one who's brewing up here right now might be the Badang, but it might be the Moscow getting caught instead. Oh, fist crack, fist win combo. Ryota might get taken down here. Very low here. Charlie Brown gets X marks the spot. He wants to go in for the Badang. Badang with the fist crack. Still able to get away, it seems. And Charlie Brown comes in with the Soul Sever. Still not enough. Insane gets those shots on him. They will get taken down still. And coming in is with the beast form is Lom Lom Mai. Wants to join and chop down everyone. But the copycat will get the better of him. And Insane will fall down as well. DNS in shambles as Armageddon pace through their way. Look at that. Ito gets the better of X marks the spot as well. And things are not looking good here at all. And meanwhile, Glue might be taken down as well, but it seems like Ito has decided to back off.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the amount of follow-up coming in from Armageddon, right? And the amount of damage Ryota is dishing out. He's just being heavy onto the side of DNS, showing who's the dad here, but once again.
Yep, once again, into the mid lane. They want to force things out here, but seems like they do not have enough to do so. With that though, right now, things definitely looking in favor of Team Armageddon. They are very well ahead, and there seems to be no pressure from the side of DNS. As, comfortably, Armageddon still maintain that lead.
Yep. Definitely, Armageddon, they are quite comfortable with the lead that they have. They are not even, trying to overextend. They're just trying to go with the flow and are excelling at it while giving the basic rotations that is coming in. Since they got the bottom lane turret, they are going to be focusing on to the top lane turret towards the side of DNS. And look at that, Insane trying to defend the top lane, but
Oh, Circling Eagle being used here, but they'll be able to get away. For now, they'll be waiting. Okay, Charlie Brown waiting for an ambush here. X marks the spot. Does need to be careful. He does understand that someone might be there as well, but let's see who decides to commit first. Ito does pick up the Berserker's Fury. Huge amount of damage will be dished out by him now, so they have to be really careful. Oh, fist crack combo coming in. Charlie Brown might get caught here in the middle of everyone. 3-man onto him, and there it goes. There comes the Soul Abyssal Arrow to take him down, and now with that seems like DNS have finally regained control, of course, if not fully, but partially.
Yep, slowly but surely trying to regain the control that they lost. But I think Armageddon, they are committing a bit too much. Even if they have the lead, they should still be careful. And I kind of feel like Charlie Brown was quite in a bad position around the bottom lane. Even though yes, he was trying to get a hold on to X Master spot, he should have had his teammates together with it rather than going alone. So he was quite picked off at that time. But again, DNS, they were able to capitalize that part and give it onto their side. But they won't be contesting for the turtle and rather going for the top lane turret. So objectives getting secured by both the teams, although different focuses, they still get their objectives that is needed to win the game. And once again, an invade coming in from the side of Armageddon this time.
Seems like they're not really communicating well. They could have went for the invade completely or went for the mid lane, but seems like half of them were invading, half of them were trying to force down the mid lane tower. Sort of a miscommunication on the side of Armageddon, it seems to me. But yeah, whatever that was, they do not really make anything out of it because they did not really get the buff, nor did they get the mid lane. So seems like they need to coordinate their moves a lot better in order to get something out of it.
Yep, definitely need to coordinate their moves better. Since it is going to be a team game, you have to have the connection of being a team together, right? Otherwise, it is going to be breaking your whole game, even if you have the early game momentum. But Insane just going around, throwing the Abyssal Arrows, hitting, and providing the vision as well to his team. Both the teams, although Armageddon, they have a 3k goal lead, we still should pay attention to X Master spot because we find Lom Mai though.
3 versus 1. Will he be able to get someone? No, he doesn't, as he falls. And with that, Once again, DNS on the back foot as their jungler is down. Lord is up in less than 30 seconds, and it's not a good news as this could be a free neutral objective for Armageddon.
Yep, definitely. You know what, Longoma, he went for a 1 versus 3. He could have retreated with his beast form, so that was kind of mistake that he did. But Charlie Brown, although they did manage to take the bottom lane turret in our X-Master spot, he did hit the ult on time, but yeah, there was no follow-up from their side, and it seems like Armageddon will be going for
Lomlomai completely unaware of the fact that Bronze Boy was hiding in the bush. Charlie Brown gets that objective. Now though, they want to force down this mid lane, which has been protected for way too long. Right now still, it seems like, oh yeah, they'll be able to do that for sure because Lomlomai is unavailable and there seems to be no resources on the hands of DNS to defend this one. And with that, they're going in for the second one as well. Fist crack combo comes in. Really good damage, but the healing coming in from this Matilda is more than enough to save the day for everyone. But look at the damage coming in from Ito right now.
Yep, a lot of damage getting dished out from Ito on that Bruno just hitting the balls. I mean, his balls are made of steel. Look at that, 3 items in his hands while X-Master Spawn only has 2 items. On his way to build the 3rd item, looks like the Wind of Nature. But yes, right now Ito has the advantage, but still, if we look, they do have the anti-heal onto their side, and it is quite preventing Matilda from healing all the way, but still, it is not enough for them. And a Sky Piercer onto Lucas. Well, you know, I have kind of mixed feelings about the Sky Piercer on the Lucas, but still, if it works out, it should work out. But right now, it's not working out since Lomloma is not having the time of his life with the Lucas in his hands. So, kind of a bad decision and a waste of gold.
Lomlomai definitely struggling at the moment. He does, like to play the assassins a lot more as compared to the fighter jungler. So maybe that's the reason, but can't really be sure of that. For now though, DNS need to defend the towers. The bottom lane, HP quite low, 10% only. Not even 10%, it seems, just 1%. One hit and it might be down. So DNS really behind right now. And Bronze Boy though is getting surrounded by members.
Surrounded by members quite along. Bronze Boy though, I think he's been playing it out quite well on that Phobias. He could go for a little bit more aggression because he is gonna be the main initiator for the side of Team Armageddon, and since they have a Matilda, right? So they have a Matilda, the Guiding Wind would definitely help him get away from any dicey positions when he starts having the team initiation, so he should definitely be a bit more daring and go for a good set. But still, Armageddon, they're just going around the map, getting all the farm and objectives that they can get, still standing strong on the mid lane, which is quite good, and the Lord will be to the bottom lane though. But the thing is, they are onto the top lane, trying to maybe get to X-Master spot, but still, okay, they decide they need to get back and go for the Lord instead.
Well, good show of discipline as well from Armageddon, as even though they have the advantage, they're not forcing things out unnecessarily, because that's what a lot of teams do. But Armageddon really mature, showing maturity and discipline on their part, not forcing things out of no reason. For now, though, they have started the Lord right now, and DNS do get the information through Code EQT. Do they want to go in or not? That is something. Retribution on point here coming in from Charlie Brown. Fight has broken out. Lomlomai will fall first as Bruno gets that kill. Ito on point here today. No mistakes from this guy at this point. From the other side, though, X marks the spot. Even though 4 bans came in from the side of DNS on the goal lane, it still feels like Ito has not been, there has been no issue from his part.
Yep, definitely. Ito has been playing it out quite safe, being on the backline, getting saved up by his teammates, but a mistake coming from Armageddon right there.
Armageddon going too deep. Bronze Boy gets caught in that wall. Charlie Brown still gets the kill onto Corey QT though. And now look at X Marks Spot being targeted here. Ito breaks down structures, but we need him for the damage right now. Armageddon calls for him. They come in, but the fist crack, fist win combo. Lom gets one. But look at the balls of Ito hitting quite hard. X Marks Spot gets one as well. Wind of Nature being popped off here, but it's not enough as the crit damage will do more. And now Ito might be in some trouble as 3 members trying to mark him down. Charlie Brown able to escape. Rose Gold Meteor in the play here. Ito gets a double. He can actually go for the end all by himself. But will he do so? Let's see. He actually goes for the end all by himself. Wants to go in for the base all by himself. And yes, he does. Ito all alone against DNS. And Armageddon will get that first victory.
Oh, well. The balls did turn out to be made of steel, and the javelin turned out to be made of plastic. So
My God.
definitely,
Oh my God.
oh yeah, definitely the win for Armageddon right here. Quite a great start since it is a best of 3 series. They secured one victory in their hands, which means they just need one more. Will it be a clean sweep? Will it be a reverse sweep coming in from Team DNS right now? That is the question.
My God.
But the I would say DNS, they have been playing quite passively, not being able to initiate at all, and they were getting quite marked down from the side of Team Armageddon a lot, and they have been getting choked down here and there, almost every part of the map, and the map control, and of course the objectives as well, getting secured by Armageddon quite a lot. And there was a time when they were about to clap back, but it did not go on. It did not go as according to plan.
But just think about it. Just think about what X Marks the Spot had to face here. 3 bans coming in from DNS, had it banned out, Claude banned out, Irithel banned out. I don't know for what reason do they ban out the the Irithel and the Claude, but of course, definitely it does cause problems for the Moscow. But even after 3 bans targeted onto Ito still makes it work. I mean, that's a statement on the face of DNS. Doesn't matter if you give 3 bans. I mean, see, you give 3 ban slots for Lom Mai for Insane. Okay, right now it seems like okay. Now Lom Mai is nerfed. Insane is nerfed, but Ito, okay, you ban 3 heroes into the goal lane, still does not matter. He still makes his Bruno work somehow. So that's a statement for itself. And right now, let's see if Armageddon can pull off a clean sweep against DNS, because oh my God, things are looking really interesting here. DNS are on the back foot.
Yep, things are getting heated up, and Ito, his term would be jack of all trades, because he, as you said, there were a lot of marksmen getting targeted, just getting banned out almost every single one, and he still manages to make it work with the guy with the balls. And yeah, Xmas Spot, he needs to step up his game, because I think that kind of marks his ego a bit. So if it were me, I would be clapping back.
Oh, of course. When you pull off such moves against teams like DNS, especially when you know that DNS has a lot of people watching them, you do understand that, you also get some clout, you also get some of that crowd's attention. You start to feel like, okay, I might as well start streaming, start becoming the person that everyone wants to look at. And of course, Ito, we like to look at your live streams. Come on. If Ito does not live stream, we need him to live stream. So of course, if you're out there, do comment down below if you want Ito to start live streaming. We want to go into his chats and ask him questions. How does it feel to go up with the Bruno and just rock and roll on the face of DNS?
Yep. We gotta ask him, how does it feel to ban out all the marksmen and still manage to get clapped by a guy with the balls? But jokes aside, if we pay attention to the draft right now, we do see Corey Cutie picking up the Badang yet again towards your side. This time, X-Master Spot will be going for the Herit onto his side, while for Armageddon, it is gonna be the Suyo, and there we go, high loss in their hands.
Yep, high loss in their hands. Now, of course, going to be creating problems this time around. The Armageddon get the Granger. On the other side, you have the Harriet. Classic matchup in the goal lane. Nothing out of the ordinary. In the jungle as well. Classic matchup. EXP classic matchup. This seems more like a classic match than a tournament match at this point.
Well, yeah, well, you know, we don't know what both the teams are thinking. They might just be thinking, okay, let's think it like it's classic, let's win it like it's classic, just brawl it out like classic. But you know, we won't know until the end what both the teams are just thinking in their minds. But look at that, a Hayabusa this time instead of a Joy, because she is getting banned out. Same with the Fanny as well. Now Lom Mai this time not going for the Lucas rather than going for an assassin. Now this changes things, because as a fighter jungle, you're gonna be quite slow, quite bulky, but as an assassin, you have got to have the nimble hands so that you can dive in anywhere, you can burst the backlines out. And if Lomomai succeeds in doing that, then it should be quite a breeze for the side of DNS.
Well, definitely. Let's see what Lom Mai can do, right? Because last game, of course, I mean, as in terms of Lom Mai standard, right? His standard is up there, you know, up there, and he's like, you're here today. So, of course, Ito will be, you know, how do you call it? Like, you know, his chest will be bulked out today, of course, after if they get a clean sweep, of course. Armageddon egos will be at their highest level ever, of course. But let's see if that happens or not, because right now Armageddon Esports, they definitely have the momentum going into this match, because they did get that victory from the last match. Coming into this match, so look at the dads and sons, they have some other plans, but the difference is that Fasa, you need that good frontlining. Will that happen? Because Kalia Badang, okay, good enough, but not the best. You will definitely have to face this Hilda and the Hylos, which will be diving in on you.
Yes, certainly. So even if Kalea and Badang are quite good, if there's a Parsa, I think you should have a good frontliner like the Hylos that Armageddon has onto their side, and you know, might be good for a Phobius as well, but they did not decide to go for it. They just decided to go for the teacher and the student combo, right? So Kalea is a pick-off hero and a Badang is a kind of a set hero. So as a Kalea and a Badang, you kind of need to coordinate well, because if one ults out and the other, if the ults overlap, then it's gonna be breaking the team comp, right? Because both of them do not sit quite great with each other. So you have got to be having the coordination out for your own team. And for Armageddon, they have been having the momentum since they got the first game, and as a result, they do decide to go for a little bit more aggression this time with the Suyo and the Hilda paired with the Hylos. So they are gonna be dishing out quite a lot of team fights if they are coordinated well enough.
That's a lot of words to digest, but of course, let's see if these words will be understood by a few only, because of course not everyone has the knowledge compared to Mrs. Zio here. Mrs. Zio, of course, good analyst. And now, considering all the words that she has said, let's see if Lom Mai can do and DNS can perform. But I'll be really interested to see those Zio. If Armageddon can win this one clean sweep, I mean, see, as a new team, you know, you come up, you put in all these efforts, right? You put in all these efforts, you try to make the best, and you, of course, you know, you put in a lot of efforts. But the thing is, if you don't see results, these efforts over time, you don't really want to keep doing them. And right now, if they're able to get this win, of course, their egos will be boosted. But I feel like this ego boost is really necessary for them to go further, right? So let's see if Armageddon can get this win or not.
Yep. hold your head high, but not high enough that when you fall down, it will break, right? So there's a saying, it's in Manipuri, but I just translated it in English. So, well, yeah, that is it. But still, both the teams, they have been playing it out quite safe compared to the last match. So it has been just careful farming for both the teams and for just careful leveling up as well. Ryota, though, his mana needs to be charged up. Quite a bad timing, I would say, given that there is the turtle about to get spawned out. But Bronze Boy trying to go for an engage, given that he has the Hilda in his hands. But still, his teammates is nowhere near around him for him to initiate a team fight.
Of course, Bronze Boy here. Of course, don't let the name, deceive you. This guy, he plays like a golden boy. And now, look at that. Double J trying to zone them away. Charlie Brown gets the turtle. Oh, glorious pathway. They want to chase them down. First blood secured here by Double J. And with that, things have kicked off here in the land of Dawn. AMG on the aggressive once again. And now, DNS are on the back foot, and look at that 5-man rotation coming onto the enemy jungle area. This just shows that the confidence that they have up, going up against DNS. I mean, this is not the kind of confidence that you expect from a newbie team.
Yep, definitely. So they have a lot of confidence, but oh my goodness, Tsunami Slam.
And with that, Lom Lom Mai falling once again. Are as well. Doom will fall. Things not looking good at all here for DNS as... Oh, the snipe from Charlie Brown. I don't really understand. What happened to DNS?
Goodness. Okay, wait. So Kalea and her Tsunami Slam did hit onto Double J, but he managed to survive that onslaught somehow, coming out from between. So DNS, they are falling quite hard once again. Oh my goodness.
The ego boost is on its way because this guy has been sniping every member of DNS down with no replies from their side. And Ito, my boy, I know he'll be really happy tonight.
Yep, definitely. He's just having the time of his life, starting from the first match as well. But quite bad news for Team DNS. But once again, a fight breaks out right in the mid lane.
Yeah, seems like a lot of resources being forced out of AMG. They do not want to go in too deep. Yes, they go in. Bronze Boy does not do the thing that he's supposed to do here. Of course, sacrifices for the rest of his members, but that was really unnecessary. A lack of discipline shown here by AMG. They want to go in for more, it seems, but Charlie Brown will back off at the right time.
Yep. So AMG has been playing it out quite well, being aggressive, really on time, and backing out when necessary. But Lomlo might have tried to pull out a higher move with the retribution, but failing miserably.
Oh my god, look at that! Perfect setup from Cody QT! And the Predator Strike lands as well. 2 members will fall, a third might fall as well. DNS on the rise. Seems like Charlie Brown makes his way into the move. Shoal Sever being used as well. Does not do enough. Tsunami Slam. Everyone might be wiped out here. 4 members on 2-1. Charlie Brown trying to escape. Will not be able to do so as Corey QT comes. Ito on the hunt. Everyone is down. Ito is alive. Ito doing a 1v5 right now. Knows the wise decision. And this is what you call how experience comes into play. Because DNS, the experienced ones, keep their heads cool and make the rookies make their mistake.
I would say that was overconfidence coming in from the side of Armageddon, right? They had their ego boost in the first game, and it kind of played on against them right now because the mess up coming in from Armageddon did give DNS the chance to rise back, and I feel like they were waiting for that perfect moment to have their clap back, right? So, but again, Ito going for that 1v5, too much of an overextension in my opinion. You should be, you should be around your teammates rather than just going, especially since it's the early phases of the game. You do not have that much damage, you do not have that much stacks onto you, so you have to be careful even if you think that you are able to, get back a 1 versus 5, and it will miserably go up against you. But looking at the items right now, they did secure the anti heal onto their side for the high loss, and thunder belts getting used up as well.
Yep, that was, of course, an explanation that was required. And right now, I hope Armageddon, of course, they cannot hear you, but I do hope they are thinking the same thing. Because right now, Armageddon, they did have a lot of advantage, but they have given it all away for nothing. And that's the reason why you need that discipline. And a lack of discipline might... Oh, seems like they want to go in once again. The aggression just after they take the turtle. The movements just show it clearly that these guys, they're looking for blood. They know they can do it. But come on, guys, hold your horses down, because things do not happen at 7-minute mark. You need to wait out for at least 12 minutes, especially considering the fact that right now you're giving away that lead.
Oh. Tsunami Slam.
Feather airstrike as well to zone the members away. Is it enough though? As Lom Mai does use the shadow to get away, but the onslaught coming in is just way too much for Kori QT. Forces to use that flicker, but Ito, my boy, with the snipe of that Death Sonata, gets down. Array, Doom will fall, but once again Bronze Boy wants to dive them in from the backlines. Mid lane, tier 1 will crack their jungle open right now. AMG wants to hunt down Lom Mai.
The hyper in his hands. I mean, Bronze Boy just decides to commit for that.
Oh, seems like they want to go in for more. It seems Lom Mai takes down one and one more. X marks the spot will fall. This my bad. Or was it X marks the spot who fell? No, it was him who took the kill there. Sorry. And now Doom is looking for stuff, but he's not able to find anything out there. But yeah, that's good approach from DNS. They're showing composure. They're showing the reason why experience matters, because in these situations, when everyone becomes panicked and all, these people they've been able to keep a cool head and take this game slowly.
Yep, definitely. You have to keep your cool in terms like this. But oh my goodness, the overshadow kill from Lom Mai, not able to dish out much damage though because of his stacks and his farm as well. So for Armageddon, right, the Bronze Boy diving on for the backline while there were 4 people. I think another mistake getting made from their side, because even if you have the heal that, there is a certain time for being aggressive and it's not working out. But once again,
Charlie Brown gets the Lord. X marks the spot, gets double J. Now they're looking for more. Zaman Force being placed out here. Everything has been used. Kori QT gets Ito down. And now seems like Lom Mai wants to go in for the enemy jungler. Does not commit though, as he did not have enough on him. But now they're looking to crack open this mid lane tier 1. 5 members still up from the side of Team DNS. Meanwhile, Armageddon, 3 members down. They have to defend this, but will they do so? I feel like it's not the right idea, and they do back off. The right decision from their part.
A right decision onto their side with the backing down. You have to have the perfect timing as to when you are about to be having the initiation, when you're about to get back. It is something that you need to make sure that you have. But once again, Charlie Brown might be getting caught up onto the backline though.
Oh, feather airstrike being used here. The members of Armageddon have been zoned away. But it will not be enough, as the minions, of course, the super minions marching in with the Lord are going to be enough to do enough damage. But oh, it seems like they want to go in. Tsunami Slam being used here, and it seems like the one who's caught is the high loss. JJ will fall down, and definitely, surely here, the wall has been placed once again, and Charlie Brown goes in too deep, does not come out alive, and he will fall. Ryota will fall down as well. 3 members down on the side of Armageddon once again, and Team DNS, slowly but surely, they're taking back all the control that they had lost in the early game. Because look at that, the score was 6-5, now it's 6-15. There has been nothing going into the hands of Armageddon.
Yep, definitely. Armageddon had their heads too high, and now they're getting crushed. But yes, as we are talking about DNS, right? They have been really patient. They have been cooking up quite a lot, and whatever they're cooking, it's gonna be delicious unless they mess up with some seasoning in between. But again, it is quite hard for them to mess up right now. There is always a moment where you sometimes troll without realizing, and I hope DNS does not have that. But once again, Bronze Boy will be falling down.
Yep, and the fight is broken out. Insane gets one more in his arsenal. With that, Charlie Brown picks up one as well after a long time. A few trades happening here and there, but still the trade will favor the side of DNS as they take down two and lose one. And with that, the control is definitely in the hands of DNS right now, as they do have a number of structures available, but still Armageddon do keep their number of structures intact because right now they still have more towers as compared to DNS. And if we take a look at the items, we'll be able to understand more as to how the game might progress. And look at that, Zio. You can explain it for us.
Yep, definitely. So as we are seeing, Sicilian, he does have his anti-heal and of course a lantern as well. So if he has enough stats, then he should be able to hit it quite well. But if we are talking about the Hayabusa, he just has one more item that he needs to complete. Like, and if they all the team from the side of DNS, they have their own anti-heal properties as well. But once again, backline Insane. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Sorry to steal the spotlight, Fredo, but that was quite a fight breaking out from Armageddon, just taking the Lord and even managing to take two people out for the side of DNS right now. Ooh.
Yes, anything can happen here. The first thing that will happen though is Lom Mai defeating Charlie Brown, and now they're looking for Charlie Brown here. Oh, sorry, it's Lom Mai getting shut down here by Double J as the Lord is marching down. They have two members down as well. Insane will be up in quite some time, but is it enough to defend the base? Let's see as they're cracking open the mid lane as well. Feather airstrike being used, trying to zone away the members. Mid lane secured. Bottom lane is the next one they have to deal with right now. DNS, they do not have enough in their arsenal to deal with everything that's crashing on to their base side because the Lord is still healthy. Will be taken down finally. Bottom lane will be cracked open as well. Both the side lanes open right now for DNS. They did take control, but they lose out on the neutral objective. AMG here showing that the game is played long, and look at that. They've been able to do it perfectly here.
Definitely, even if they threw while in the mid phase of the game, they managed to take the control back from the side of DNS, and now DNS is the one getting cooked by Armageddon right here, and it's not looking good for their side because I look at the goal lead. Armageddon is the one's leading by 3k right now, so another team fight might be breaking out as the glorious pathway gets popped out.
Yes, and look at that. Lom Mai comes in from behind, wants to flank on the members. Ito gets fallen down first. Corey QT will fall as well. Lom Mai gets two, wants to go for three. Might not get it because Charlie Brown gets the better of him out there. But the 2-4-3 trade might not be in favor of DNS. Will they be able to defend it though? They crack the mid lane open as well. The base is exposed from all directions and DNS have to defend. The minions are marching in from both sides. Feather airstrike has been used, but will it be enough as just two members trying to defend three? And it seems like AMG will back off.
Yep, AMG decides to back off right now as they do not want to overcommit the lead that they have because the Lord is about to spawn once again in 25 seconds, so you have to be careful not to lose any of your teammates and farm around. I would love to see Ryota's stacks right now because I feel like it's gonna be hitting quite hard. Same with Ito as well. Oh, there we go, 269 in 15 minutes. Now that is gonna be hitting quite hard, almost 300 I would say. So Sicilian is gonna be hitting quite hard. So same with Granger, but still the stats from Skypiece are not looking quite great. But once again, another
AMG, they want to cook. They want to cook, or are they going to get cooked here? The wall, though, perfect placement here coming in from Corey QT. He's able to zone the members away, catch them as well, but it's still not enough as only one member will be falling down here on the side of AMG, but that is good composure. Corey QT, perfect use of that wall.
Definitely perfect use of that wall coming in. Now the hype around the Lord Hayabusa's not there, but it would be quite interesting if he takes the Lord. But no, there
Charlie Brown.
Oh my goodness, X-Master spot out there.
Fallen as well into the hands of Bronze Boy, and only 2 members standing. Will they be able to defend the Lord? The Lord, though, will not be marching for the next 10 seconds, but yeah, 10 seconds should be enough time for the members to come alive, it seems, but no, it's not, because the death timer is 20, so yeah. But of course, by the time the Lord reaches, they should be alive, but is it still enough? Because 3 inhibitors are broken down. It's a lot of things to deal with, especially the super minions along with the Lord. And of course, Armageddon will try their best to sing those lanes.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be trying their best to pop out the Nexus around the base, right? But still, the base being quite open gives more pressure on the side of DNS right now. With the Lord marching in, a team fight might break out, but the members of Armageddon are quite far to be seen. But once again, Tsunami Slam.
They focus their attention towards the base, and with that, there is no way they can defend this one. They're locking the base down, and easy win here. Armageddon have defeated DNS. It's a clean sweep for Armageddon. Oh my god, what has happened here? What has happened? Things are getting interested in Nerd 2.0.
Yep, definitely getting quite interesting in Nerd 2.0. I mean, Armageddon defeating DNS, as we talked about DNS, they have been quite strong, but a newbie team comes in, take the clean sweep off your hands. That is something you need to be talking about, right? So Armageddon, they definitely outdid themselves quite a lot in this best of 3 series. Now their chests are gonna be as high as the sky, but we should not let that be our downfall, right? But still, if we look at the stats right now, 81% teamfight participation coming in from the side of Ryota, and look at the amount of damage coming in from Armageddon Esports, though.
Yeah, the damage is just way too much, because look at that. Each and every member in the back line dealing the most, especially Ito out there, 65k damage coming in, and Ryota and Charlie Brown as well doing their part. Not to forget Bronze Boy, the golden boy actually, who has been able to soak up all the damage, even more than the Hylos here, able to do a lot. Cody QT did try his best, but not able to do enough, as of course his damage was not enough. And from the backlines, though, X-Master Sport did try his best. Lom Mai has not been able to perform in the last 2 matches. I feel like Insane, everyone else has done their part, but Lom Mai needs to do better.
Yep, definitely. Lomama, he kind of needs to have his ground intact, right? And we are not seeing that from him right now. And I feel like he's kind of falling behind compared to the other members of Team DNS. Although Corey Cutie has been performing quite well around their own position. Around EXP, there has not been quite much of a follow-up coming in from the side of DNS. The execution and the team coordination has been quite lacking from their side, or from the first game as well. So Armageddon Esports, they were quite able to capitalize that fact onto their own advantage. Onto the second match as well, around the mid part, it was Armageddon quite throwing the game, but they managed to take that throw away back into their own hands and were able to go for a clean sweep.
Yep, a clean sweep into the hands of Armageddon Esports. Of course, if it was a 2-1, we could have had something to think about, but this is completely unthinkable. This is completely incomprehensible, because, of course, we never expected Armageddon's, were favorites coming into this match. It was definitely Dads and Sons, but they outplayed themselves, like you mentioned, and they, of course, shocked everyone was watching. And of course, just like these people who have just came in and conquered, you can also be the one. Of course, if you are the underdog team that wants to rise, make sure you register for the underdogs bracket. The registrations close tomorrow, and tomorrow is the last day. So make sure you share the news with your friends as well who might be interested. So yeah, guys, with that being said, this is the end of the night at NorthEast Underdog Tournament, WarDrum Games. Of course, the Swiss stage is still on. Tomorrow is going to be the last day. So make sure you catch the action live here on WarDrum Games channel. If you're new here, please subscribe to the channel. And of course, make sure you spread the message, spread the news. Because, of course, it's NorthEast Underdog Tournament. You do not want any of your underdog friends to miss out.
Definitely. Well said, Fredo. And you guys should really consider registering into the underdog tournament because the prize pool is quite high for such a small amount of entry fee. So you should definitely try out your skills. And if you're confident enough in your skills, then you will be walking away with quite a hefty prize pool. So you have to set your eyes on the prize pool as well. But yeah, if I were me, I would have registered already. But unfortunately, I don't have a team, so I would. It would be. I would be on the casting though. I would be on the casting.
Yeah, and of course, not to forget, the website for registration is www.wardrumgames.com/tournament/register. And that is it for tonight, guys. We'll be taking leave, Fredo and Zero. But yeah, of course, do come back tomorrow to catch more action live on the WarDrum Games YouTube channel and stay updated with our socials to know the timings. With that, good night.
No one escapes the dragon's stride.
No one escapes the snake's fangs.
No one escapes the falcon's gaze.
Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Fighting for the justice, no matter what we do. Three perspectives, sharing one objective. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Locked in on missions from different positions. We fight with precision. The truth is our vision. We're taking on the justice on the battleground. We're not stopping till it's found. Nobody can judge our passion actions. The gavel's coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lies between